Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, let's see. We avoided invalidating this W the first time.
Okay, Bill just passed.
But it looks like they just moved up to a higher, climbed up to a higher floor. Yeah, it's passed to the, on the way to the house.
Well, the Genius Act just passed.
To the house. Welcome back, everybody. Remember to hit that like button on the way in. Take your shoes off at the door. Grab a coaster if you're going to be drinking. Grab an ashtray if you're a smoker. Don't touch my remote.
Oh wow! I thought you had one of these desks, like the super extra titanium polished desk that doesn't leave stains.
Bro, when I was a heavy smoker like that, when I used to smoke cigarettes heavy, I stole one of those big heavy ashtrays that, the ones that they have like in front of stores and shit, or in front of like restaurants where it just has
Those
a
are the best.
hole to put the, you know what I mean, and it fills all the way up. Yeah, when I was a kid, I got my ass kicked for having that shit in my room when my mom found it though.
That's funny. There was a scavenger once, and that was on the list on a scavenger hunt that we had to do. We had a jacket from a hotel. It was a hotel ashtray. Stupid things we used to do when we were kids.
Scavenger hunt, huh? I was at an anime convention once, and this kid ran up to me and said, "Hey, your belly button is pierced. Come with me."
What? That's a
Oh, you were
weird
part. You were
intro.
part of the hunt. Yeah.
They brought me to this person that like checked him off the list, and it was like someone you had to bring someone that had their belly button pierced.
Nah,
So you were.
that's a funny opening line though. Hmm.
So they just had to present you basically, and then they can check you off the list. They're like, okay, we got to go with her belly button pierced. And
Yeah, it
check it
was
out.
wild.
That's funny. Yeah, it gets pretty bad when you start putting like people's animals on the list. It's like, grab this person's white poodle, but then you have to give it back to them. It's like,
Oh hell no.
I can't see how there's much to do for Pal tomorrow, to be honest, for Jerome. There's just so much going on at the moment.
Yeah.
what I like is that JP Morgan just met with the SEC not too long ago, the SEC Crypto Task Force. I like to call it the CTF. And they're discussing the impact of existing capital markets moving to public blockchains. I like.
Hey Drew, quick question. Do you have any information on being scammed through Facebook? Like Stan.
I mean, like, it's pretty. It happens a lot. I know that happened to a lot of my friends. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, why are you trying to? Somebody got you. You're trying to get them back.
somebody from my family fell for a Yeti bag, and they had bots that filled up the comment section with like their free Yeti bag. Not free, but they paid. Like, it was like some sob story of someone getting fired from a Dick's Sporting Goods store, and they're like, if you just use this code, you'll actually get this Yeti bag for $12, and so that's all you have to pay with this promo code. And so someone fell for it that I know, and I don't see any claims for Facebook, but she lives in a state where they're not like main banks, and so I was like, well, call your bank and dispute the charge. It
I
came
mean,
up with
Facebook does have purchase
Charge it back.
protection.
Yeah, you should be able to charge it back if it was at least a decent, halfway decent
And
bank.
also check that they don't use your account details.
Yeah,
where do you go?
if she used Facebook Pay to pay, then it's pretty easy for her to get her money back.
I tried to Google and look at Facebook everywhere. I just don't see like a claims link or anything.
As long as you didn't give them any of your bank details when you purchase it.
Yeah, she gave her debit card, so she had to get a new
You have
card.
to
Yeah, I changed that first. Yeah,
Yeah, she got a
that's
new card.
normally
you have to appeal a purchase protection claim on Facebook Marketplace by
Is it Marketplace though? If it was just like an ad that was running?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
The
Yeah,
question
good luck.
everybody's really thinking right now is, what the hell is a Yeti bag?
You don't know what a Yeti bag is, man?
No idea. I know what a
Yetis.
Yeti is, like the cooler. It's like those
like a cooler
wearable
bag.
things where you can like drink out of the.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a cooler
okay, I
bag.
got you. So like, if you're on a bike or you're hiking.
Yeah,
I know
it's
the
just more
hard
flexible.
plastic containers, but I also don't know the bags.
You can think of it as a big lunch bag.
Me personally, you won't catch me wearing anything Yeti.
Gloomy, we don't call people names here. I don't know who he's beefing with, but he just called somebody a camelback. Look, now it's catching on.
Hold on.
No, that's like the bag. It's kind of like they call it. That's like the type of bag it is.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I don't want
thought you
to.
were beefing with it.
Camelback is a wild insult, though.
Patty, your mic.
You know what? When I used to smoke a lot of cigarettes, well, when I used to smoke, I take like the little Marlboro thing and I scan it, and I got a free jacket from that. I don't know if you guys ever did that.
Yeah, I got a free hoodie from Taco Bell with Bullwinkle back in the day.
I had a Newport windbreaker
Word, I got the camel.
from like
winter jacket.
saving the boxes and all that, sending in
Yeah.
the yep.
Yeah, people don't know that they giving you stuff away just for smoking.
I mean, you might as well. You letting them kill you. You might as well get a jacket.
Yeah. Oh God.
Sample
Yeah, but
says I've never seen a Yeti using it though.
They keep it low key.
I remember people used to. Yeah. Yeah. It's not like something that we put out there anymore. It's kind of seen frowned upon now, right?
Yeah, I thought I was tough smoking Camel non-filters.
Sure, you telling me straight out of high school I was smoking cigarettes. I thought I was the guy. I was wrong.
I had tobacco up in my teeth, smoking non-filters.
Nah, I can't do that. There's only one thing I'm smoking nowadays, and it ain't cigarettes.
There was a time where the smell of a Newport on a girl was attractive to me.
That's wild.
Where a girl would walk by and
High
I'd be
school.
like, "Oh shit, she smokes Newports."
She's a
High
baddie.
school.
You know how
High
bad that
school.
is, bro? I can't even be in the same room with somebody that like stinks of cigarettes right now. Like, you got to go air out.
Oh God, bro. It's not. Well, once you stop smoking, bro, it hits different. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to go back, so you kind of like
Just get used to it,
have
bro.
to
It's
build that.
you're an addict. Of course, it
Yeah.
smells good.
Yeah.
Like you're a crackhead and a girl walks by and she smells like crack. You're like, oh hey,
But
what's
or
your
the
name?
pothead sniffing the air past you.
Same thing. Yeah, people that
Jeez,
smoke are the same thing. You know, people that like I don't like
Iran is
to I
going
don't like
ape
to
shit
smell like
on.
bud when I'm outside.
Oh,
No, on God, that's what a lot of people in this generation, I guess my generation, don't understand. You can't walk around smelling like that room.
This is not
You
good.
got to
I
give
mean,
off a
so many better smells. You know what I mean? Like get your cologne
exactly.
game up.
Iran is
I
going
don't know, man. When
crazy
I
on
go,
Israel right now.
I get loud in the room. People always like, yo, this dude stink, and whatever's in his pocket is loud.
That's
Stay within.
different. That's different. If it's just in your
Yeah,
pocket and it's crazy, you can't avoid that. But I don't want to. I hate smelling like a studio. You know, like that 6 hours in studio smell, like stale smoke.
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
Old beer,
Yeah, somebody knocked over a couple beers in the corner a couple hours ago. Nobody noticed.
good old days.
So Dbloc, this war, I see Iran's going crazy on
Yeah,
Israel now.
I'm searching through
What
the
is
news
the
right now.
if we should sit and analyze this now, the war on the effect of it on crypto, because obviously there is some effect of that on crypto now. Do you think we're going to go down further before we before things stabilize and people get used to it like they always do?
I mean, I think every shock that we've had has been less deep than the last one. I mean,
Mm.
people get burnt out on the news. Anybody who was panicked and wanted to sell on war news sold when Israel attacked Iran. Though people that didn't sold when Iran retaliated. Those people that didn't sold when they got the tweet yesterday from Trump telling everybody to beware. Like at this point, how much worse can you go? But we don't know what the reaction is going to be yet because we don't know what the event's going to be yet. Right? I'm
Yeah,
assuming I'm pricing in the worst. I'm pricing in us coming in there and leveling that shit.
What about the stock market, Dbloc?
Stock market's
Do you
going to be
think?
rough because of oil. Like oil prices are going to be depends. See, that's why I said it depends on what we do. If we go in there and target the oil fields, which we won't do because we're shooting
Mm.
ourselves in the foot, basically. But if we do, or if they self sabotage the oil fields, like they see that they're
Well,
losing and they're not going to win it, and the last sort of ditch effort as a big middle finger to the West is to just set their shit on fire the way Saddam did. It's not like we haven't seen this playbook before, right? We've seen it
the,
happen
the,
before. We saw what happened to oil prices during that time.
It's a
the truth
difficult
is
one. You can't just go in
China.
and take the country over if you win it because there's going to be terrorists that's
No, no,
living
no.
with the
It's
people. It's a
creating a
difficult one
vacuum. No,
to.
it's not even a takeover thing. Regime change is the would be the goal, but denuclearization of a sworn enemy, I think, is the bigger one.
Uh, 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 Attacking oil fields in Iran would be the equivalent of America's oil blockade on Japan in 1941. You really want to do that?
I'm glad I don't have to be the one to make those decisions.
Because
You see,
that
then
oil
everybody's going to buy
goes.
oil from us.
It's gonna piss China a lot if we do that, because it's their oil.
Mm-hmm.
And if we bomb their oil, well, they're in trouble. But maybe that's maybe. I see.
Very
Maybe it's the plan.
precarious situation.
Dbloc, do you think you could do a quick analysis on the S&P 500?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me see something here. Anybody know the Doomsday Clock is still active? I'm just wondering what it's at.
Repeat that.
I'll show you. Hold on. So there's a Doomsday Clock, right? For the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists.
Oh yeah,
That's supposed to count
I
how
forgot about
sort
that.
of close we are to, you know. And
That's insane. I love
Oh,
stuff like this.
that's why people sell when they hear about war. They just want to spend all their money and enjoy the last minute.
so look at the clock, right? As we go through these events, the clock goes getting closer and further away from midnight. And you see how it sort of switches. 1960s, 1963, we moved probably as far away as we've been.
Is that around Cuba crisis?
1968, landmark agreements, passing of SALT, 1974, and closer, backed away, 90s, backed away. Oh, 1991. Cold War officially over. No nuclear enemies at this point. 1995. Okay, so we were about at 11:45 in 1995. Remember, 12 o'clock is when it strikes midnight or whatever. Spooky, but so about 11:45. We're getting closer and closer and closer. And right now, in real time, we are 89 seconds to midnight.
Almost the closest.
89
Doomsday
seconds
guy,
is the official time.
Wasn't the world supposed to be over in like 2014 or 13 because it was like a prime number, or I forgot. There's always a doomsday date. When's the next one?
Perpetual war.
89 seconds
Was
apparently.
it was something about Babylon and the fact that their calendar ended?
It's not that it ended. We're about to get going. It's that the cycle was finished.
You guys know that you've heard of the turnings, first, second, third, fourth turning. We're in the fourth turning right now. The fourth turning is crisis. It's way too deep to get into, but if you're interested, just look into turnings. It just shows that society sort of runs on these cycles, and every fourth turning, for the most part, there's crisis. It doesn't have to be war necessarily, but yeah, simple.
You know, I could argue that we're living in the most.
Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, has been hospitalized now. They don't want to say yet why. I don't know, after all these shootings and stuff that's happening now.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, politicians are being targeted apparently.
You know, statistically, we live in pretty peaceful times. It's more peaceful than 100 or 200 years ago because population has grown a lot. Yet now there are more and more wars currently. But if you divide by population, there has never been this many people at peace in percentage. Maybe with Ukraine that changed a bit.
What part of this rock you live on?
Well, I remember world wars and all. Like, we've been through worse.
Dbloc, I went on YouTube now, and there's one called "We Are in the Fourth Turning." What does that mean? So I will go through that later on.
Yeah.
Sounds interesting. I didn't even know it exists.
Yeah, this is old, very old Mayan calendar shit.
I wonder if more people died by a bullet in 2024 than like in car accidents.
No,
Probably, right?
no.
Well, especially with America, where you have so many shootings.
In 2024, no.
That sounds scary.
Maybe during COVID you might have had an opportunity for that, but not even, because even shootings went down because everybody stayed home. And yeah, nobody's saying the world is over, guys. I mean, that's. I'm glad Zeusy came in with the counter argument, but the argument I wasn't making the argument that it's a wrap.
Yeah, but it's scary, right? When you read that we're 1 minute away from midnight doomsday, it's like
yeah, it was really meant to compare it to how close we've been in the past, and there's been times in the past where we've been very close, the same way we have now, and then you see it goes all the way back down as peace comes in, and then it'll come all the way back up.
But that idea of a big war every like 2-3 generation, this one, like, it hasn't happened. We're late, right?
Well, we've never been this close as far as the amount of things that have to happen for it to turn into a world war. Literally one and maybe two things, and that's it. Because you've already got the spark.
But there's a bit of progress in humanity because we haven't had a world war
that's
in
gonna mean what?
80 years?
Wars aren't voluntary.
Yeah. I would say there's not even being fought the way they used to. Like, there are more financial wars nowadays, if you really think about it.
I don't know, there's a story that World War I was actually started by a fisherman, that they actually blamed that the fisherman let off a shot or something. What they figured out that the fisherman let off a shot, but the opposing country, I forget if it was Germany, whoever it was, or Russia, but they blamed it on the opposing country basically. And then same thing with World War II. You know, it's like some Molotov cocktail at the Reichstag building got thrown, and luckily there was some guy that took a picture, and they're like, "Look, the Polish are invading Germany," and then Germany ran with that.
Drew, you can't.
World War II.
You know, Drew. You can't be super conspiracy theory about everything else and then tell me that that wasn't a false flag attack. We know exactly what that was, and it wasn't the last one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
what,
yeah,
in World War II? Yeah. It was a setup.
Wow. So, I don't know if AI is right or not, but car accidents is 1.3 million dead worldwide.
Yeah, well, that sounds.
Bullets, wars, suicides, all of that combined is estimated at 400,000 in 2024. Mm-hmm. So cars kill 3 times more than war. Maybe we should worry about that more than about war then.
Well, I worry every day more about people driving cars than I do about war.
Yep, same.
When I'm on the street, I'm worried about the guy next to me doing something
remember,
stupid.
You don't lose all those people at once.
Yeah, exactly.
In cars, you use the person here, you use the person there, but in a war, you lose a lot of people at once.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
That's
well, Ukraine. I mean, it's been lasting for 3 years.
But to Zeusy's point that we should worry about cars, yeah, but people do, right? Like people do worry about that every day when they go outside, or they should.
Right, there's institutions and agencies that worry about it.
But by that I mean as a trader, like when I hear that a bus crashed in the mountains in the Alps in France, maybe I should worry more than when there's a new. Well, never mind. All right.
No, I was just following you right now. You were cooking. I was about to ask you, what are we buying?
No, this argument is going to be hard. Well, insurance companies are go down, so you're buying shorts on.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know, but it's supposed to be worse than actually a new war. And think about the economic impact. Like, if you want to be horrible, right? The price of a human is valued. That's what New York does. They value our life. So an American, roughly is going to earn $50,000 per year during 10 years. Let's say during 30 years. So if you kill an American, the cost to the economy is pretty well known. It's like $1 million. If you kill an Iranian, well, you can estimate that in dollars too. So you could estimate like the GDP loss of this upcoming war, and try and guess where the stock market should end up, I guess.
I don't think that could be a good metric.
I think only you and 3 other people in a basement somewhere in the world are thinking about how much it costs in people value. I mean, infrastructure is I think a bigger deal. I think infrastructure is really where it's at, right? That's what when people say, "Oh, we're not going to attack civilian populations," da da da. For the most part, it's because they don't want to destroy the infrastructure. They want to take over the place, and they don't want to have to rebuild everything. It's not really. We've seen that human life isn't very valued when it
I
comes to
think,
wars, no matter
unfortunately,
what, no matter where it is.
it makes horribly sense in the kill to win ratios, right?
Okay, you need to
Like,
stop playing video games officially.
but I mean, it's like 100-1 in the Gaza conflict right now, right?
No,
For
it's-
every Israeli dead, you have
yeah.
100 Palestinians dead, right? One of the reasons for that is the economy behind it. It's the weapons they use, it's the tech and all, and that's reflected through the value.
It's had a better
Very interesting one for
inventory.
you, Zeus.
I see where he's going with
Uh,
that.
No, I
I
get what
can't
he's
feed
saying.
people that.
The death rate by gun is more in France than most of the other European countries due to suicide and illegal guns being distributed in France.
It's
More
because
so
of
than the
that.
rest. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's because
That's
of that
interesting.
contraire, mon frere.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
That devil's
like
advocate ends in gunshots, and they can you imagine two French people and they're doing it? I
Yeah.
mean, like if two Zeusies went at it with each other,
no, but
Uh,
there's
old
a
somebody's
lot
school,
got
of
to die.
the old school Western shootout.
Somebody's got to die.
there's a lot of accidents in the forest when they hunt and they kill someone by mistake in forest hunting, yeah, stuff like that.
The
They do
old
that.
the old hunting
Also in
the
the
old hunting
is
accident
illegal
trick, huh?
and
no, yeah, there was a story like that last summer where they banned hunting in a region because by mistake someone hunting actually killed someone else.
yeah, that happens everywhere.
Yeah, that Zusi, that's very common here in America. You
That
hear about
happens in
those
South
kinds of
Africa
accidents.
too.
You guys remember when George Bush took that guy for a walk hunting and he
Dick
ended up shooting
Cheney.
him in the head? Dick Cheney, yeah.
Yeah, Dick Cheney popped him, and then they tried to cover it, and then they couldn't, and he was like, "Yeah, I did it." Oops.
But if you compare Europe's number of people dying by shootings to America, it's probably like an
Nothing.
order of magnitude less, or
Way less.
even more. But we have weapons. It's just illegal weapons, right? Like in the dangerous suburbs and all. Of course, people have weapons, and it's not legal and it's very dangerous and all. Like in Marseille, they have shootings and they kill each other to control drugs traffic and all.
I feel like that just kind of depends on
Yo,
everybody's
Tuesday, are
like
you
social
repping
construct in
Marseille?
the country.
Oh, my bad.
What?
Yeah.
Are you repping Marseille, Lucy?
No.
Are you such up him? Like,
What?
It's funny how in like it seems like the city over there is safe and the suburbs are dangerous, and here it's like different. Like the city's dangerous and
Yeah,
the
it's like that.
suburbs are the safe part.
It
Yeah,
depends
exactly.
which suburbs, but in the 1960s they decided to build all this housing and give it for free to people, and some of them have issues. Yeah, I mean, most are fine, but some areas are kind of dangerous. Yeah.
I feel like you got your crazies everywhere, man.
Hungry
Yeah, of
man is an
course.
angry man, bro. Wherever
But
you
they're not
go.
hungry. No,
Yeah.
no. I mean, it's not about food. Everybody gets
hungry for money.
same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In theory, at least. Well, in theory, everybody gets the same services, so they have same doctors, same
Yeah, that's not
access
good
to
enough. I want more.
education.
Nah, I want
Like,
more. I'm watching internet every day. I'm on social media. I'm seeing how these Americans are running around. Nah, I want more. I don't want my fair share. If everybody gets this, I want this plus that. That's how you think when you don't have anything. Or when you
Where it's
are
more of a survival instinct, like it's you're not really. Your mind's in like that fight or flight. Like it's different.
it's hard to be
most
a poor
suburbs are
kid
really fine.
nowadays, man. Like when I was young, you were poor, you saw the other kids around you that were poor, cool. But you didn't have to look at kids that just had it every day.
Yep.
Like now it's like, well, it's in their face. They're like, well, this is what it would be like if you weren't poor. Have fun watching us live life.
Yeah, because you got like kids that are like middle class going to public schools like in the hood now. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like they are kids. There are kids walking around with like smart watches and like nice little watches, going to school with nice phones and Jordans. And then in that same school, you got kids that like wearing hand me downs. Don't get me wrong, like I can see where it all comes from, but it's the mixture going on right now because there is no like there pretty much is no middle class here in America anymore, right? So you have a mixture of people with money, like standing and flaunting in front of kids without money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're always gonna get a bad outcome. Especially kids, man. Kids are so freaking like nonchalant about stuff. Like they'll let you have it. It'll be like, yeah, I got this. What you got?
Zeus, I got a question for you. Are you there?
Yeah.
What do you call French flip-flops?
I'm not sure what it means, to be honest.
It's called Philippe Philop.
Bad
And
jokes for the
how does
win.
French how does French dogs bark? Zeus?
Woof!
Le
Oh.
vouf.
Oh.
Oh, Zeus. You should go and walk your dog again so we can get some action here. Seriously.
Man, you guys dumped Bitcoin
Going
while I
sideways.
walked here. We dumped like $500,000. Yeah. So, damn, I missed. We got one. Oh, but I was watching TV actually. We got 105.5 almost, no? Got front
Yeah.
run a bit. 105.3. Ah.
A little bit.
Yeah. Not done. We're just consolidating at the 50 at this point. We are building a lot of liquidity underneath, though. All of these all these 100x longs were gone. I don't know. Like I said, 3-day down. I'm not really in a big hurry. We know we have at least one more day of blahness. So it doesn't really matter to me if we pump or what. I'm not really in a huge short-term trade right now.
And FOMC tomorrow also. And
Yeah.
Trump's supposed to say something too.
Today.
Still didn't.
By
Although-
sometime
Probably.
today. So look, we have a scheduled Trump announcement, a surprise war attack. We don't know from who. could be from 3 different participants, and FOMC meeting. Like, it's not necessarily the time to be over trading.
How long has the war between these two gone on? How many years? Since when?
Thousands.
This is hundreds of years.
Since
Thousands,
before, yeah.
No, you could say since 1916. No,
1916 officially.
It went well. It went fine for centuries in the Middle East, especially during Ottoman Empire. Yeah, it went fine for a long time.
Yeah, but I'm talking like
all these people.
Pre-Ottoman.
I don't know, but the Romans were also keeping their empire well in check. No, like there were. I don't think there was civil wars going on. Whenever an empire dominated the whole area, it was fine.
That's kind of what we were talking about. That strong man that keeps everybody else in check. That's, that strong man that scary men are scared of.
That's why we need to keep them divided.
According to Grok, it is total hostility has been since 1979 to 2025. It's 46 years.
79. Oh.
A little bit
This
before
includes
that, though.
proxy conflict and a direct war. But I think there's biblical times as well, like you said, Dbloc. I mean, this
Yeah, and I mean,
is
even if we don't go all the way back to biblical, just late 19th century, with the settlements, first Arab resistance, British colonial policies, collapse of Ottoman rule, like 1948 really is what 1948 locked in the divisions. But this is like right at the Ottoman flip for the most part.
Yeah.
1914, like pre-1914.
Again, we can blame the West, right?
Yeah.
Fortunately.
The first, I can't remember what they called it. It was I think it was called the Zionist Congress. It was late 1800s. And that's when they first started advocating for the homeland, to be in Palestine. And then between like 1920 and 1940, my dates are probably all off by at least like 3 or 4 years here. But that's when the British mandates came in and things got, yeah. This shit is old, bro. This shit is old. Nobody's solving it. And the crazy thing is, it's the same people. Yeah, they're both Semitic people at the end of the day, right? It's the same people.
You know what? I started going down this rabbit hole of the fourth turning.
Interesting shit, right?
It's beyond interesting, man.
Yeah. Human nature, man. Human nature seems like we're all individuals, obviously, right? But I think we're part of like a larger collective when it comes to the way that we're sort of tied to each other and the way that we sort of deal with each other. And I don't see why that couldn't be cyclical, just like anything else.
Yeah. It all kind of makes sense when you really start going down this. And with the whole, there's a lot of evidence that supports it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not completely convinced, but it's up there, dude.
Yeah.
It's up there, and one could argue that we are kind of like in the middle of it, because there is a lot of stuff going on. And I have to ask, have you ever seen or like the videos or like read upon the economic forum, the Great Reset?
Mm-hmm. The Great Reset is a real thing that happens. It's been sort of like vilified, but think of the Great Reset as a crypto bull market for everything, a crypto bear market for everything. And we are going into the next era of money, right? So we're going from fiat into something that hopefully will end up being more digital.
Yeah. I was like I said, I heard about that a long time ago, and I read upon it. I feel like our president right now front ran that, and that's what's kind of got everybody else uneasy.
In hospitals, they still use pen and paper because all these computers haven't brought anything. It's like it's the most secure and less error prone, and So, is it really a good idea to make money digital?
I think
It's
that's
worked
because the
out for me
governments
so
don't
far.
want to invest a lot into
Yeah,
it. That's why.
I know, but just like about cybersecurity, about
It's because you see, the thing is, it's already digital, right? Like that.
It's
That's
been
my
digital for
understanding.
a
Like,
while.
yeah, like it's already like you could just go
yeah.
around and
Just
like
because they
look
print
at
you out a
everybody
little
swiping credit
green
cards.
receipt at the ATM.
Yeah.
People think that when you go to the ATM and you say, "Give me $500," somebody goes, opens up at the bank, goes into the vault. There's a little box where all your money's sitting. They take out $500 and they bring it. It's gone, bro. The second it hits the bank, it's gone. It's lent to somebody else. Your money exists on the web, ones and zeros in a ledger.
Word. That's why crypto is so appealing to me as a person, because it just you see what's going on with all this, and you gotta say like, this is it. Like, this is the route that we're about to take. Not everybody's opened up to it because everybody's used to routine. What if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Is that the way they think about it? So it's just I think it's a matter of time before we really just start adapting and seeing the volume of people coming in. Not that it's not happening. It's just
I'm
it's gonna
good,
be
bro.
at a
I'm
higher
past trying to
pace.
convince anybody. It's like they'll catch up when they catch
Yeah,
up. The longer it
yeah,
takes them to
exactly,
catch up,
Never mind,
the
but
more our edge is.
exactly. That's why we're here
What
filling
happens,
up our
Lucy?
bags, right?
Of course, I'm just saying though, in hospitals they're using still pen and paper, and
Yeah. Oh
there's a
no, no, no.
reason
I
for
wasn't
that.
talking. I wasn't talking about anything you said. I was talking about what he said about if people just adopted and da da da. I was like, you know, when I first started, I was on that real evangelist sort of tip. Like, I just need to evangelize the greatness of crypto to everyone. Now it's like, look, if you show interest, then we could chop it up. But I'm not going out of my way to bring in normies, and you know what I mean. That's why the channel's cool, because I know anybody that clicked on it is sitting here and is in a, you know, you at least have some interest. But I don't go to bars and talk to people about crypto, or you know, I did when I first got into it, when I was hype. And I was like, oh, I drank the Kool-Aid. I was in for the movement, which obviously I still am, but you feel like you got to convert everybody you talk to. I'm good. They can take their time.
You know what, Dbloc? For me as a chef, I learned that a long time ago. I can't please everybody.
Facts.
So like you know, so if like you said, you show interest is one thing, but if you're not, then
Yeah.
see you later.
Not only that, if you're talking to the wrong person about crypto, they're automatically going to make assumptions about you. So like, why even go there, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, man.
What's up, dudes?
It's good, right?
Yeah, just
Dudes and
logging
dudettes.
in, having a look. I see, yeah, dude and dudettes. I see they delayed the XRP, even though I'm pretty sure I thought it was a deadline. The Franklin Templeton XRP.
Apparently they had
They
one more
they
delay left,
delayed
or
it.
one more extension.
Oh, of
This
course.
is what they called it.
Yep.
That's good news for
Makes sense.
XRP because honestly, releasing an ETF in these
We
conditions,
were just talking, yeah, me and Rick were talking about that last night. Like,
Yep.
this might be a good thing, because if they were forced to give an answer right now, I don't know.
Yeah, the market. It's an awkward time to be putting it out. Yep. Very awkward.
it's a good time though to release a coin that's named Bomb. That's what's
Well,
happening.
I know the stablecoin bill passed the Senate, and my circle position is gonna love that shit tomorrow. You guys seen? Have you been paying attention to the circle chart? I brought it up the other day, but I don't want to. I'm not shilling. I definitely do not want to show this to anybody. But as somebody that's been in crypto for a while, the idea of being able to eat off of a stable coin like this is ridiculous.
I know it's the company issuing the stablecoin, right? They could go like it's not directly the stablecoin, and there's already plenty companies linked to crypto available on Nasdaq for a while now. Well,
Yeah.
between MicroStrategy and Coinbase, or even stuff like Robinhood and all.
This is when I brought it up when we were crawling up after that retracement from the initial pump. We have a gap here, and now we have a big gap above us that we're filling now. If we come down and fill this gap, I'm gonna add to my position. But what I'm thinking, though, is what happens at the end of the bull market, not at the very end, right? Not when people redeem their USDC for dollars, but when they start redeeming their assets for USDC. Like, this shit is gonna go crazy. Right? One blow off top, everything blows off.
What's the link between the market cap of USDC and this company?
We'll put it on. Let's see.
How do they make money? It's every there's a fee, or what do they do with the USDC they're holding, giving us fake USD through USDC?
It's printed at, they print the US, or they mine the USDC, or they print the USDC, I should say, better said, depending on their holdings. right? So if they want to print more USDC, or if there's more demand for USDC, then they buy more bonds.
Bonds. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So they make a percentage on the USD
Yeah.
they hold for us in exchange for providing us USDC.
And they're about
And
to
so
get the
that's
green
how
light to just go into full commerce. So we're not even talking about crypto trading here. We're talking about people buying USDC to buy shit online. Right? People transacting in it just to transact in it, which is going to be very interesting for dominance. Because now we have another pull on dominance, right? As USDC, USDT market cap starts to go up. Yeah, dollar for dollar, but not just dollars. Dollars and bonds, dollars and treasuries. Yeah.
So when I buy $1,000 of USDC, this company receives my $1,000. They
It's
keep
not
it.
done
They
in real
give it.
time. They've got
Yeah, deferred and all. But in the end, my dollars, they end up as being government bonds. This company makes 5% per year on those bonds.
guaranteed.
And when I ask my dollars back, they give me my 1,000 back if I just ask for that back. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And they keep the 5% interest they made during that time for them. So yeah, the
and
bigger
that's
the
just a
market
side.
cap of USDC, the more profits for them, right?
Yeah, and that's just a side business, right? That's just what they're getting off of their bonds.
You should have a 5% per year growth, no?
I'm hoping for, if not more. We haven't seen it perform, so it really is speculation at this point. But I expect that when we start having our blow off tops and people start selling out, then we're gonna get big spikes on USDC, and that might actually be a precursor for us, right? Something to look at to give us a little heads up.
Yeah, I can see that.
But also, it might be a good short-term rotational play at the top as things go blowing off. The trick is to get out before people start redeeming for dollars. Be interesting to see how it acts in the bear. That's what I'm really interested in. You know what the dream of crypto traders has been forever, right? An asset to trade into during the bear that goes up during the bear.
It's called BNB.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically, it's as close as we've been able to get. But to be able to shift into USDC, if it does hold value and doesn't take those 90% dips, be interesting. Not that USDC loses value, but I mean the stock itself, right? We don't know how it's going to react to a bear market.
I feel like that should be saved just because some people might hold their dry powder in USDC.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah, you still get 4% back, like while it's just sitting there. So that's not a bad strategy.
Don't companies go public to raise money? Like, why does Circle even need to raise money?
I think Circle is on a too big to fail sort of mission. Remember, they were just attacked by the U.S. government for almost 6 years, right? With the Operation 2.0, they made that boss ass move and started backing everything with treasuries, which makes them sort of invaluable. And now they work themselves into legacy. Kind of solidifies them, my opinion. And everybody wants to take their that's just what the dream is now. Everybody wants to go public. It's an exit for a lot of these people as well that have been in this for a long time. The big payday, bro. Big payday. Remember, a lot of these people have probably been working or being rewarded for their years of work with shares.
That's how my alarm is gonna ring. Okay, maybe it'll ring one day.
That's what I mean. Like I said, I enjoy anything that gives us even the smallest bit of a head up, right? And I think having that chart to watch is going to be good, even if you don't
Well,
make
we
any
used to
money
look
on
at
it.
USDC dominance or stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
we still look at it, but it gives us another sort of. Yeah, exactly, Santo. And now you've got Kraken IPOing. There's like 3 more IPOs coming out soon, crypto related. That Kraken IPO might be interesting. If I learned anything from the Coinbase drop is I'm not buying the drop. I'll wait for the reaction. Fool me once, shame on me.
could be similar with Circle too, though, no?
Now the difference is that they came in. It's such a big catalyst. Like you literally have a stablecoin bill running through the House and the Senate. It's like, yeah, people don't
Honestly,
understand the
the first
amount of
time,
money that's gonna flow through stables. And you can stake, bro. Legacy's all over this shit.
I looked at that chart, I was like, it's a bit like an altcoin. Let's let it pump, and then when it gets a retrace down, there'll probably be an ABC to buy. Probably even lower than opening price. I mean, typically they go back to where they opened at. With enough time.
It just gives me one of those feelings of a couple years from now looking back and being like, remember when Circle was at 150?
You're that bullish on it?
Long term, yeah. Long term, that thing is doing nothing but going up and to the right, bro. If we're
Problem is,
right about crypto, right? If my base thesis about crypto is correct, that can do nothing but go up and to the right in the next 20 years, 10, 20 years.
And think about the stablecoin bill. That's going to help it out too.
That's massive, massive.
but it's a fresh new stock. We
Yeah,
have
I'm
no
not
clue
saying
if the
today, tomorrow,
IPO.
next week. Like I said, we don't even know how it's gonna react to a bear market yet. Right? I've got that thing in
Yeah.
I got that thing in a incubator. I'm just watching it. But
Where is
it
its
is
floor value?
promising.
I guess we could calculate its floor value because if the money comes from government bonds APY, yeah, you can guess how much USDC's market cap could shrink. Well, it's like a crypto bear market, right? So it's 75%, 80%.
We've got 1 hour on the daily here. Now this close isn't the biggest thing ever, right? That would be our weekly high close. Closing underneath it, this would still be the first daily candle that closes underneath. So for bullish chart sentiment, I would like to close above 104.56, or where are we? 104, yeah, 104.47 in the next hour and 11 minutes. Just for the sake of a good looking chart. Not the biggest deal in the world. Yeah, it moves on to the house now, huh? We were watching it earlier. So boring.
I did my good Doge deed for the day. Gave both my different nephews 2 new wallets and sent them some Doge and taught them
Nice.
how to run it.
Damn right.
I didn't tell my brother or my sister either. I was like, don't tell your parents.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, if you want to help your crypto, distribute it a little bit. Send out some tips to some friends. Get some more wallets out there. People have this mentality. It's like, I don't got to do nothing in crypto. Me, saying or doing something is not going to make a change. Well, of course, if you have that mentality, you will never make a change. If you call yourself a Bitcoin maxi and you're not running a node or mining, I don't believe you that you're Bitcoin maxi.
You got a video on how to do that, Drew?
Yeah, for Doge, I mean, it's step-by-step pretty easy on dogecoin.com, how to run the node. You get a very secure wallet with that too. They also have the My Doge wallets, and you can play games, learn to earn, and regular games. One's kind of like Zelda, the other one's like Super Mario 2 or 3, and you play those and you earn Doge. It's on My Doge on the app on Android and iPhone. MYDOGE, My Doge. But if you want to run a node, you go to dogecoin.com and you download the core wallet, but you have to have like 35 gigabytes. I think now it's 35 or 40, something like that, depending. But you download, you basically sync to the blockchain. It tells you what to do step by step. By you having that wallet, you're part of the blockchain. You're running a node by having that wallet. And every time you turn on your computer and you resync to the blockchain, you help verify transactions. But yeah, dogecoin.com.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
If you want it on Bitcoin, bitcoin.org, they have it there. If you want to do it on Bitcoin and run a Bitcoin node. So on bitcoin.org, if anyone's interested running a node, you go on bitcoin.org, and then there's a little setup there. And you got options, and it's going to say, what kind of wallet do you want? If you say mobile wallet, it's not going to give you the option to run a node. But if you want desktop wallet, you click that, you get some options there. And some desktop wallets offer hardware wallet support or operate as full nodes. And that's what you want to do. So you either want to do the Linux, Apple, or Windows. And if you say you're on Windows, you click that. They ask you if you're new, if you're experienced. Let's click new. They make it pretty easy. But yeah, bitcoin.org is where you'll find all that stuff. And for Dogecoin, dogecoin.com. Or if you want the wallet where you can play games, it's My Doge on the app.
Dbloc, do you think we're going to go back down to 102,800, that low? And if we do, what would be your assessment from there?
I think he stepped away for a second.
Oh, he's away? All right.
His chart is looking pretty much what you're asking. I mean, I don't see any signal towards 102 right now, unless we get an invalidation.
Yeah, well, when we got that volume stop on the 15-minute, the first time we hit 102.800, we made that low. Dbloc seemed pretty confident at that point. So, yeah, just, considering a double bottom at that level or just continuation.
Me, I'm hoping we hold here. If not, it's all good. But I'm thinking 102, anything under 102. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. 100. This is an interesting scenario. I mean, I'm thinking anything under 101,555. We're going to break structure and retest 98, 97 area. I always say 97.5. But I'm on the bullish side of things, and I think right now is just a shakeout. We made a higher low on the pivot point on the hourly, 4 hour, 6 hour. Everything's still looking bullish on the weekly, on the monthly, even on the daily. It still looks okay to me. Yeah, it could be a potential topping formation, but I see that with that lower low we made on the daily for June 6th and June 5th, the tweezer bottom, I think that's enough. That's a beautiful tweezer bottom we got on a daily, June 6th, June 5th. That's the apex, I think, pivot point of this whole move. That's going to hold support. I don't even think we're going to get that close to 101 if we get to 102. But yeah, I'm on the camp that we stay up here, and that tweezer bottom kind of is rejecting everything to go a little bit lower below 102. It's just, it looks very bullish, that tweezer bottom on the daily. And it's a pretty high tweezer bottom too. If you see, it's like relatively still within the bull flag on a daily. It doesn't really reach the post unless you look at another wick, but it's up there, you know. It's above 100K, double bottom. It's like what everyone's looking for. It's like, could we please get some kind of bullish reversal looking thing on top of 100K on a daily? All the bulls were begging for it that I saw on the timeline. They got it. So we got it. Let's see what we could do with it.
So a lower low below 100,400, but still above 100K would make those people happy and also wreck enough people. Yeah, I like your idea. Topping formation above 100K. Bottoming formation above 100K.
Yeah, I mean, on the daily, it's beautiful. I mean, yeah, it's not a perfect tweezer bottom. It's lower. You know, the first one has a lower. It's not a perfect double bottom either, but the bodies of the candles are perfect. If you look at the bodies, it's pretty much double bottom on the body.
Yeah, I mean, it could even be here, right? Because of the low on 31st of May, that last day of May. Bitcoin built support around 103. Looks like it's respected a bit on the way down here. At least for 6 hours now. In the end, the sell-off slowed down after Europe closed, like 45 minutes after Europe's close. And since then, we're really doing not much volume-wise or even price action-wise. We did fail to retest 105.5 though. Got a bit short at 105.3. There's some unfinished business up there. Actually, the unfinished business is much higher. It's at 110 and above. It should attract price once people run out of Bitcoin.
Yeah, Drew, by those tweezer bottoms that you're talking about on the daily, that's also, if you look at the 4-hour RSI, completely reset, down to the oversold region up there. And there's a hidden bullish divergence going on there too. As price climbed up from that 77 up to 100, and then you got the RSI falling while price is climbing.
Nice, nice. Good look. Yeah, I like this 4-hour too. Even candle wise, this 4-hour does not bother me one bit yet.
Because it's a high low. There's the symmetrical triangle idea. Is it bad? Like, we wicked below it, but we came back inside it now. So I guess the fake out below the triangle kind of already happened, and the 4-hour closed back inside it. The problem is, the third touch isn't clean. If you connect on the daily, on the 4-hour, if you connect the two previous lows, was thinking maybe we'd hold on the third touch. Actually, we didn't. But the candle body did, but not the wick. So, well, we're still inside the triangle. Well, a potential symmetrical triangle. And if the fake out downward part is done, well, it's going to be time to do the fake out upward and and then do the real move down. It's a bit too small, though. Yeah, actually, we didn't fake out because we didn't close any candles below hers. Never mind. Yeah, there's bullish divergence with 13th of June low. There isn't yet with 5th of June 100k low. But even that is bound to happen here unless we also put a lower low.
I heard earlier that I needed an intro, Dbloc, so I can't wait to hear what kind of music you come up with.
I'm looking at this right as Bitcoin dumping. That's a nice little candle.
It looks like that little M might just sweep the liquidity at 104 measured move, and then possibly maintain bullish structure if we stay above that downtrend.
Well, USDC, so it's backed by government bonds, right? I remember last year there was that political debate about the debt ceiling and should we make it bigger in order to be able to pay people, you know. What happens if one day they block it, like after midterms and all, I guess? Like they don't increase the debt ceiling and America defaults a bit, like, you know, for a few months maybe, where they're like out of money, they don't pay people, and couldn't that affect? Would that depeg USDC basically? I want to put an alarm in time also, and well, maybe that could be a good plan. Because in the end, when you ask for your dollars back, Circle has to get them, has to sell bonds, right? So right now everybody's happy they're buying government bonds, but when you exit, you're selling government bonds. And if the government defaults and doesn't have money to give to people selling bonds, yeah, that would depeg USDC, right? At least during the lockdown period. Like if it takes these politicians a month to agree to increase the debt ceiling, then we could see volatility in USDC during that month, no? But USDT backed by housing. So in the end, the question is, do you trust more housing or government bonds, right? Also, if the Fed cuts, that should weaken Circle Company, right? If we end up at 0% interest rates or even negative interest rates, again, because Powell cut too late and there's deflation and this and that, then Circle is not going to be willing to buy government bonds because the return is going to be bad, and they'll probably put it into some riskier stuff. And ooh, gonna be all of this is going to be very fun to monitor. Yeah, right now with interest rates at 5%, that's not anytime soon. But hearing Powell cut rates should put a bit downward pressure on Circle.
Not really getting anywhere, are we?
Ready to go.
Dump it more.
I don't know if we're gonna be dumping anymore. I think it's still pump season, my friend.
Yeah, I just woke up. Is there any brand new news? What didn't Iran say that something was gonna happen tonight? Is that already up?
Wait, your mic's either really low or my thing's messed up. Mic check.
Yo, can you hear me?
There you go. All right, I can hear you better now. What'd you say?
No, I was just wondering if I just woke up. I was wondering if Iran or any new development happened. I thought they were supposed. They said they were gonna do something historical tonight.
I mean, everyone's waiting for something big, but who knows? I'm still thinking no matter what happens, I think Bitcoin's gonna be fine.
I'm looking at maybe a drop down to 97.
What's going on, y'all? Just getting back home. I'll be on in a minute. Damn, this thing has been slow motion.
What up?
They put me to sleep. I fell asleep for like 2 hours, and I woke up. I'm like, what did I miss? And it's like
Good,
the
man.
same price.
But yeah, Iran's still, they're still doing the strikes from the air right now. And last thing Trump said, he's like, we're seeking a real end. I don't know what that means, but it's
On
everyone's flexing right now.
on the 1 month, the liquidity map says there's 250 million below this low, I think.
All right, I'll be back on, guys. I gotta finish doing some shit, but I'm back now. Bitcoin still look healthy. That's all I'm worried about. We never invalidated that W. Nice little slow motion build out of the right side of this thing.
Hey, Dbloc. I wanted to ask you earlier, how confident are you in the low that we set at 12.8 when we got that volume stop on the 15? And what would your sort of assessment be if we came down there? What would you be looking for?
Yeah, I see 240 million in liquidations at 103.2 on the 1 month.
So, were there any confirmed sources besides Mario Newfall that Iran did say that there's going to be an event that the world remembers for a century tonight? Or is that just Mario Newfall? Me, I personally think Mario Newfall is the agent. He has a funny name, Newfall. But don't get me started with my conspiracy theories. Can of worms.
When I search up war news, I'm seeing 1 hour ago, Israel-Iran war enters 6th day. What we know so far.
See, the thing I am worried about, desperate situations call for desperate measures, and if a country gets desperate, you never know what sources they have. I mean, I don't want to get spooky, but
Yeah, just right now everyone's thinking, will it end or will it not?
they might have some dirty bombs. And another funny thing, earlier I saw some articles that Iranian state TV was off the air, but these sources from Mario Newfall say this was from Iranian television, had issued a cryptic message basically. And there was no additional context given. They just said it was from Iranian state TV. Now, do you guys think if they test fire a nuke, you think that would be big enough, like a big event, just a test fire of a nuke?
Who? What are we talking about?
They probably, I
When
don't
are we
know.
talking about touchdowns?
Breaker 1-9. Smokey on the loose. Bears are getting cooked.
How about now? Can you hear me better now? How about now? Can you hear me better now?
Yep, a little bit better, but yeah, we can hear you.
Who are we talking about test fire?
I was just saying, would that be a scenario that they might be talking about? Because Iran's supposed to do something that the world's never going to forget for a century. What if it's a nuclear test fire?
Why would they test one if they like? At that point, you're just like asking for more, or you're instigating something instead of just striking, right? If I mean, I think in terms of for their people, yeah, but I do understand the position of like, if you surrender, then like, what was the point in the first place, right? So I'm like, and I'm not talking like about opinions about who or what, just strictly from a
Look,
leadership standpoint.
everybody. I mean, I don't think anyone's surrendering. So that's I don't think they're going to surrender. I think they're going to keep pushing the envelope. Everyone's going to keep pushing and keep it perpetual beef. The beef is just going to continue until invasion happens, probably. U.S. even U.S. intelligence saying they don't have nuclear weapons yet.
Here's
Well, they're saying that Pakistan or China might have gave them some. That's what they're saying.
And here's the thing, though, right? If they did test fire a nuke, they expose their position, or at least a silo, right? And they make a target out of that. Now, maybe as a distractionary tactic or as a way to draw fire to figure out positions, but I don't think it's that kind of a war or engagement, you know? Like, this is much more cultural and ideological and like history based than like this is,
No,
you know.
I don't think that's. I think it's more something current instigated that is using history beef just to fuel the fire. Basically, it's the gas to fuel the fire. But I think it's something that's instigated, whether
really
it's
about
by us,
money and it's
whether
about
whether it's instigated by the UK or some agencies, maybe some international agencies. But it feels like the beef's instigated, just like a lot of the I don't even the Ukraine beef with Russia. I don't think, like, if it was just between them two back in the day, even with like the Iron Maiden situation, they'd be good. But since there's other parties that like to meddle in between, especially from the United States, things usually hit the fan. And I think that's what the United States wants in a way.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I would say it's also like in some ways a proxy war. It was definitely or it feels to me to be a proxy war from one side that is now going into a proxy war from multiple ends, right?
My bad. I just felt like I had to close my door when I'm talking this loud about this stuff.
I mean, it's a completely reasonable thing to do. There's a lot of people affected by this, and I'm not meaning to sound callous or anything about it because it is a terrible and painful occurrence for a lot of folks. So
I'm in Canada, and yesterday Carney and Zelensky made a deal, and apparently Canada's given $240 billion more to Ukraine.
Damn.
And what do we think about Trump being a Jew? I don't want to start up too much talk, but
He's a Christian, ain't he?
no, he's a Jew.
He's not Jewish.
He's not. I think he's Judeo-Christian. I think
he's not. Yeah, he's not Jewish.
His
He's
son
more yarmulke. There's out of respect when
No,
he goes to Israel.
he
to
has.
defense.
Yeah,
out of respect.
exactly.
But a lot of you don't have to be Jewish to wear a yarmulke out of respect.
I saw this video of them.
His son-in-law is Jewish. The one that married his daughter.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
I saw this video. I think it was a Jew talking about how, and Trump's standing right beside him, and he's saying, Trump's the first Jewish president of America. And then he smiles and everybody laughs and claps.
I think it's some sort of Christian Judeo connection. I think that's why.
I'm sure it's pretty easy to find out. I'm not going to search it for you guys, but he's not Jewish.
That is definitely a thing. Like I don't know if I would call it Judeo specifically, but there is definitely like Christian support for the Israeli state, from a funding and a fundraising and charity level. And you can make your opinions from there about things. I'm not really comfortable making opinions if that's. I just don't know. You know, I can't tell you other than beyond like tracing the money and seeing who is benefiting from things, which that's always what it is with with most wars, I would say, right? There's always someone making money off of it. There's always some strategic advantage to some ally that may not. Well, these days at least, everything's a little bit proxy, if not fully proxy. So it goes, right? It's a big industry.
Yeah, maybe he's not, but I saw all this stuff about him being the first Jewish president of America, apparently.
Let me guess, on TikTok?
No, I don't have TikTok, Instagram, YouTube.
Close. What, love letter? Ooh, I love me some love letters.
Eight years ago on YouTube, Washington Post posted a video. Trump visits the Western Wall, and he's got this little hat thing on.
Yeah, I saw him rock one a few times when he would like go to Israel or something. Sacred sites, like I think they make you wear them at some of those places. I guess they were like, "Oh, we forgot one thing. We need to scoop up a Bible real quick." Man, that's funny.
I thought they used the same book for the last so many years. I thought pretty darn sure. Drew.
In the scripture, it says not to swear on anything. Like, it says don't swear on God or anything. Yeah, man.
Hey, there you go. Respect, brother.
So what is it, like 5 o'clock in Iran right now? In the morning, 6 in the morning, something like that. So were they talking about tonight as in tonight for them or tonight for Israel? Because they said
That's a good
tonight.
point.
What tonight are they talking about?
You could have some missiles on the way slowly.
I'm hoping we push down farther.
What you think, Drew? What you think?
Thinking stock market might get tossed around a little bit. Some alts are going to get tossed around, but I think Bitcoin's going to be resilient through all this. I'm still my Doge.
I hear that.
I haven't sold this whole dip. Like I've been holding. I added to my position, so I'm chilling. I'm just growing my coin count.
98,000, 97,000 is kind of the lowest I'd want to go if we dip farther.
I owe my girlfriend some money, but it is what it is because I got more Doge, baby. Let's go.
I'm good, dude. You don't need to pay me back. And
Yeah, a little bit later.
you're still holding that position from maybe long time ago when you went all in on Doge, and I said, really? It was
Well, I've been
months.
scalping. I've been in and out, but I got a bunch more now because I've just been scalping it and DCing at the same time. I've been jumping into ETH a little bit, back and forth, Doge, ETH, playing with that.
Man, I haven't touched Doge since Doge touched me.
I'm underwater though because my biggest buys were at like 22, 23 cents. Those were my biggest buys.
What have we? Yeah, we've seen like 19 on the load. Then since then, it's all good. It's a couple pennies.
Yeah, it's at 17 right now.
Is it? Yeah, okay. Dang. I got all hyped up this morning thinking long. Then took a short on Pepe and learned that Steven shouldn't use leverage.
Uh-oh. Steven's in the dark side.
Nah, I tried. I did well, but it's just not worth my sanity, my vision, my sleep.
Were you using 125x?
On a few quick, larger positions, yeah. But would properly set stop losses, which there's a lot to it when you got multiple positions. Just trying it out. It was all free money on that KCX app, so whatever. But yeah, a lot more wins than L's, but the L's were big.
Yeah, man. Last night I was almost in on a perfect short from the top there at 109, and I closed my position right before the tweet dropped. And then price just started plummeting, and I just missed out on the whole thing because it was nighttime.
Yeah, I heard that earlier. It's all good though. You know?
My alt bag is so cooked right now.
I put out some fake news earlier. It looks like they're back on air. Actually, it wasn't fake news. It was just they were only off air a little bit. I think it's IRIB-TV1. That's Iran's main government television channel. It's also known as Shabakayek or Channel 1. Seems like it's the longest running, oldest television channel in Iran, launched in 1958. Nothing's really popping right now. There's some pics on Twitter. There's people from Iran and Israel. They're both posting pics and videos about other info on attacks on each other's country, basically. But it's some of it's like old footage from other nights. But they're saying there's more open air attacks tonight right now going on. So what I'm hearing, this is, let me see, what's this via? That the White House issued a full lid for the evening. That means that the president will not be making any public appearances, statements, or on-camera remarks for the rest of the day. And a lid is what White House press secretaries used to indicate that there will be no news coming out if the White House, the presidential campaign can also call a lid when their candidate does not plan any more public events or appearances for the rest of the day. It can also be called a full lid, and a lid can be called at any time of the day and is an important signal for journalists, photographers, and other members of the press who need to know whether they will need to cover any more events of the day. So I think they call it a lid, so there's not going to be any more official, I think, announcements unless it's like a declaration of war. Well, at least a declaration that, okay, the United States has to get involved. They're going to say because they're not listening, that they're shooting either Americans.
Fox News posted a video 55 minutes ago. Iranians missed the opportunity of a lifetime.
To live.
Well, I see it like 5 hours ago. It says, yeah, like I guess, because I guess 5 hours ago, Trump calls for Iran's unconditional surrender, and like they're not surrendering, I guess, or whatever. I don't know.
It's like 4 or 5 in the morning. They're sleeping. Everyone's sleeping there right now. They're not doing nothing.
Not doing anything except we're seeing reports based on the last bits of text that came out there yesterday evening. Now the king or whatever he did come out with a statement saying that he's about to take over,
Look, my bet.
take his land back. Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. I thought you were done. Go ahead. My bad. I thought you were
Yes,
finished.
sir. Go ahead.
My bet, like if there was a poly market on it, it's that they do got some kind of dirty bomb or something big, a megaton bomb or something crazy like that. And
Yeah, it seems to me
I
like
think
it's just escalating.
yeah, it escalated. The thing with China also, is like China telling all its people to get out. Like that was a serious message. China probably got some pretty good intel. So they probably know that Iran has something big. It's probably not a nuke, but it doesn't mean
Plasma.
they don't have some big megaton bomb. You know what I'm saying? Like
Like
so,
plasma.
a
A
dirty
plasma.
bomb, yeah, like a megaton bomb or something dirty. Like I don't know.
Yeah, there's crazy yeah, yeah. Their enrichment programs. That's what Trump is really saying. I'm sure of it because that's been his stand is that you stop, we regulate, you give access to United Nations to make sure you're not continuing your enrichment program, you fucking idiots.
Hey, what's your language?
Oh, apologize, I do. Yeah, I don't know. I really hate this going on. I
Yeah,
don't.
but at the same time, like we also, it's like, all right, we're making it like the boogeyman. It's like we kind of created the boogeyman. Like, who are we to say, like, if they want to do nuclear energy, it doesn't mean they're trying to make a nuke. Like, did we put them to trial? Do we know that? Like, is this just instigated? So, like, I'm on both sides right now. I'm not on like I'm trying to keep it neutral, and I think both sides are screwing up massively right now. And someone needs to come in like Bob Marley, light up a fatty, and just smack everyone in the head real quick. But
2 wrongs never make a right.
But you're right.
exactly.
What we don't
And
know is so abundant. So calling this and that, this and that, and this and
Pretty
that.
pretty childish stuff when it comes down to it.
What history?
yeah, but we saw what happened before. We saw with Saddam Hussein. We didn't find weapons of
All
mass
the war
destruction.
stuff, it's like just like it's all set up.
And I think history repeats itself where it rhymes. So something similar to what happened then. We went into Iraq. We didn't find the weapons of mass destruction, but we had the narrative. That's all they needed. The narrative live. They get the support. They get the funding to be able to do what they got to do,
Yeah,
whatever
man.
that mission is. And it's a mission usually not involving votes of the U.S. citizens, but it's their agenda. And if they're doing it right, that would be cool. But a lot of these things aren't being done right, and it's like so. There's going to be blowback, and innocent people get hurt, and that's what sucks. It's like, all right, if you signed up to be in the military and you're repping your country, you're gonna possibly get hurt. But just being a bystander, that's where it sucks, man. There's too many bystanders getting hurt in this, and it could get crazy. Like if they do a dirty bomb in Israel, man, I just hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Well, it's the internet. Like many years ago, the internet wasn't there, so people wouldn't have the same reaction. Well, they got the message more clearly, you know.
Cowardly.
Yeah, I don't know, because the war still happens, so it's still all messed up. Not good.
Not good, but do you guys think Bitcoin? Do you guys think?
Yeah,
Do you
that's
guys
a
think
little good.
if things pop off though, do you guys think like the crypto market's going to be fine?
Yes.
So do I.
Yeah. I believe that
Yeah, I think so.
tomorrow morning's a big morning for the rates. That's gonna lead us into um there's gonna be a push in crypto, in my opinion. Regardless of what's happening. If you think there's not a war going on, there is. We are war, just not able to. All right, so
I
throw
think
in
the
But we got
market
crypto,
beast
we're
is
gonna be
coming
all
soon.
right. In the worst times of fear and uncertainty, um, things tend to cyclically work out.
Isn't
Very,
Powell's,
very quickly.
didn't Powell's thing get pushed too since Thursday's or when's the holidays? When's Juneteenth on the 19th? Is that fall on Thursday? When's Powell speaking? Or Powell tomorrow?
Tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m.
Interesting. Okay.
And he should. I mean, we have to cut rates because we're losing power in the dollar, and I can't believe I just said that. But
I think
I think a push in crypto, like a very strong push. In my opinion, Ethereum has the most push to it to make uh, mm, crypto even stronger. Crypto strong as it is. Agree?
I think ETH is a good play. It's like right now you can see the big boys have been stocking up, so it's gonna
Yes,
have it's gonna be around this rest of the market, you know. So at least this cycle.
and with the EU doing what they're doing with digital assets and the acceptance and the research and development of it and how they're going to integrate it, and then we're sitting back waiting on one gentleman who can't so much think outside the box, but he's doing his job well. If you get rid of crypto, what is he doing? He's how to do what he only knows how to do. And the only way we could fix is those rate hikes. You know, now if we get a 0.5% to a point taken
Well,
tomorrow,
see, I
we
think Powell's. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I think we'll see a strong push in all markets
Yeah,
because
I think.
half to 1% changes so much. Good.
Yeah, my bad. I think Powell. He's a professional, but with all this stuff and all this beef that Trump has been pushing, what do you call him? A numbskull. Called him a few more names. And
Yeah.
I don't think Powell's going to do anything out of spite because he's a professional. But I
Yes.
think he's going to be biased to do something out of spite. You know what I'm saying? Like he's still professional, but if he has
Because
any
he
say,
can't think outside the bun. He can't.
yeah, but if he has any say in his decisions, I think he will do something out of spite of Trump calling him a numbskull.
Then what happens? Trump
And then Trump
strongly
will.
stiff
I think
arms him
Trump
and
strategically will
literally
listen to
gets
this.
rid
Well,
of.
hold on. Listen to this. Strategically, Trump called him a numbskull because Trump knows this. And this is some 3D chess, you know, that actually the whole thing is it would be better and give them more time to do whatever they're doing, which sounds odd if they didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, if because it could be like Trump's almost reverse psychology, not Powell, but the public in a way by doing that. I don't know if that made
thinking
sense.
it's opposites.
Did that make any sense? Like the strategy?
It did. It's push and pull. Yeah, like yeah, because Trump making it look like they're kind of button heads, kind of thinking differently, but yet
If it
still thinking the same damn thing in bed.
and if it doesn't work out, Trump could always point the finger. The administration could still point the finger. It's like, look, these guys are to blame. They know they're not going to get the numbers anyway. So now, by calling them a numbskull, it pushed it because they know they weren't going to get what they needed, even if the numbers were probably going to be better for them. So by this way, it gives them a little bit of buffer in front of the public and whatever next moves they got to make. And they're like, all right, they can point the finger now. It's like, oh, it's because of that. When really, there's some other things that might have not been working in the mechanism.
No, maybe.
Push it back?
Just
I don't
simple
think
me. I
so.
mean, they it's a meeting every day.
Maybe historically.
This is a scheduled, you know, and there's a bomb threat or fire in the building, but they it's just a meeting. He's gonna give a few minutes after his talk with his closed room talk, and then he's talking to. Oh, I'll be back.
What's the word, good people? What's going on, YouTube? What's good, Discord?
I just sent a bomb ass letter to the lawyer I'm suing.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna need some depends after he reads this one.
What's good, chat? Yeah, we're chopping. We haven't moved since I left.
Yo.
Yeah, man, price is boring right now.
Yeah, I'm not even mad at it. Foreign is good. They could have ripped this shit down if they wanted to, in my opinion. I would like to tell y'all that the choppiness is going to get better, but we're going into the mother of all choppiness into this FOMC meeting, so. And sometimes
It's
it's
gonna get
not a
predatory.
sometimes it's not a bad idea to be on the sidelines, especially if you're not if you don't have a couple of these FOMCs under your belt. Idea to just
Hey,
chill
man.
out.
So what did you say about that liquidity at 103,200? What do you think about that? I see there's about 240 million liquidations on the 1 month.
Yeah, but there's billions of liquidations above. There's liquidity all over the place. The question is how much of these guys live. Remember, what we're talking about is how many of these positions, these long positions underneath us get to live. Remember, they don't all get taken. You know, if that was the case, we'd be worried about the 24 at 80,000. But for the most part, there's way more liquidity above. If you come out, the longer you go, the more liquidity you get underneath. But these
Yeah, that's
guys
just the
are,
question on my mind right now.
yeah.
Are we gonna have another dip or are we not?
I mean, I can tell you how I've been playing it. I've been playing it like every higher low is the lowest low that we're gonna get. And I've been doing it for a little bit. So like, at 74, right? When we were down here at 74, I played it like the lowest low. And this is when we got into our M2 takeoff and our go zone. I played this as if it was the lowest low. I've played every low after it as if it's a higher low. Every single one. And I've yet to regret it. And this will just be a lower low. Or not even, right? A higher low, I should say. What I meant to say, my bad. Playing every higher low.
Like, could wouldn't it? Oh no. So like, if it took that low there at 103, it wouldn't be a higher low anymore.
Yeah, our major low was 100, meaning any retracement that I get that finds a support above 100, I'm in, right? Got in on 102.6, and I swung at 103. So far, we're still putting in higher lows. Just spooky because we're doing it with all types of FUD. Right, so like we'll have an effect and then it'll recover, and then something else will happen and we'll have an effect and then it'll recover. But we've slowly climbed our ass above 100K from 74 through all the bullshit. I still have money left in case it goes lower, right? I'm hedging against being wrong. I'm hedging for the possibility of something crazy being announced that we haven't even considered yet. You know what I mean? And price dropping. But if you're asking me technically if the chart has a reason to go any lower, I don't see it. We sniped the hell out of that 74, Serbo. Most of y'all weren't here when we sniped 49, but we did 49 just as dirty as we did 74. On both occasions, we had the highest level of FUD imaginable at macro support. Which, just to sort of throw that in now, it's exactly what we're sort of looking at here. High levels of FUD at support, for the most part, have never led me astray. And, you know, the thing about FUD, people think, well, it's got to be fake news to be FUD. No, it don't. That's the F part, right? The fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Right? Fear, uncertainty, doubt. This is capital FUD that we're going through right now. This happens to be real.
Yeah, man, I'm young. I'm only 21. I've only been trying to learn how to leverage trade for about a year.
How long have you been trading?
Like about a year.
Okay.
Like,
So you started leverage trading right out the gate.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's what I was trying to put together.
Well, no. So like when I was turning of age 19, I was then able to buy crypto, and then so I bought some spot and then held, and then I just for the past year I've been looking into leverage trading and trying to figure it out.
My only piece or suggestion, I should say, because it's
And
not
just trading,
advice,
period.
but my only suggestion is make sure, especially at your age, that you're stacking. Because you're young enough to make it through a bunch of cycles, which means you're young enough to be looking at Bitcoin at, you know, 1 mil, 2 mil, 3 mil, thinking about that 100K
Yeah, man,
Bitcoin you could have bought. You know what I mean? So like,
yeah,
don't
man.
get too caught up in the fast money, bro. That's just life advice.
Oh, I know.
Don't get too
I
caught up
know,
in the
but
fast money. You got a lot of time in front of you, which means that you can stack and be
yeah,
straight. You know what I mean? Retire
yeah,
while
that's how
everybody
I've
else is
been.
still struggling.
That is what I do. I try to stack, but then like I'll just take a little bit of like $50 or whatever and try and learn.
Yeah, bro,
Like
you
I've been trying
got
to learn market structure and stuff
10
a lot.
cycles ahead of you. I mean, you know, knock on wood. You don't do anything crazy like jump out of airplanes and shit, but you're good, bro. The only way to screw this up is to wreck your account and not be here, not still be in the game. You know what I mean?
Well, wait, you say 10 cycles?
Yeah, I mean, 4 years, you know,
Yeah, well,
that's
I don't
40
know.
years. You'll be well retired by then.
Well, like what's the date today?
What? Today's date?
What's the date today
17,
of what year?
2025?
2025 since when?
Bro,
Bro, are
where
you
are
a
you all
time
right?
Since
traveler, bro?
when?
Are you a time traveler?
No.
Who's the president? My man's
I'm
freaking
just
out.
saying.
He's like, hold on a second.
I'm just trying to get a point across. Like you're saying, we have 10 more cycles, but like so we're 2025 years since the birth of Jesus, right?
Bro, where are you going with this?
I just don't believe that we have 10 more cycles like that. We're on the brink of World War III right now, you know,
my
like
God. You're way too
pretty
young
big
to be
time.
worried about the end of the world.
Yeah, man. Every generation has been saying the same thing, and they're still having babies, and we're all good.
Planet been
Well,
trying to take
yeah,
us
like
out
All good.
forever.
We're
I don't
not.
want to get all into it and stuff, but
Put it this way, just make sure that you don't trade like if you're going to be dead in 10 years. Pretend you're going to be here for 40 and trade like that, and then hold whatever thoughts you have. You know what I mean? Like, live your
yeah,
life
my
however,
view
but
is that potentially within the next decade could be the return of Jesus.
oh, well, then it won't matter how much Bitcoin you're holding, right?
Exactly.
Nothing to worry about then. Either way, you're good.
But like I'm focused on Bitcoin because I feel like I don't know, I just see all this stuff about taking over the financial system, right? And then I feel
Yo,
like
what if he just comes
it'll
back
get
and what if he comes
so
back and he goes on you because you're gambling?
so before Jesus returns, it says about this mark getting forced at like everyone on the world will have to receive this mark and no one will be able to buy or sell unless they receive this mark. So I just see like the money system becoming online and going towards that.
So then why are you here? Like, wouldn't this be what you're trying to avoid?
Well, no, because God's plan and it's gonna happen.
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna stop it, whether I'm like trading. It's not gonna stop it from happening. Just when it comes time to take the mark that they're forcing, I know that I'm not gonna be taking it.
I hear you.
You're not taking it, but you're already holding it and you're cherishing it without even knowing it.
No, it says like
Don't put the battery in his back,
it
Drew.
says you'll have to
Bad enough
receive
as
it
it
in
is.
your right hand or forehead.
It's in your right hand right now. You're holding it.
Stop doing that, then,
It's a
man.
little different. There's some more stuff, prophecy that has to play out before this.
If you don't get the mark, then you can't trade.
Before this happens, there's
So
gonna
the
be
mark of the
one
beast
man,
is
and he's gonna.
KYC?
Before this happens, there's gonna be one man, and he's gonna take. There's gonna be one kingdom rule the whole world, and it's gonna be ruled by one man, and this man's gonna force this mark.
I sense the chat police coming around, reminding us to keep religion out the chat.
Well, I'm just trying to be respectful.
Yeah, man. It's not. It's not even. It just is what it is, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. It's not even religious, in my opinion.
I know, but the problem is that when you give your opinion, then 30 other people want to give their opinions, and then you get offended.
Yeah.
So
I know. I
it's
get it. I'm
best to
sorry.
not
I'm
even,
sorry.
yeah.
But
But
yeah,
hey, every
crazy
man
time.
needs a
Crazy
code,
time for
man.
living it.
Every man needs a
Crazy
code.
time for living it.
Different strokes,
Yo,
different
tonight I'm
folks,
gonna trade
Hoover.
like this. Tonight I'm gonna trade like there's no tomorrow. Let's go.
I'm not trying to bring up like religion or anything, but don't you think it's weird that all the like these doomsday clocks and stuff, pretty eerie that it kind of lines up with a lot of the end time prophecies.
Well, listen, we all think it's 2025. Since when? Since Jesus was birthed.
What's your point? You tried to make that point earlier. I'm trying to figure out what the point is.
Well, like, we're all saying we're not trying to bring religion into it, but like every day we say 2025, and like, you know,
Because of the
just
Gregorian
has not.
calendar.
It's not even religion. It just is what it is.
Yo, if they would have killed Jesus in an electric chair, would we all be wearing electric chairs around our necks? Or is the cross something else?
Drew, stop flaming the. Just you
I
see
don't
me
know
trying
what
to
you're
stop
getting
it.
at.
Like,
I don't
stop
know what
putting the
you're getting
battery
at.
in their back, bro.
My bad. All right, I'll pull back.
I heard somebody say
Everybody
something
has the
about
right
that
to believe
doomsday.
what they want to believe. Just don't try to make other people believe what you believe, and then we'll be good.
Word. I heard somebody say something about that doomsday plane flying around. I just hope you guys understand that thing is always flying around the United States.
And this doomsday clock has always gone under a minute every time there's any sort of problem in the Middle East at all.
Word. Yeah, I don't see anything to be alarmed. It kind of seems like it's a little manufactured to me.
There you go, Cordy. Believe in the 4-year cycle. Everything else requires proof. Any whales out there listening at any moment, feel free to buy a couple thousand Bitcoin. I mean,
So what? Trump's saying like Iran can't have nuclear weapon, blah blah. What if they have a nuke and they like use it? That'd be crazy.
you're talking about the U.S. intelligence and Israeli intelligence forces. There's nothing that they don't know.
Yeah, well, like that's what I mean. Like, what if he's saying, oh, they can't have a nuke, can't have a nuke, all this stuff about them not having a nuke over all these years. So,
I mean,
what if they have a nuke? That's crazy. What if they
it's
use
not
it?
just
That'd be
nukes that
wild.
do a lot of damage. People are forgetting about dirty bombs, megaton bombs. Like there's other things that could fly under the radar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
man.
Twitter is talking about we're gonna go that the U.S. is gonna nuke. I'm like, bro, are you kidding me? The U.S. doesn't even have to dip into its like S-class inventory. It can go in there with its default inventory and go crazy.
Yeah, they'd be like, "Oh, what do we have laying around? We're not going to use."
Bro, they can go clear the stock.
Let's make some room for new merchandise.
Yeah, Serbo, easy. And I mean, it's not. I'm not. It's. I don't want it to sound like bragging because it's my government does not, my opinion, represent me as a civilian, but it is what it is.
Facts.
Wow, even the tape is black. This shit feels like it's, well, it feels like exactly what it is a day before FOMC. So we'll be watching live tomorrow. I'll stream it. Stream the press conference at 2:30. Again, we're not expecting a rate cut, so that's fine. I'm gonna be listening like a hawk to see if he says anything about QT though.
What would be worst case scenario?
A rate hike. He goes out there, with a he goes out there with a F Trump shirt and says we're raising rates and you can't do shit about it. Fight me.
He goes out there with an FTP
That'd
shirt.
be worst case scenario.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all.
Nah.
Yo, Dbloc,
Yeah.
can you put a poll in the chat? Like, I'm wondering if more people think tomorrow. I guess today is kind of already over, but I'm wondering if more people think tomorrow will be like lots of movement or no movement. Like, imagine tomorrow's super boring. There's no movement at all.
That might be an unfair poll for my chat because my chat has been through many FOMCs. But I'll throw it up so you can see it. That's the
It's
problem with the
FOMC.
polls sometimes. That like a Twitter poll is almost better sometimes because you get the normies in there, right? When you're in the chat poll, it's like for the most part, chat's educated. They've been through this. They kind of know what to expect. Unless we have like 600 people in here or something, right? We got a big influx of people, and then you can. But yeah, let's see.
Do you think there's gonna be a difference since Thursday the markets are gonna be closed? Is there gonna be more volatility, you think?
Might be a little bit less liquidity on Thursday, but that's not gonna affect the meeting. So hopefully we'll get a slowdown after the volatility in FOMC. But remember, tomorrow I expect to be our midweek reversal. So let's see if
That's what
Powell.
I'm looking for.
Yeah, let's see if Powell agrees with me. So
Yeah, like this whole week I've been expecting it to be like lots of movement after the decision, but like
before too.
I don't know.
Remember, we
Yeah,
get
I was gonna say before.
unemployment at 8 o'clock. So from 8 o'clock all the way to 2, we get to react off of unemployment numbers, and then comes FOMC. All right, poll up, guys. Will tomorrow be volatile? That'll let me know if I need to cover it or not.
I think he's going to be like, yeah, we've observed the numbers. We're still a little uncertain, but we're continuing to monitor. But we're starting to see that slow takeoff.
Yep.
Oh, I think it's going to be
Bro,
somewhere
you
along
gotta
those lines.
manifest it.
If we look at
We're
what
gonna switch to
the
QT.
Bank of Japan did, right? The Bank of Japan kept rates the same, but they cut QT. I found that very interesting.
Can you
But I don't
explain a
think
little
we're gonna
bit about?
copy that.
Can you explain a little bit, D-Block, about
It's
what
basically like the
QT
same
is?
thing that we're expecting, right? Like we're in quantitative tightening right now, which means that the
Which
Fed is
means
selling off assets off of its asset sheet. Right, when the Fed needs to stimulate, it prints money and it buys assets. That's quantitative easing. During quantitative tightening, they start selling off those assets. So that sell pressure that we get during quantitative tightening and the fact that the money printer isn't going creates like a bearish environment that risk on traders don't really like to trade through. So we usually wait for the Fed to announce that they're stopping QT, means they've already sold off all the assets they're going to sell and they're going to prepare to start buying assets. And that's like the go signal for the market. And that's without cutting rates, right? Cutting rates is obviously a go signal. If they cut rates, we're out of here. But even without cutting rates, if they just stop selling off, basically, to sort of relieve some of that sell pressure, because that money that they were selling off, we already slowed down QT. We were at $85 billion a month QT. Somebody's got an open mic. I can hear my, go to the gym. You got an open mic. We can hear your TV, bro. And I hear my own voice. It short circuits my brain. But yeah, so they already announced that we were slowing down. So we went from 80 to 5, and then we used that 80 to buy bonds, and now we're still selling 5 billion a month. So our last announcement that we're waiting for is that 5 billion a month is coming to a cease, and then we can assume that 5 billion is now getting put into the bonds or getting put into the market, and then usually 1 or 2 FOMC meetings away from that, they announce quantitative easing. And that's when money starts to flow. That's when the money printer go burr.
Right, and a good resource for that information outside of Google, obviously, is there like a government? Is it the what's it called?
Nothing better than the man himself, Powell. That's why
Powell,
we're stuck to him every time he comes out, right? Because the first time you're gonna hear about it is gonna be out of his mouth.
Gotcha.
That's why when the man
like
speaks, the market stops.
It looks like to me like every December Bitcoin's at a high, like it pumps, or like it's near the end of a pump, you know?
Yeah, because people sell off in December. It's not that it pumps per se, it's that it dumps after because people sell off for tax harvesting reasons. So December usually has a top attached to it of some sort. I use mostly Dex's Ape. I'm not really on centralized exchanges. I mean, I've got the same off ramps that the rest of Americans have. Crypto.com, freaking Robinhood. That's just for on ramp, off ramp though. They don't like me over there at Coinbase, so they don't really mess with your boy too tough at Coinbase. To those people. But for the most part, I do most of my transaction on Dexes.
Which one would you say is the good rated one that doesn't kill you in the fees with the DEXs? I heard you guys say earlier that it was like Jupiter was the one that charges the least.
I mean, some of them get better prices depending on how close they are to the liquidity pool, but it doesn't really make that big of a difference because the thing is on Dexes you're not paying fees, you're not paying transaction fees, you're paying gas fees, right? You're paying blockchain fees. So if you're transacting on ETH, you're gonna pay a high gas fee, right? It could be like $6, maybe it's $20 if the transactions are high, like the blockchain is sort of clogged. But Solana's almost nothing. Base is almost nothing for gas fees. A lot of low gas fee blockchains.
I'll tell you guys a story. I'll entertain you guys. For the first time, I was trading on weeks a couple weeks ago, and I wasn't trading with a lot of money. I had like 4K or something like that, and I was doing it like 200x, and my percentages were great, but because maybe I don't know, maybe it was that I didn't have enough leverage, or I didn't, I don't know what it was, but by the time I paid the fee and paid everybody, I had no profit, bro. And my percentage decals were like, how they give you that little sticker at the end, telling you what kind of percentages you gained, 30%, and I was like, wow, how can I make 30% on a trade and still walk away with nothing, So I'm still learning that aspect of it. I haven't ever really day traded up until maybe a couple of weeks ago. I was just a holder for a long time, and I did well.
That's scam weeks for you. It's probably terrible fills as well, especially
Really
if you
bad,
market
bro.
sold.
They get you coming in, going out on the top and the bottom, plus a fee.
Yeah, it was just, I was like, how did I make 38% and not walk away with like more than a couple of dollars when I was leveraging, $2-3 grand? I was like, I don't know, something's not right here. Then again, I didn't have a lot to leverage, so I was like, there's just something else here. I got to learn. I got to figure this out.
Hoover, I was saying that I buy mostly from Dexes. If I'll jump on exchange, excuse me. If I want to buy something on Ethereum that's already on centralized exchange for whatever reason, I'll buy it over there to not pay the gas fee because the transaction fee is cheaper than the gas fee, obviously. But for the most part, I'm getting into projects before they list on centralized exchanges, right? The blue chips that I'm holding now obviously have been around for a while, but at the beginning of the bull market, like an exchange can't do anything for me for the first year and a half of the bull run because nothing that I'm trading is even on exchange. The dexes depend on the blockchain, right? Like Trader Joe's for like AVAX or Kyber Swap. Kyber Swap's a good aggregator, right? So it'll work across all blockchains. And what it does is you tell it, I mean, you can tell it some random shit. Like I want to switch my Pepe for base Brett. And then when you look, it'll give you the route, and then it'll say, okay, for that we're gonna have to sell your Pepe into USDC. We're gonna have to move your USDC in the base. Then we're gonna have to buy it with base USDC. But it'll do it all for you, right? You don't have
Which
to
one is
know
that?
how
Dbloc?
to. It's called Kyber Swap. But remember, for dexes, you guys, you need hot wallets, and so that's a whole nother. Most of you are already good on that. During the bear market, we're definitely gonna focus on getting everybody set up with hot wallets so that you don't miss out on like opportunities. But it's a bit overwhelming for people when they first come in. Yeah, gambler. I try to be really early when it comes to narratives. Like this off the grid that just dropped. I've been following this thing since way before there was a coin, before the game was launched. We were talking about it in here maybe 2.5 years ago already. You just got to get in some VC circles. And the thing is that a lot of it's bullshit, right? What you have to see is at the end of the bear market, you got to see what projects actually survived and are working, actually doing something. They're not trying to raise money. Yeah, what's going on?
On the daily, so like we're trying to is it more likely that we're trying to find a bottom here and then for a move up to all-time highs then?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm more on the side that I'm more bullish. I think we're gonna have a massive
The
blow off
50
top here.
EMA, 50 EMA on the daily, if that holds,
Oh yeah,
all-time
okay.
highs is the next target.
I remember.
My target's $150, $175, bro. If nothing changes, right? No new bullish catalyst, no QE, no rate cut. Just if everything stays the way it is right now, I'm looking at $150. We start getting rate cuts and QE, and we start adding Bitcoin to that strategic reserve, then we can talk about higher possibilities. But
Yeah, man.
For this
These all seem
trading
to be
session, Asia's probably looking for the top of the range. Is that correct?
they're just creating
No,
a
we're
range
preparing,
right
man.
now. Yeah, they're creating a little range
Wait.
right now. We'll have to wait
So,
to see how UK reacts to it.
Dbloc, like with a structure like this, right? I know it's ascending, but if I invert it, do you think there could be another leg down? Could be,
Yeah, if we break. We haven't
but
really locked in any real bullishness here yet. I mean, we're above
either
the
the
50, but we're chopping for the most part.
yeah, that's the only reason why I'm bullish is because we're above the 50, right? It's trying to maintain itself above the 50.
I'm bullish
And
because we haven't
Debloc.
invalidated this W. This is it.
Okay, good.
My play for
All
this
right.
was that this was going to be the W. My move in here, my moving my stop loss up is saying if this fails, if this isn't a W, I don't want any parts of this play anymore. Right? Then I'll go back to trying to
Okay.
catch a falling knife.
Okay. Yeah, that's just so it's this range right here where we make a decision where we're headed, right?
Yeah, our bullish trigger would be 105 too, but most of the 200 EMA really. It's not going to be an easy run. We have a struggle. 800 EMA is right there. SR flip is right there, but we're stacked with liquidation. So
Yeah, I don't like the fact that the 200 is below the 800. That was like kind of a bullish move also. So it's like just it's a waiting game right now. All right. Yep. Just wanted to verify what's in my head.
yeah,
I just woke up, so like I didn't want to be too confident about where it's headed.
nah, you're good. The chart will tell us.
Because when I see most of the times, most of if it wasn't like go time, and if we didn't have like a timeline, like I would say like a structure like this would always fall like a waterfall. You know what I mean? Like past times.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same
Like,
time,
can we look at
we
that daily chart again?
I thought what chart again?
That daily chart you pulled up. So, like, what if we have a daily candle close in that range? Oh wait, it says no. We go lower than the bottom. Like, what if we have a daily close in that red
Not a problem,
and it can wick lower than the bottom?
but it can't close. Yep.
yeah.
And the
I
weekly
think we were
candle can't
discussing that.
even close. We don't even, the
Oh
weekly
yeah, like
candle cannot close inside the red box
so
because
right
that
now,
means
like
that
what
it
I'm
broke.
yeah. So what I'm thinking is like either this is the bottom or we're gonna have one more.
What it basically says is if there is a dip back into this range, it shouldn't last more than a couple days. Or in this case, it shouldn't last more than 4 days and 21 hours.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing start of the market. Like the daily can like do a little dancey dance underneath the 50 EMA. What we're hoping for the daily EMA, but what we're hoping for that even though it goes down there, like it should still close above it.
Yeah.
Just stay bullish. Right now it
And
looks pretty bullish.
our daily candle, and it's not even a requirement of the daily to close above the weekly close, right? This is for the weekly. But even the daily wicked back up and closed over.
Yeah, that was nice to
So
see
that
yesterday.
to me is bullish, right? Even if it would have been fine if it closed down here, it wouldn't have been like a dangerous sign or anything, but it's still closed
Yep.
above.
We were all surprised yesterday, last night my time.
I
Like
think
So
it'd be
had them.
super nice if somehow before the end of the week, like we could somehow close up above 112, that area 110. That'd be wild push. It finds its bottom and then just goes.
remember that we want the push to be sustainable. The reason that we're back down here is because we V-shaped. It's fun while it's happening, but when it gives it back,
Well, it's not that far away, only a couple thousand dollars. Like
yeah.
Bitcoin can move that like in no time, day or 2 days.
Yeah,
Not that
but what my point
not
is
that
that
long.
it's a difference between it going up in a straight candle or it making support and then going up and then making some more support and then going up and then making some more support. Because then it makes it harder for price to come all the way back down through that. If you just go up with one green vector candle to 112, I'm selling everything.
No, I'm saying like takes like maybe a couple days,
Yeah.
2-3 days maybe.
It might the answer to that would be like we can know more in terms of volume later on after FOMC. I think a lot of dry powder is waiting for later. Like we haven't seen Powell in a bit, you know what I mean? We haven't seen him headline like that kind of indicator in a
Because
while. So
because if you look on the weekly, the last week that big wick on the top, if we were to close above that, I think that would be super good.
yeah, we'll know more later. FOMC is later, so
Yeah.
let's see if that still matters and if there's other news that you know That could instigate a Thursday reversal.
Gambler, you can message me on Discord. All right, so Hoover, this is how I feel about it. I don't want him to say anything about QE. I want him to mention that they're ending QT, right? But I don't want him to say the words QE, and I don't want any of the reporters to ask him when QE. Give us at
I agree.
least give us at least a month of QT ending and letting us price in that QE is around the corner before you say something stupid like, we're just gonna plateau for, till 2026 or no QE until signs of recession, or just don't give them any opportunity to say any of that shit. And we'll be fine. The reporters are gonna ask nasty. Not only they're gonna ask, but they're not gonna take no for an answer. They're gonna ask 3 or 4 times.
What about Trump firing him or replacing him?
He can't. It's illegal. He can talk and he can wave his fists in the air. He can name who the next replacement's gonna be, but he can't get rid of him. Sean, at this point, I don't think there is any invalidation. I mean, I guess technically you could say if we pump above the weekly high that would invalidate it. But if we just get a lower high here or end up just going sideways, which I think we're probably going to do, I could see us coming up to 107, but I don't see us pushing too hard until FOMC. And at that point, we're already talking midweek reversal. So for the most part, our 3-day down is played out. Unless tonight and tomorrow just does something spectacular.
I'm kind of hoping for a drop down below the 103 or 100,300 because like it could potentially put in a bullish divergence on the 12-hour and the daily. Like right now, there's no bull divs really, and if it dropped down there, I would maybe be able to send it up quick if we got that confirmation. I don't know. And also, it'll hit through the 8-hour 200 moving average and the 12-hour maybe bounce off them.
I think we got the 12-hour bull div on the first drop to 100K on that drop.
You guys see the liquidations we have above us?
You said 8-hour?
A 12.
12-hour? No, I don't see bull divs. It just has a fast drop in it. It says it went to 36.2 on the RSI, and right now we're at 43.5, and there's no bull divs. The drop that was right there, that went to 102.5, only went to 44.4, and then this drop went to 43.5. So it went lower, invalidated it. So yeah, if it dropped down there, potentially the RSI could stay higher than what it was at the 103, 103, 100,300, and yeah, that might be good. Good situation play out.
Ethereum's gonna go crazy when it cuts through all these. The short squeeze is just begging.
What kind of is there? What kind of liquidity is down at 97? Can you see?
On what? Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Not a whole hell of a lot of orders underneath us. And those longs were already swept on that first run down to 100. We were looking at the liquidation heat map earlier. Whoever's at a photo shoot got an open mic.
Yod.
Yo.
Gold just hit its bottom finally on the 4-hour. Has 2 stopping volume candles. It's ready to rip. One more wartime goat announcement from Trump. I
Yeah,
think
I know,
this
right?
is ready to fly. Yeah, man. I think it's ready to break 3.5 finally. That was the last time it got rejected. 3.5 was the last time it got rejected. It's still building upwards. Let's see.
I don't want to be
On a bearish,
cynical, but we haven't even
yeah,
started peace talks, which means we haven't even had
yeah.
our first violation of the peace talks, which means we haven't even had our first retaliation to the violation of the peace talk. But gold has got some catalysts ahead of it still.
Yeah. Yesterday's low 13 EMA 1 day. Okay. Looking at a bunch of stuff.
I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I trying to figure out that whole Discord thing was a might
You're
as well
good,
be
brother.
split in an atom.
Bro, I feel
Yo,
you.
did anyone else
Yeah,
just
been
have
following.
a thunderstorm near them?
Not unless we're in your neighborhood.
Where do you live,
Yeah,
Drew?
Dbloc been
Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, because it's here now.
I'm in Oklahoma. We got severe storms all the way through 4 a.m.
What were you saying, Rubber?
and Dbloc been following along for a couple weeks, so just getting my feet wet with the channel and stuff like that. But
Nice, welcome, bro.
appreciate all the good info so far, and learned a lot in the last couple weeks.
Good, man. Love to hear it. Appreciate you. Just mean reversion, Sean. Gold pumped really hard. Just like everything else, it's got to revert to the mean. I'll take a look at gold real quick. Let's just do it right on this same chart. This is my longest running play. All right.
Ooh, pretty spider lines.
Gold's massive 10-year cup and handle.
Yep.
This is where I was supposed to take profit. Still trapped underneath that spider line. A nice big gap on the next one though. 3.6, 3.8, 3.68, 3.67, or 3.7. Let's go lower time frames. I'll show you what I was talking about. You see the mean reversion back to the 50? John? And so it pulled away, came back, not sort of been pushing. But on smaller time frames, it's just, like I said, mean reversion. Right? 4 hour, 50 EMA. Still putting in higher highs and higher lows. Needs to do something though, because this bearish channel starting to form. But pretty close to breakouts, in my opinion. Rejected off of that, come back, find some support. And then the big one will be when we break above 3.5. If we run a fib, hold on, give me a second. We run a fib, we held the channel at the 0.5. And we came down a golden pocket. Right? Great move. Tracement of the 0.5, failed attempt, golden pocket, held the 382, pumped up, holding the 236.
How does gold react to PAL? If PAL is like dovish or bearish or whatever.
Not right now. It's just the war is really what's gonna be pushing it, right? This is gold is like a fear meter. Right? You could look at gold as goes up when people are scared, goes down when people aren't. In the long run, so it does sort of tamper down gold when the money printer goes, just because for the most part it comes to be like the end of the cycle. Remember that this goes up. Watch, let me show you something. Do I have it here? I don't have it here, do I? Let me snatch it from over here. Yeah, come on, where are you? So global M2, I don't know why I can't see it. It should be on my chart if it's here. Why won't it show on this chart? Anyways, global M2 on a zero offset matches almost 99% with gold. Right? Because as money's printed from central banks, they use it to buy gold. They take the funny money, they buy the real asset, they send the funny money to the banks. Oh shit. This is what a low time frame chart looks like on the daily zoomed out. Just in case anybody thinks we haven't been putting in work. You guys got to choose, bro. Do you guys want minute to minute TA, or do you want to be able to see the chart when I back up? Because we can't have both. That's why I have to have a macro chart. Bro, I got like 7 different layouts for Bitcoin. Oh, what you mean on the chart we were just looking at?
Yeah, Bitcoin has earned the spot on my projector. I used to keep the coin I was trading on the projector, but now Bitcoin has earned the spot.
You know who this is. Stop playing. That's our target, Alec. 150.
A little bit of big buy coming in.
I just want us to break this W and reap.
I feel you, bro.
He sounds like he came out of the depths of hell to say that.
I'm not gonna lie. I just want to get from under this resistance. I'm with you on that, bro. This has been the slowest performing trade ever. And it hasn't done enough to invalidate it, right? So it sucks because it keeps you sitting there hoping, like, well, the pattern's technically still alive. We just gotta poke Bitcoin with a stick to make sure it hasn't died on us. Little double top action for dominance. I'm not mad at that. Yeah, this shit's painful, Isaac. I mean, it's not bad if you had a bunch of shit to do today and you get to come home 4 hours later and still be in the same spot, but nah, I think Q3 is when we start to actually make some moves. I expect to take profit somewhere July, end of July, August. Take some profit off of some alts. Reposition some positions into the sort of end of the doldrums, right? The summer doldrums. But I don't think anything stops this train come August, September. And I plan on taking profits into all of that shit. I mean, the way I'm looking at it, Galactic, right now, if I had to put my money on it, I would say we get our tax cuts in September. Right, which gives us September, October, maybe November blow off top. That's how I'm sort of playing it right now. And that'll take everything with it. Well, all the good shit, I should say, not everything. I mean, be specific.
Isn't the XRP ETFs going live tomorrow or something?
They were supposed to give their conclusion today, and they extended it.
What a surprise.
Yeah.
They just keep extending it, everything with the XRP.
I'll be honest with you though, when it comes to ETFs, you kind of want the extensions. Like, you want that speculative phase to last as long as possible, right? From the time that they announce that they're filing to the time that they actually get the acceptance. Because when you get the majority of the price movement, then you want to be in position. When they get the acceptance, you get that little blow off top, and then it hasn't been good after that. If you look at BTC after its blow off top when it got accepted, big consolidation, retracement. Same for Ethereum.
There's an XRP ETF that goes live tomorrow in Canada, which is interesting.
They're going to get left behind by the Canadians.
Yeah, the Canadians got one going.
Maybe we can smuggle across the border and get our hands on some of that XRP ETF. I make fun of the ETF guys, but I know some people that have been in the game for a while that have converted all their Bitcoin into Bitcoin ETFs, and they're just washing their hands of the whole thing, man. All of these hacks, and you know what I'm like, I don't even mean like blockchain hacks, but just all of these phishing attacks, people losing their Bitcoin. I think it gives some people comfort now that Legacy's in. They feel like they can just hold the ETF and they don't have to take the risk of losing their seed phrase. And I don't understand it, me personally. And what's crazy is these are people that have been preaching self-custody since the very beginning, and now all of a sudden that it's convenient and they consider it safe, now it's okay. I don't know. I'll hold my Bitcoin. It's cool.
One thing I think a lot of them take advantage of is like, if it's on like Fidelity or Schwab or whatever, if it's a margin brokerage, like if it's a margin account, then they can use that Bitcoin in terms of having more margin, I guess, to get other stuff also.
I want you guys to hear something.
Probably has most to do with the FDIC insurance.
I want you guys to hear something that I saw last night. I talked about it earlier. This Arthur Hayes interview that I saw. He's the inventor of perp futures. Old school crypto. I want you guys to hear something he said.
Dollars to the moon. It's like, no.
Nah, check it out. Hold on, it'll only take a second. All right. This was on David Lynn's channel. You guys should go check it out. It was a good interview.
What's that premium of Bitcoin versus other things? And so I don't think it's anything crazy.
He's just talking about futures. I'm trying to find a very specific part at the end.
I encourage people who have the time to spend to be good at their craft.
There we go. Remember, this is the inventor of perpetual contracts. This is the reason why you get to trade futures.
Time consuming for us to answer the same question over and over again.
And do you trade perps?
No.
Reason?
I don't usually trade on leverage. If I buy anything, I buy it on a spot basis, swap. And so we tinkered around with it.
Listen to that one more time.
Product that everyone is familiar with, and launched it in May 2016. Most people hated it for a while, but then over time they started trading it because this solved a problem for us because it was very time consuming for us to answer the same question over and over again.
And do you trade perps?
No.
Reason?
I don't usually trade on leverage. If I buy anything, I buy it on a spot basis.
Reason?
I don't usually trade on leverage. If I buy anything, I buy it on a spot basis.
Just wanted to leave that there for whoever it means something to.
I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, you're probably not looking on my YouTube. Heard it. I'll put the
Yeah, I see the three people sitting at the table, and I see the guy talking. I didn't hear anything when you hit play.
They basically asked him
Might
if
be
he
something
trades
online, yeah.
futures. After he explained how he invented it, after he explained why it was necessary for his company, why it facilitated his company's business to offer perp futures, she asked him, "Do you trade futures?" And he said, "No. I buy anything I need on a spot basis."
Wow.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, that's wild. That the guy that invented it is not even using his own creation. That should
Casino
definitely be an
owners
eye-opener.
don't tend to gamble.
Mhm.
You know?
I'm seeing some
Yep,
bearish
I worked in the
divergence.
casino business for 6 years.
I'm seeing some bearish divergence being put in on the lower time frames here, the 3 and the 5 and the 2 minute.
Oh, bro, don't tell me that. I just got back and I'm
Don't
just
let the
happy I'm not
RSIs
invoking.
drive you crazy, bro. When we hit these liquidations, those RSIs will get yanked around by the short hairs.
Yeah, I can play with them and keep pushing it and pushing it, but that is what, like, a lot of the time starts the reversals.
Whoever that was that couldn't hear his stream, just for future reference, if you right click on his stream, you got to raise up the stream volume. You should be able to hear everything.
Do that in Discord
Yeah,
or on
Galactic,
YouTube?
but he goes on to say that he never has.
Yeah, that's on Discord. Like, if you actually click on his stream, that's live right now. Just give it a right click, you'll see stream volume. Just raise that up. That's probably low.
And again, like, I'm not saying quit trading leverage. I'm just trying to show you that the man that should have his head wrapped around it better than anybody else knows all the ins and outs, right? The creator of perp
Dbloc.
futures doesn't dabble. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say Dbloc won't say it, but I'll say don't do futures, perpetuals, leverage. Stay off it. Keep it clean, keep it green.
Guns moving. I like to hear that. Hold on. I ain't talking my language. I'm gonna be the first one to say that I have an irresponsibly large gun position.
So, out of curiosity, because I've been more successful on lower leverage, but does lower leverage not make sense in comparison to spot because you're like basically locking your money up for longer to potentially still lose more and not gain enough to make it worth it? Or
You have more wiggle room on spot with what you do when positions go wrong,
copy that?
right? So that risk outweighs it for me,
Yeah.
right? There's a lot of maneuvering you could do on spot when things go wrong, bro. You can ladder in the positions, you can take percentages off and compound and just build your coin count. A lot of different things you could do, especially if you get used to just trading solid projects that you never feel like you're holding a bag on. It's just risk, minimizing risk, you know? For me, it has less to do with leverage. I trust myself. I know I can handle it. And I play all the time about, oh, I'll get too overconfident and go crazy. I've been doing this shit long enough where I can handle that. What I can't handle is doing A, B, C, and D perfect and having the exchange come in and do E and shit on the whole thing. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it.
Yeah. And at
Until
least in
there's
my short
regulation,
experience, that's pretty common.
yeah. Until there's some decent regulation, I'll go play on Legacy where at least they pretend to follow some sort of code. It wasn't like that in the beginning, right? When we were trading futures in the beginning, was pretty clean. You know, if you messed up, it's because you messed up. You didn't have a lot of this exchange shit that's going on. Some of the stories that I've heard just in the last 4 years, you know, all it does is just solidify my conviction against risking any of my money in that game right now. And yeah, it's not an easy decision to make because it's money. You know what I mean? Like everybody wants more money. Then yeah, of course I can make it faster if I just do this, that, da 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 da. But it's also a good way to lose everything you've worked for. Even if you don't lose it all at once. That death by 1,000 paper cuts hurts just as bad.
Well, yeah, and that's like I think it's especially for newer traders, it's even easier to lose track of how far in the negative you go.
Yep.
If you get that one good trade that stimulates all your neurons, and you forget about the 17 trades that might have even been smaller losses but build up to a greater loss overall, right? And then you're sort of subconsciously or consciously revenge trading at that point, right?
Yeah. What happens too is you end up leverage trading the entire way up in the bull market. And if you're not doing it with the right rules, even if you win, you've got a big bag of fiat and you haven't accumulated one single coin. So now you're at the top of the bull market with no coin to sell. Like, cool, you got a bag of money, but I mean, unless that's what you're doing this for. Point is, we're supposed to be beating the dollar, not, hustling for it.
Yeah, true that, and that's definitely is much more in the realm of like the being action pro crypto versus just being greedy, right?
No, I don't even mean like that. I just mean, okay, you got this big bag of money and that's cool, but you can't buy the amount of crypto that you could have accumulated at that point with that bag of money, right? You made a ton of money, cool. But now Bitcoin's at, 180K, Ethereum's at 7K, Sui's at, all of these shits are way up. So even if you were to convert, like if you were to say, okay, let's see, how would if I would have had all these coins versus I had this bag, what would be worth more now at the top? For the most part, it's that bag of coins.
Right. And so because you've made your money off of the move, you can't
No. During the
get
bear
exposed.
market, we do that. During the bear market, we accumulate fiat. Right? We hustle for that as big a dry powder bag as we can possibly get. So that when Bitcoin gets to its lows, we can then get out of that nasty fiat and start accumulating real assets.
Reminds me a lot of like some movies that I like a lot. or you hear the same thing, and each time with the added information, something new clicks. And I feel like that's a lot of what it's been like, kind of learning these concepts, because like some of them, like I have a very early level understanding, but
Yeah.
until I hear you, explain it and uh the correlations and all, you're like, man, it's thanks for having the patience to explain all this, because
Nah, of course,
or
bro.
to
You're good.
help share that education.
But I didn't even know how money worked when I started doing this shit. I had no idea how money worked. I'll be honest with you, I didn't have too much of an idea how to balance a damn checkbook. Not the type of shit that they taught you in the schools that I went to. Right? Maybe schools with more money had that, like, financial literacy classes. We didn't have any of that shit. And my parents sure as hell didn't know any of that shit, or they wouldn't have been in the position they were in. You know what I mean? So, nothing wrong with that. You got to fill the gaps when you get older. You could sit there and be like, "Oh, I come from here. We weren't taught this." Cool, but you're a grown ass man now. You know what I mean? Like, it's time to start filling those gaps.
Yo, what's up? I got some FUD here, even though I'm in position. You know that Doomsday plane? You guys ever hear of it? Night Watch?
The one that's always up 24/7.
I don't know if it's up 24/7, but it's like one of the president's emergency command aircraft.
Yeah, yeah. It's from
Man,
what
my
I
bad. I just got a
understand, it's
phone call. I'll be right
regularly
back.
kept in the air. But I'm seeing what you're seeing on Twitter now, where they're like, it's up in the air. Now, when the president is on it, that's a different story. When the president is on it, it's usually because they're trying to keep him mobile and there's some sort of threat. Yeah, inverse perps, you can stack coins. Yep, that's what Zeusy does too.
And my bad. I just had a phone call when I was saying that.
There you go.
But yeah, the last time the aircraft was activated was September 11th, 2001.
And Cheney was up there. It's that succession, right? The I forgot what they call it, but the chain of succession, right? The president and the vice president get separated. One of them goes in the bunker, the other one goes up in the air.
Oh yeah.
To like, to keep the continuity of government or whatever they call it.
Mm-hmm.
But from what I know, that thing is up regularly, and what's important is to find out if there's someone in it, like if the president is in it, or if the vice president is in it, or the secretary of state is in it.
They said it landed at Joint Base Andrews following a highly unusual flight path from Shreveport, Louisiana.
Spooky. Spooky for real, though.
All right, there's someone else. Someone else said, for those wondering, typically at least one of these planes is airborne 3 or 4 days a week. This is not unusual, and if it was a real day, they wouldn't have the transponder on for the world to track the president of the United States. That's a good point.
That is a good point, actually. Nah, he bodied that.
Yeah, that was kind of a mic drop.
Nah, I don't think it's stealth, but the way that they're tracking it is off of its signal, off of its regular FAA transponder thing. It'd be different if somebody saw that shit land and said, "Look, it's just not on the radar, but I seen it take off." Got some video or something.
Yeah, some straight intel.
Yeah, but leaving it on just because it's not stealth YouTube seems a little silly too, though, right? Even if it doesn't make the plane invisible, it seems like an easy step. Yeah, I'm not trying to be. Let's be clear. I don't want to get anywhere near that plane. I want no problem with Secret Service snipers. I'm not even trying to take a picture. Matter of fact, if I see it, I'm not even gonna say nothing. We saw Air Force. What is it called? Marine One. I saw Marine One in Miami. It was during Trump's visit. We were in Wynwood, and it's crazy because we were painting. We were at this wall, and we were doing this mural for I can't remember if it was Basel or some sort of art festival. And there's an old jail. It was an old woman's jail. It's decommissioned, but the lights are still on, and something goes on there. I'm not sure what it is. But so we hear a helicopter, right, and we look, and it's Marine One. And then we're like, oh, Trump is in town. Maybe that's him. And then we heard another helicopter, and it was two of them, two identical ones. One landed on the prison, the other one hovered. Then it took off from the prison, and then they both took off in different directions. So Trump was in one of those, I'd have to assume. Still trying to
What if
figure
Trump
out why they
fighting on
landed
there?
on that prison, though. Because, I mean, that building is literally abandoned. It's just government
Well,
owned,
they're
so.
opening up. They're opening up Alcatraz too. So maybe Trump knows.
Make Alcatraz great again.
Yo, he is
I
straight up. They're
know. I
open.
remember seeing the
Yeah.
thing.
Hey man, I'm telling you, the silver's about to pop.
Hey, why not? If we're bringing Alcatraz back, let frick it, make silver go crazy too. Let's take
Yeah,
it back to the old
I'm
days.
smelling something. I'm seeing even in the trenches, like D-gens in the trenches talking about it. Like
Yeah,
something,
I was
something
saying it
popping.
earlier that there's a good chance that metals go on a cycle while everything else is going down. I'm seriously looking into maybe putting some of the profits from the top of the bull market in
Silver
metals.
just crossed $37.
13-year high. Yep. Just like when gold did it recently, right? When I got into this gold position that I've still been in for a year, it was because it popped a over 10-year high and went into a flag, and I bought the flag.
Yeah, so this flag was probably between 36.50 and like 35.50. The last flag. Now it already broke out of the last flag on the hourly.
Reopen Alcatraz again. It's way too expensive. It's so
It could be
dilapidated.
a good sign of inflation with this silver too.
Best they could do is open that shit up for tourists and make some money off of it.
Turn it into a hotel.
Mike, at these prices, I cut myself off from looking at any jewelry. Yeah, no, I'm not mad at you. I know you can't just be on a, you can't be on the new boat without a Cuban. I mean, a man's got to have a code.
Here, Elon said that Grok has been parroting legacy media and they're trying to fix it. They're working on fixing it. That's weird.
A little worried about that, no? Like,
It's
just
kind of
because your
sketchy.
AI happens to be saying the same thing, like maybe that's the truth. Maybe you just don't like it. So now, if you don't like it, or if it sounds too much like something that somebody you don't like says, now there has to be a fix.
Yeah, the quote unquote is so Grok is parroting legacy media and they're working to fix it. Hmm. So he's, I guess his not excuse, but what he's saying is like, all right, let's say if NBC, New York Times, Wall Street Journal is using Twitter, Grok might be crunching up that,
He's saying that he
journalists.
feels like, yeah, he feels like Grok's output is sounding too much like what the legacy media's output sounds like. But that's why I say, like, well, what if it happens to be on a story that legacy happened to get right? Like, at some point, aren't you supposed to trust the AI to? If not,
Well, they do have the
put a,
community notes.
yeah, but if not, he's just gonna end up putting a bunch of guardrails on it, and it's just gonna say what he wants it to say.
Yeah, that's where it leads to. It's a slippery slope. I totally
Yeah.
agree with you. So that's like, I mean, the community notes. That's pretty good. I think that they have that. That helps a lot. But they got to figure something out because this is not going to work. You can't just say they're going to fix that. Maybe if something's like heavy weighted, like there's media that's being pushed like unorganically, and Grok is somehow forced to regurgitate that. Maybe if it's like strategic, I can understand. If someone's like trying to force it. I think they're going to be hype inside the government though with this Genius Act, because now they're like going to be hyped that that's going to help dollar dominance. I think it should help the dollar dominance. The Genius Act is officially passed. Yeah, that should be good for circle positions too. JP Morgan, they met up with SEC Crypto Task Force to discuss the impact of existing capital markets moving to public blockchains. I like that. What's JP Morgan at? Like 4 trillion? Yeah, I think around 4. That's what they're saying. 4 trillion.
I'll be right back.
Treasury Secretary Besson says crypto stablecoins can lower government borrowing costs and reduce national debt. A thriving stablecoin ecosystem will drive demand from the private sector for U.S. treasuries, which back stablecoins. This newfound demand can lower government borrowing costs and help rein in the national debt.
Yeah, that'd be nice, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's happening. Some things are happening, man. We've all been talking about this for years, and we've wanted some do, some don't. But I think it's good to get some proper regulation. I'm gonna dig into this Genius Act and see exactly what it is. Because I tell you the truth, I haven't dug into it at all. I have no clue what's in there.
Yeah, bro. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have even known like anything of it. But yeah, I mean, if the stars align, that's sounds like a golden, pot to find somewhere. That's big. So we can still get an invalidation on this, right? Like
And technically, you can get invalidation anytime, right?
Yeah. Because I know D was saying yesterday that we're in like a three-day down, right? So I'm assuming we should eventually revisit these lows. I mean, I hope it doesn't, but
I mean, it might even be healthy to, visit the lows as long as it doesn't get too low. But right now we're trying to test this local high. We're about to hit it. Let's see right now. That resistance at 105,333 ish, a little bit below, and we're right
yeah,
like $100 under that. So if we can break this, we might get a little pop up and some better sentiment on the next move. Probably
bro,
gonna want.
I literally took a 6-hour nap because my night shift got canceled due to the weather, and I just got back and I'm like, are we really still here? Like I was expecting it to be lower, higher, something.
Dude, this
But
105.2 is magic. Like I've been saying, 105,200 area. That's like Bitcoin just likes being there for some reason in this range. I mean, it makes sense. It looks like a point of control in the local time frames. Like it's where the meat of the bone is right now, around there. But at 105.2, man, we got to stay close. It's obvious, stay closer to 110 for the bulls. There's going to be a magnet the closer we get that I think is going to pop it through. But the more we hang out here at 105, you got the 10K psychological pulling you down. I mean, the 100K psychological.
maybe people see it as a fair price, right?
I mean, I think fair price, probably a lot of people are seeing it even lower. If you zoom out, it's pretty expensive. If you zoom out on, monthly, weekly, you're like, yeah, this shit is hot. No one can say otherwise. This shit is hot. But the thing is, everybody knows there's potential. The real world scenarios, and like if you have some diligence on what's going on outside of just the charts, people have a lot of conviction that it's going to go to like millions of dollars. So it might actually get halfway there.
Hope so, man.
The whole thing is on its way up, because there's still some heavy holders and they're just going to get heavier and heavier. And the distribution has to continue. And like some of these wallets have to keep on selling to keep it healthy. And that's going to bring a lot of volatility, which I think, people want to see when they see old school wallets selling. Don't let that shouldn't spook the market. That's actually a good thing for the long run. It can spook for a short-term trade, leverage trade. Some old wallet from like 10, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, finally sells a fat bag. People start getting spooked a little bit, but that's good. You want that. The more whales that sell, get it out of the way, more new money comes in a little bit. It's not even new money. Sometimes they sell to scalp too. They're greedy and they want more.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine a lot of people are still sitting on the sideline as well.
Dude, there's tons of people and tons of institutional money waiting for what's his name, Atkins, to come up with this draft. Because once that draft's ready, and I mean it's pretty much green light now, but like they're gonna have the wave of the checkered flag or whatever, like it's really go time once Atkins comes out with this framework.
When is it expected? I mean, is there a DTA on it? I got to look into it.
Last time I heard, they were like saying it's going to be 2 months, and that was like a month ago. So hopefully within, before July, end of
Oh, wow.
July. No, before end of July, I'm hoping. But that's just me hoping. It's probably not going to be till the end of the year. They're probably going to pop it out in October or something like that.
Yeah, these things always get pushed out. But hey, if the stars align, you never know.
Yeah, I say as long as it happens this cycle, it's good. If not, let's save it some ammunition for next cycle.
Now, during the bear market, do you guys ever get some crazy news that kind of almost makes it seem like it's coming out of a bear market? If that makes any sense. Like, how here we have the black swan, for example, which could basically pull us out of the bull market. Is there something equivalent for the bear market, or would that also be considered a black swan?
Well, no, there could be a super extra bullish catalyst. Like you're saying the opposite of a black swan.
Yeah, I guess.
If that's what you're asking about, of course. I mean, especially for specific cryptos. Like, imagine if Elon Musk right now was just like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna let people buy Teslas with Bitcoin, Dogecoin. You can pay with that with your Robo Taxi. Like, that's just gonna pump the market, especially for Bitcoin and Dogecoin. Pretty sure he's gonna use something on X with Dogecoin. I mean, he gave all the Easter eggs and all the signs that he's gonna do it, and he's been pretty quiet about it. But imagine, like, that's like not white swan with it. I guess the opposite of a black swan would be white swan. It's not a technical term that I heard of in crypto, but something like that, like a super extra bullish catalyst, could launch Bitcoin
Yeah.
off and Doge.
Kind of like when he went on Saturday Night Live, right? Didn't it jump up to like 72 cents or 75 cents?
Yep. Yep. And Bitcoin too, like, he had pretty much influence on Bitcoin. And he was saying, like, on himself when Tesla sold, they're actually just testing the resilience of the Bitcoin, seeing if it could withstand their cells and seeing like how much slippage they get. I guess that's not technically what he said, but that's what they were kind of testing. It seemed like they were testing their slippages and stuff like that. Dbloc could probably elaborate.
The thing that pulled us out of the 2022 bear market was it felt like it was because it was just as simple as making a new year, like turning the calendar, which it kind of did line up that way, but it was the really good consistent progress on inflation. As in each CPI report coming out was showing that there was progress, because the worst part of the inflation was 9.1%. That was like the peak inflation, and then we've made it down to like under 3 quite rapidly. It's just this final push from 3 to 2 has been sticky. Like, it's just we haven't been able to get it. It just keeps coming back up or going sideways. But yeah, good data, and like a little bit of dovishness from Jerome Powell. I feel like was a good recipe for how we got out of 2022.
I think a lot of it had to do with it was the AI boom too, right? And that's when Nvidia really took over. I mean, that's when like AI just exploded. Was 2022. AI pushed
Yeah,
like
there was a
stocks
really
higher.
big Nvidia boom.
Yeah, like, and then
Was
the
it
whole AI narrative
2023?
took off.
Yeah.
Well, it started in 2022. Yeah, well, 2022,
Mhm.
2023.
Big buys coming in. A little bit.
And some of it is just like timing as well. The anticipation of the halving approaching, and the seasoned crypto investors preparing for it, like building up toward it, that kind of thing. Yeah, just it all kind of just lined up that way. You could say that I mean, if the FTX thing never happened, like if the collapse never happened and he got away with it and FTX was still around today, we might not have seen 15,600. We might have stayed at, I think 17 was the lowest wick that we got, but then we kind of leveled it around 20, something like that, as the floor of the market at the time. So that was like a deviation cheaper than where the market kind of was balancing out, I think. Just how all-time highs like blow off tops, they're a huge deviation away from like fair price.
I found the tweet that Grok did that Elon wasn't happy about. 2000. It says since 2016, data suggests right-wing political violence has been more frequent and deadly, with incidents like the January 6th Capitol riot and mass shootings, example El Paso 2019, causing significant fatalities. Left-wing violence, while rising, especially during 2020 protests, is less lethal, often targeting property. Surveys shown both sides increasingly justify violence, reflecting deep polarization. Right-wing attacks account for most deadly incidents per reports like Reuters and GAO. However, bases in reporting may skew perceptions. Both sides contribute to a growing cycle of unrest, and precise attribution remains continuous due to varying definitions of violence. And then Elon replies to Grok in saying, major fail, as this is objectively false. Grok is parroting legacy media, working on it. I mean, it wasn't that objectively false in my opinion, because they kind of gave both. Said, however, biases in reporting may skew perceptions. It said that, right?
Even Trump's old FBI guy, a couple of years, 3-4 years ago, I guess before Biden got in there, even said that the number one threat in the U.S. isn't terrorism; it's right-wing activists and all these militias and stuff. So it's kind of hard to argue against your own FBI guy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I see you, bitty Bitcoin. Let's see if you can pull your grandson Doge. Actually, Doge is great grandson of Bitcoin, because the family chain or family tree goes Dogecoin, Litecoin. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Litecoin.
Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's the granddaddy. Then it goes to Litecoin. Then it goes to Lucky Coin. And then from Lucky Coin, it goes to Dogecoin. So, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people
I've never
forget
really
about
heard
Lucky
much
Coin.
about.
Lucky Coin's actually
What happened with?
still out there, too. It's like the OG. Lucky
Does
Coin.
it still exist?
Yeah, it still exists. And its motto, I think it's like 777 or something. It has like a 4-leaf clover. It's green. But yeah, it still exists.
Oh.
And that's what Doge came out of. So Doge is the lucky grandson of Bitcoin, great grandson of Bitcoin, because Lucky Coin is its father, Litecoin is its grandfather, and Bitcoin is its great grandfather. Or grandmother. We can do a feminine too if we want.
And where does ETH come in? ETH is like the.
ETH
I
is a
don't know.
stepchild. ETH is the ugly stepchild that somehow just got
It's
too
like
good for his own good.
or it's like the next door neighbor that has heaps of children, millions of children.
Totally.
Well, then, I mean, ETH used to be proof of work, just like all of those ones you mentioned, and then it switched to like proof of stake.
Well, technically, you still have ETH Classics, so part of it
Oh
never
yeah.
switched.
And
Yeah,
you still have old Bitcoin too with Bitcoin Cash. Well, people argue that that's not real Bitcoin either, but that Roger Ver guy who's like a huge advocate, or I don't know, is he behind Bitcoin Cash? I don't know.
I forget the whole
But
thing with Bitcoin Cash. And there's also
yeah,
the BSV, Satoshi Vision, Bitcoin, BSV.
yeah, the original Satoshi white paper version of Bitcoin, yeah, with like the original block size and all that.
That almost picked up, but then when the case happened and they're like, nah, dude, you're not Satoshi, sorry. Kind of fell. Bitcoin's trying to break this little resistance here. It's not giving up.
It is looking like it's wanting to pump.
Last time we were here was at 3:30.
So I'm thinking if you can literally use Dogecoin to pay for your ride in Elon Musk's boring company in Vegas, they got that loop that it takes you from one part of Vegas to another underground in a Tesla. You can pay for that using your Dogecoin. And the boring company is what runs that. I guess boring and Tesla. But I mean, these all got to be almost prototype-ish, right? If you think about it, of what's to come, what he's thinking of plotting on, also with underground travel. But the thing that strikes me is like, hey, if you can already use Dogecoin to pay for your ride in the boring tunnel in the Vegas loop, it's going to be obvious that these robo taxis you're going to be able to pay with Doge. So that's what I'm really hoping for. If something comes out like that, with robo taxi, pay for Doge, you get like 10% off your ride or something. That would be beautiful. And from what Elon said, he said he doesn't sell. They haven't sold any Dogecoin. Tesla holds Dogecoin because you can use Dogecoin to buy some merch, not all of the merch on the website, just specific things. He's publicly stated he's never sold Doge. Said he only pumps it. He sold Bitcoin. Tesla has sold Bitcoin. They have not sold their Doge holdings. I'll be right back.
It was like doing this. I'm like, have you come from? I just trying. This is like was. Update. Hurts my butt. This one is more on in. Doesn't hurt. Clear. It's not
This is I could put orange one. Updated it. Right, that's sort of laptop on it. Because I'm like doing other stuff. But I feel like what they did, they like a flash close on a lot at that time. They've done it to me before. Well, that's what I read. See, like I connected my this is what do you call it? Like did that. Clear.
I don't know if my mic is on.
The ADA call I mentioned a few minutes ago is riding up nicely. OP are looking pretty good if anybody's knocking around. Anybody else getting that ADA and OP trade with me?
We can't afford that. Then today's my last day. I really enjoyed my time here, but I found another job that pays more. Paid higher. Should just give them a raise.
Back in the building.
I was forced.
Oh no. Sorry. All right, I see a white arrow pointing up. Have we settled in? I know. That's why I'm here now. See, I was chilling. Had to hit the sideline. I wasn't on the sideline. I already got in earlier, but figured it was a good time to play a couple video games with my son and chill out a little bit. Cook some spaghetti, and I'm just stepping back in, taking a look. Just glad I didn't come back to more blood, at least not yet. But I was kind of hopeful that 103 was going to hold. What did we get to? Let's see. Turn my volume off on the computer. I want YouTube to start playing. Let's see. No war news, still the same thing. Last time I left, they were still bombing, and I was waiting to see if there was going to be some type of deal made. Earlier today. Oh, earlier, this no, like at noon, mid central. That would have been about 10 hours ago. Mm. Yeah, I think they're a lot weaker than people are making them out to be. There's nothing to do. Iran. And yeah, yeah. Mhm. Okay. I hear you. From what I understood, Netanyahu wanted the United States to assassinate their leader, their supreme leader, and I guess we're not going to do that because they didn't kill any Americans, and he didn't like that. So Trump just wants them to make the deal, and I'm just waiting to see if they're going to do it. Mhm. And all they have is that they're going to shoot a nuke, whatever. They Even if they did launch one, which they probably couldn't even get it off the ground, it would be blown up in the air. So then you would have the fallout from that. Mhm. Well, Go Okay, I know where you're going with that, but do you want to say it or do you? 'Cause I'll tell you
Oh
exactly what
wow,
I think.
what a strike! Oh, what a
I'll tell
strike!
you what I think. Judging from
That's a
judging from their Air Force,
bro.
I
It's even if you smoked it, you'll just be that job. There is no getting a yellow flag. Yeah, maybe AJ can squeeze one. But
I'm not impressed with the Air Force at all. First of all, second of all, if they Iran, second of all, it I doubt they could even get a nuke off. Even if they did get it in the air, it would get blown off. So, the only thing that I think that they would have is terror tactics. Maybe some type of high tech, smaller nuke that could be snuck in through something, or a briefcase, or a drone, or I don't know what that would be. But that's the only thing I could even think. And at that point, it would just be kamikaze type shit to where they're just going to take this to the death. So that's where I'm at. Ancient technology. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh God.
That's going to deploy the nuke that has the warhead on it. That's what I mean. It's either that, or they'd have to have an aircraft, and then they would have to drop it. And they're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah. Nobody's got better surveillance than Israel. They've got better surveillance than we do. And if anybody knows they have something, Israel's going to know. They're right in their backyard. I don't think I want to see God's rod. And I'm 57 years old. I've seen this play out 13 times before. It's all smoke and mirrors and chest beating. I don't think anything's going to come out of it. They do this every 5 to 7 years. It's just same old crap. I've heard World War III is going to happen probably 25 times. What's that? I think he's going to back down because now MAGA split over it. He's not getting good reviews. Like a lot of people voted for him not to get involved in a war, and now all of a sudden he's dipping his toe in it, and they're snapping back at him. He's losing a lot of fan base. Mhm. Netanyahu's trying to keep his ass out of jail. Netanyahu's trying to keep his own ass out of jail. He's got so many. Yeah. So the more as long as his country's at war, he's going to be able to stay in power. That's why the Palestinian thing went on so long, because he knew as quick he was going to the clink. Yep, had a small break and then got right back in again. Well, he screwed up by Xing the whole thing 7 years ago when they already had that Iran nuclear deal done, and just because Obama did it, he came in and ripped it up. Now all of a sudden we're back to the same damn thing, and we had inspectors going through there and everything else, and now all of a sudden. Oh, they had a lot of weapons, but oh, we froze a bunch of their money in the banks, and then we said, well, we're not giving it back to you until you. No, that's what I'm saying. We froze their accounts and held that Yeah, we held that money and said, we're not giving it back to you until you agree to these terms on this nuclear deal. So us and tons of other. Well, he ripped up the whole damn deal though. The whole thing got, and now all of a sudden everything went back to ground zero. Oh, we held their money for ransom until, right, because he ripped up the deal. Oh, I don't know. I doubt it. Or they're probably close though. Yeah, I got a teaching degree in political science and U.S. history, and been involved in politics since I was a kid. So I follow everything pretty damn close. Yeah. Oh yeah, I worked in pro sports for 23 years in the medical team and reading the newspapers every morning. No, nothing, never like that. It was but it was just the bullshit you'd read in the paper every day about a player with this or player with that injury or this something like that. They had no idea. They had no idea what they were talking about. Like the trades that were going, they thought was going on behind the scenes was never even on the board. Like it was just, and I did hockey, pro football, and pro baseball. So yeah, so I was on James, but yeah, it was it, and a lot of this stuff's just smoke and mirrors. I mean, they throw stuff out there. It's the same thing, just the way the stock market is all smoke and mirrors and bullshit. And we find out stuff hours to days to weeks later when all the movers and shakers knew about it weeks ahead of time. Just gotta be on the inside. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I guess I'm kind of satisfied with where we're at in Bitcoin.
It sure as hell didn't tank.
Bad.
Doing better than the stock market.
I have a feeling that we're going to recover all of this soon.
I bought in on that Chime IPO last week, and it's done nothing but just fucking drop since I got it. As soon as it hit the market, I jumped in. As I tried doing it the week before on the oh shit, what was the big IPO the week before?
Circle,
yeah, and Fidelity screwed up all my shit with getting in right on time. I missed it just went ballistic, and I lost a shitload of money by not getting in on time. So I was ready to pounce when Circle hit, and Circle, all the big players already got to buy in early. So when it actually hit the stock market officially, I was in within the first minute. And it just, it's done nothing but just go south ever since it came out last week.
oh no. Circle is dumping.
Oh yeah,
I thought that was doing good.
No, it hit the market at like $43 a share, jumped up real quick to 44, and then it just tanked. It came back a little bit for a day or two. I mean, nowhere near the starting. I mean, it never got back above $37.50 in it, and now it's down to 34.40.
What's going on, guys? Emad, you got some clicking in the background, bro. I don't know what you're doing back there, but it's loud.
Oh, it must be my toothpick.
I don't know. It sounds like you're hitting a rubber floor with a mallet.
Does it sound like this?
Yeah.
Oh, it's my 2-pick. My bad.
What's good,
Your
Joe?
toothpick.
Flicking
What
my
the hell do your teeth
2-pick.
look like?
No, I got a toothpick like shoved in this part on my
Just pass
desk,
it
and
to
I'm like
Danny.
flicking it. I'm tripping. Not bad.
Your noise cancellation is probably off. If we can hear that, it should cancel that. Like your settings
Oh.
on Discord, we shouldn't be able to hear that. I don't want you to not be able to move. It's just everything's coming in.
No, I'm really doing something ridiculous. I'm like literally flicking a toothpick, like I'm like pulling it back at like full leverage and snapping it. It's not in my tooth. It's like wedged into my desk. But let me check.
Bro, but stop
Do I
doing
have
it.
any background noise?
Now that I told you, like,
Yeah.
stop doing it.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't have no background noise though.
Nah, I don't hear anything but that.
Okay. Check my settings anyway.
Where are we back?
What's good, chat?
Ada and OP are climbing nicely. Jumped into them about 30 minutes ago.
Echo cancellation. Should I turn off echo cancellation?
Nah, just the crisp.
that.
Just having crisp on should be enough.
Yeah.
Noise cancellation.
Damn, I didn't even have Chris. Chris was off. Now what's going on?
Yeah, it helps.
Chris. Noise cancellation. Let's see, echo cancellation.
Crisp is the noise cancellation.
Okay, it's on now. What? We've disabled noise suppression to improve the performance. I got a red thing that came on the screen. It said, we've disabled noise suppression to improve your performance. Now it's back to standard.
It might be your PC.
Damn.
Noise
What if I just say
cancellation
screw
does
them?
take some processing power.
No, they're not letting me have it, but luckily I sound good. All right.
Yeah, a headset with a mic with a mute button on it helps too. Gaming headset.
I got real good headphones on. Talking into the phone. Well, I like what you got on the chart.
Yeah, I don't doubt you hear it, Sin. It's hot as hell. I got the AC and the fans on blast in here.
Yeah, I got my AC on too. No fans though. Almost back to my entry on my long from the other day. at where was I at? 106,260. Guess it ain't that bad. What you got up there? 107,000. W pattern target 109, huh?
Should be tomorrow, yo.
Oh yeah.
No, that W pattern target is going to be bigger now. That pattern's already been invalidated. That was this W here
Oh.
that gave us that pattern. Right, but we've already taken that out. So this is not a target currently. That was a failed target that we missed by like $500.
Did you say it was going to be lower, the new one?
What do you mean?
Where's the new target?
Our current target is
it the arrow?
107.4.
Oh, okay. $107.4. Is that a just 20% profit target?
Nah, this is just us digging out of this. I'm not planning on taking profits probably until we see what how we end up on Friday. We'll see what kind of reversal we get out of this. Remember, I'm buying these lower highs. I mean, I'm buying these higher lows as if they are the higher lows. I'm not really interested in short-term swing right now. At least a couple days. Prove it out.
Yeah. Remember last night I was trying to catch that 106.8 or something. Oh, I can't remember where it was at. I think it was 106.8 last night. It was that move from that night before all this happened. When I woke up in the morning, it was down here, so I doubled up. Now I'm at 10. My average is 106.2.
Yeah, Rajesh, we're waiting for London to come in and see if they can hold Asia's range or not.
Oh no, I don't like that. You never want to hold crap. Come on, UK. Bye, bye, bye. Buy before China buy.
We've got about an hour left for Asia to finish up their session. We'll see where this ends up. Let me see. Are we at our 1%? Yeah, just about. They don't tend to push it too much further than this during their session. Maybe the 200 EMA, and then a retracement back to retest the 50. And then UK is going to have to come in and hold the middle of that range. Not a bad setup. I like it. I like it. I like it.
Dbloc, my TA from I don't know about 4 or 5 hours ago kind of showed us getting about 106, and then flattening out. Are you kind of seeing the same thing?
Yeah, I mean we've got that's a pretty big SR flip, right? So you would expect that the first time we attempt to go through it isn't just gonna cut through it like butter. I would expect some sort of resistance there. I don't think that
Okay.
Asia will push it there just because that would extend their range to almost 1.5. They really like to keep a tight range at about 1%. We're already at 1.16. I'm thinking just magic wanding it, right? No way for me to know this, but 200 EMA come down to the 500, and then UK is going to have to make that decision on if we hold the 500 and trend up for the rest of the UK session, which would be halfway of the Asian session, or if we lose the 500 and end up trending down.
Okay.
I'm sorry, and lose the 50, not the 500. I'm talking about. So we'll see. We've got what?
You prefer
45
EMA over
minutes.
SMA?
I do. I do personally. The only time I look at SMAs are for macro, Death Cross and Golden Cross shit, just because I know retail is like glued to them for that. And that's just to see what everybody else is sort of thinking for the most part. But EMAs for me more closely follow track price and more reliably get you good entrances and good exits.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. That's preference. I mean, I know a lot of people that prefer SMAs. I'm just not one. Nice, yeah, Neve. I check it at least once every couple days.
Any fear?
You guys were just talking about World War III in here. Plenty of fear. We're not short. We're not short of fear.
I wonder how much fear there is.
Nah, but we haven't taken a big slump on fear and greed, if that's what you're asking. We're neutral right now.
Yes.
Yeah, we're neutral. We're at 53. 47 to 54 is neutral. We are downtrending, right? From the last time that we hit extreme fear back here. I mean, extreme greed, sorry.
That's
But
good.
remember how I told you that our dips, our reactional dips to these things are getting less? Like, this is when Israel attacked. Right? We came all the way down into fear. This was the fear of the U.S. getting involved. And we only came down to neutral. From a higher spot, too. So I just feel like it's not having the same effect. You know what I mean? People are getting kind of
Valleys are
burnt
more
out.
shallow.
Yeah, people are just getting burnt out. Like, yeah, war, we get it. Because the point is, I mean, the thing is, I don't blame them, right? They sold their Bitcoin and then watched the V recover on them. If this recovers, this will be twice that it happens. It's going to be pretty hard to get somebody to sell their Bitcoin the next time for anything short of just, you know, oh my God, what just happened? You know what I mean?
This is good.
And eventually what happens on each one of these shakeouts is that, so you got to think of the majority of Bitcoin holders, right? For Bitcoin to go to the prices that we're thinking about, it's got to be held by people who aren't going to sell it when it gets to 112. Right? So eventually those people get shaken out and it goes from weak hands to strong hands. And eventually, a big enough percentage of Bitcoin is sitting in the hands of strong hands that you stop getting retracements. Right? Because these are people with conviction that are looking for higher targets. But all these dips, what they do is shake out people who don't have conviction and puts the Bitcoin in the hands of people that do. Right? So every time that happens, it gets tighter and tighter in our control. Yeah, it's at the same time, Dean. So like anything that lands between basically 8:30 Eastern and 2:30, that whole time zone, we just boil it down to Asia because, well, they have, respectfully, they have the biggest effect. Sydney doesn't have a huge effect. Don't let Rick and Fly hear me say that. See how Asia's already starting to get a little top heavy here. I know we say it playing around, but I really want you to think of it this way. Asia are the responsible ones out of the three, meaning they don't tend to go out of a range. They tend to set a range. If there's anything within that range that needs taken care of, they'll take care of it. Meaning if there's a mean reversion, they'll take the mean reversion. If there's a vector to clear, they'll try to clear the vector. Like they tend to sort of play by the rules. So I kind of call them like the mom. And then UK comes in, and UK is like the dad. Once UK picks a direction, nothing's going to change their mind. Right? I said we're going here, that's where we're going. And then US are like the wild kids that come in and just degen and do whatever they want. And then Asia comes in the next day and cleans up the mess. Especially on the weekends. You see that play out heavy on the weekends. We go nuts on the weekend. We leave a massive CME gap, a bunch of imbalances, and then Asia comes in and beelines it for that CME gap. Sort of picks up all our mess.
So Europe is like, Dad, don't make me turn this car around.
Yeah. They'll kick us out, man. Be right back.
What kind of bullish news could they sneak in? United States buys Bitcoin.
Way Ethereum's held up through all this shit is crazy, bro. Like, you don't even need to know an ETA to look at this chart and be impressed by
Wow. Straight sideways.
that. Yeah. Through all the war, all the bullshit. On a major gap too. Not just sideways, but sideways on no real support. It's like
Wow.
it's almost like Ethereum's floor was just raised. You know what I mean?
How did ETH all of a sudden come up out of the ashes a bit in the last couple months? Because they were kind of starting to get written off with
Because of this
Solana.
chart right here. This chart right here is what did it.
They're always, you know,
ETH
dubbed as, you know,
BTC.
being too expensive and too slow and
Nobody
everything
cares.
else compared to.
Those are retail complaints. The people that pump Ethereum, the money that comes into Ethereum doesn't care about that. Right? Ethereum has institutional stakers. Look at it like this. Imagine you had 250 mil. Your fund manager called you and said, "Hey, we're gonna lock 20 mil up in Ethereum for 4.5%. You'll probably get like a 3x gain just in the value of the asset plus your 4%." And you're like, "Cool, bet, let's do that. 1,000%. That sounds amazing." And then he says, "Okay, but wait. There's probably gonna be like a $50 gas fee for that." You're gonna laugh at him on the phone. You probably hang up on him. You know what I mean? Like, what are you bothering me for? The people that are upset are the ones that want to trade memes, right? They want to take $20, flip it into $40, and they don't want to pay a $15 gas fee to do it. But that's not what
Gotcha.
makes
So
Ethereum run.
It's the big money moving it.
Yeah. And the reason that the institutions will go for Ethereum over anything else is because the price of the gas fees for Ethereum helps secure the network. Right? That's why they're so safe. Because they're too expensive to attack.
Keeps the riffraff out.
Basically, yeah. Or just things like, DDoS attacks. Like, you can't overwhelm the Ethereum network with transactions to shut it down. It's too expensive. It'll bleed you dry. Right? It wouldn't be it's cost prohibitive. On Solana, at a couple, tenths of a penny per transaction or whatever, yeah, you can flood it. You can flood it and you can shut it down. It costs you almost nothing to do, and they've done it like 3 times already because of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Bitcoin, this ETH Bitcoin pair is why. If you notice, ETH Bitcoin made a straight shot up and found a new floor, right? So the value of Ethereum priced in Bitcoin was once down here, and now it's been repriced, right? So people have agreed that it's worth this much in Ethereum, and that's what had the effect on the USD price more than anything.
Yeah, it went to a whole nother level.
Yeah. And you can almost see the floor. You know? My position is ready to go. Major problem that Ethereum is having is that 4% yield, 4%, 4.5% yield you get on ETH. The bonds are in direct competition right now, right? 20-year, 30-year, I think even the 10 years above 5%. So why even take the risk on ETH staking if you can get guaranteed returns
Yeah, you're just
on
gonna put it somewhere else
treasuries?
for now.
Yeah.
Right.
But the second that fixes, though, you'll see ETH pop when the yields on bonds come down underneath 5%. you'll see ETH start to pop because it'll become the favored staking at that point.
Right.
You really can't beat treasuries, right? It's guaranteed by the government. It's like, especially if you have a large amount of money, it's almost a no-brainer. If you're going for something similar, right? 4% over here, 5% over here, and it's guaranteed, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, if you get big bags, you're just living off the interest rate.
Mm-hmm.
Each time you flip it.
Morning, Kel.
Morning.
I see Asia that's opening now, or it closed.
Nah, they've been open already. They're gonna close here in about half an hour.
So we're going under.
I'm sorry, what?
We are going to 103.
Why?
Oh, because you move your cursor there.
Oh, no,
Because
I'm just resting my hand. No, that wasn't a signal or nothing. I was just resting my hand, bro.
Yeah. So is
No,
there
I'm still
any
bullish here.
expectation?
As long as we stay above 104.1, we're still bullish here. We just have to make sure we don't invalidate our W pattern.
Okay.
Yeah, I did the same, Cole. I've been slowly shifting over some Satoshis into ETH. I got a nice amount of them at the bottom. Right here where this money bag is. Once we saw that accumulation, I was waiting for a sweep, right? We got that sweep, ended up being like 4.5%, maybe 5% under the accumulation. Once we reestablished ourselves in the accumulation, I started switching Satoshis for Ethereum. Right, so I got in at roughly about 1,900 Satoshis per Ethereum, roughly. I mean, not 1,900, you know what I mean. My bad.
What about Solana BTC?
Soul BTC doesn't look horrible, but it has some work to do.
What I'm thinking is there a similar situation than that entry there on ETH made on another large cap altcoin.
Soul BTC on the weekly is pretty much as low as it's been since last October. Actually, I take that back, 2 Octobers ago. The problem is that nothing about this looks like a bottoming pattern to me, like at all.
Interesting. Something to think about. Yeah, I could do something.
Look at others BTC. Right? Fresh lows on others BTC. Broken all uptrends, macro and micro, and still digging. This is why I'm not going crazy on alts. This is why I start to get the heebie-jeebies when I hear you guys talking about what mid-cap alts you're gonna buy, but I'm nobody's dad. All I know is that as a whole, alts have not bottomed against Bitcoin yet. And you can see that just by looking at dominance.
Golly.
The
Gotta
thing
wait
is
for
this.
Bitcoin.
Well, the thing is when it finally does come down and it's time to go, right? You see this long, drawn out ride to the bottom? The way up looks like that. Right? It doesn't take very long at all. What was this?
Oof.
Couple months? So it's like nothing and then all at once. This was actually no, this lasted a little bit longer. This was a year of movement, but this was our double top on Bitcoin that took forever. So honestly, the alt season was really like this, and then you got a secondary blow off top from that double top. If you were lucky enough to sort of pick up some alts on that dip. So in reality, the explosive alt season only lasted, yeah, about 3 months. About 3 or 4 months.
Yeah,
5
but
at the most.
was it the difference at that time? Alts had actually pumped, but this time,
well,
they've done nothing.
They, because of quantitative easing.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, whatever the
So
reason is.
while they came down here,
change.
The difference is this. This is, where is it?
I'm just saying how to make sense of the circumstance.
Right here.
I mean, I understand this.
This part. So we came down all the way, touched down bottoms on BTC pairs, right? But when we popped up and we retraced, we found the floor. And we built off of that floor, right, into that run. We did the same thing here. We came down to our lows on BTC pair, and then we popped up. But when we popped up, because of QT, we couldn't hold the floor, so we fell through it.
Okay. Let's see. I'm looking at boom, boom. Okay.
And it's
then
not
there's
just
the guys
that.
out there. These guys are saying that it's like super delayed and
it's not really that far
not gonna
behind.
matter.
Now.
So if that's the pullback we're in now, then a couple more months and then maybe it bottoms and sends.
If you want to see the delay in the alts, you could see it here by looking at the 4-year cycle chart. Our difference is our post-halving performance, right? Where here we had found the bottom and we were already going up into the halving. And then we dipped on the halving and then we continue to rise. Completely opposite effect here. Right? We didn't get a little relief rally until here and it didn't do shit and it didn't hold its ground. But remember the parabolic move, right? Not this little bit, but the parabolic move that popped us. Just to give you an idea on how delayed or not delayed we are. You know what I mean? Like there's more than enough time left in the cycle to get that sort of move. And we won't even get this sort of move. This was crazy. We'll get way less than this.
Dbloc. My bad. I'm at the gym. So I kind of missed it, but you're saying that that the green box, that's what we're missing for the alts.
Your mic broke up. What'd you say?
I'm saying the green box to the left. That's what we're missing.
Green box is usually where we take profits from alts into Bitcoin going into the end of the cycle. What I'm saying is that the explosive move that we had on alts, this is total 3 BTC. So this is all the alts versus BTC. That explosive move that we had only lasted that long from beginning to end, right there, right? And this encompassed every alt going crazy during the last bull run, right? And here in this rise is every alt except for Ethereum and Bitcoin. Time wise, we have that time left, right, is what I'm saying. Because everybody's saying, oh, we have to go now or we're not going to have enough time left to make the. No, it happens all at once. And when it happens quick. So I'm not too worried about the time. It's annoying as shit, yeah. Especially since we didn't even get a rally that ran like this, right? We just literally bled out.
That's what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah. What this meant, what total looking like this meant, was that it didn't matter what you bought. For the most part, it didn't matter what alt you bought. And then this was COVID, right? So you can even say that they got robbed. It should have been a way higher endpoint.
And that was on the 1 day time frame.
What was that? I was probably on the weekly or something. Yeah, the weekly.
Weekly, okay. So it's like a couple months.
Yeah. So if we look at our cycle now, we just come and look at Bitcoin. Let me take all this shit off the chart. So if you just look at Bitcoin, right, like these parabolic moves, even though, like I said, it doesn't look like much when you go off of log, you can see really the move, right?
Oh wow.
Like that Bitcoin move only took from the time this shit got super active. So we reached the top 56 days, 2 months. Right? And then you go into the next halving, and then you go into the next parabolic, which went even crazier. Right? And this is shit when you're down here that you're like, we've been going sideways forever. Here you got frustrated. Here you got frustrated. Here you got super frustrated. And when you scroll the chart back and look, like you can't even see any of that price action, right? It's like it didn't even happen compared to what you get. And then this was our last cycle. You notice because of QT, we started going way before. Like there was so much money in the system that we took off way before, to the point where we topped out in this range, retraced, had a double top. This was a big anomaly, right? We've never topped a market like this. You notice it's usually a blow off top. Now we had a double top. And since we had a double top, everybody and their mother is pointing at this and saying, well, that's it, guys. That's it. Look, higher high, and then it rolls over, higher high, and then it rolls over. It's just like, bounce off the 50, come back and break it, go into a bear market. Yeah, but you're comparing it against the anomaly, right? This isn't typically how it goes. Either way, time is on our side here.
Yeah, no, looks good. Definitely looks good. There's no way to see like what the total. I don't know how to word this. I guess like the market cap of how much money was in Bitcoin and that bull run right there that you got on your left.
compared to what we have now? Like, is there a way to see that, or is this something
Yeah,
we need
we
to wait
topped we
before
topped out we topped out at about 3 trillion here, right, during the last bull market. What's interesting is that even with more coins, we're still hovering around 3 trillion, except Bitcoin's way up here, which is why dominance is so high. Because the same amount of money that had pushed all alts and everything is basically 64% of it is sitting in Bitcoin at this point. So we haven't even blown out the market cap. Right? We're at the same market cap, which means no new money has come in. Or if the new money came in, it replaced old money that left for the most part.
Okay. So basically, we have more demand for it now.
Yeah. And the crazy thing is, when you look at this bull market, like, I mean, we've already gone absolutely crazy. Like, people are sort of selling people dreams on YouTube that it's going to be like, oh, the bull market's just starting and you're going to get a crazy move like that where Bitcoin's going to give you another 10x. I don't know about that. When you back up and you look at this, we already did a lot. And this is with quantitative tightening. Like, this is without the money printer on.
What is this diagram, bro?
What happened?
This diagram with the halvings and the green lines.
That's my 4-year cycle indicator. It just keeps track of the halvings and keeps track of our exits, gives us DCAs at the bottom. You could literally just blindly forget about trading and just DCA. Wait for the halving, take your profits in your green zones, and live your life.
So like now there can be a halving?
No, we don't get a halving until we just had our halving in 2024. We don't get another halving until 2028. A halving is every 4 years. So it'll be somewhere around here. So by that time, we're well into position already, right? So what we're looking for here is to top out at our 150, 175, whatever, come into August, September, October, have our bear market, right? Our bear market retracement. And then take our
But this
money
will be
from
after
up
the bull
here.
market.
Yeah, yeah. Take our money from, you know, up here and put it down here. Rinse and repeat. This is the base trade. If you're gonna be in crypto and you're not just gonna degen, this is the base trade, right? This is the trade that runs underneath all your other trades. Buy Bitcoin as low as you can, sell it at the top of the market. Any other trade that you take has to outperform that. Right? If Bitcoin gets to 150, that means that Bitcoin gave a 10x from 15K to 150 to 150K. That means if the alt that you're trading or the leverage trading that you didn't 10x your portfolio or didn't 10x whatever investment you put in it, then you were better off just sitting in Bitcoin and doing absolutely nothing. Nothing to this point.
Yeah, that sounds like my kind of
Yeah,
trading.
right? I mean, obviously we can do better than that, right? But we do have to remember that this is the base trade, right? So even when I'm trading alts heavy, I'm never less than like 65% in Bitcoin. But what I'll do is I'll take the Bitcoin that I bought down here that's now worth way more, and I'll use some of those profits to buy alts that are outperforming Bitcoin, right? Which means they have to be doing better on their Bitcoin pair. If it's going up on the Bitcoin pair, then it's safe to put my Satoshis in it. As soon as it tops out on the Bitcoin pair, I cash out, turn that into more Satoshis, and now my Bitcoin count went up, right? And now it goes back into the main trade that just sits and rides.
Trump would allow that.
Do you think I can go with entry now on ETH?
No, I can't give you financial advice, but
Yeah, as you see in the chart.
what kind of play are you thinking about?
Like 50 to 70x. I can DCA it. So yeah, maybe I'm going to upwards, like 270, 207, 2700.
That's at 50 to 70x. Yeah, give me a second. Let me see what we're looking like here. We've been stuck in this range for a while, which is cool. Right? Ranges are predictable. We like predictable, especially when coming from this shit that we came from, right? It's you want a range. You notice we did the same thing here. Right? When we first popped up, we didn't just go. And when we first popped up, we ranged. And then we finally popped. So this is what I'm expecting from Ethereum next. Problem is that we have deviations, right? We've already had one deviation, followed by the matching one up top, another deviation, corresponding one on top. So it's not impossible to come down and break. I'll feel more comfortable once we're above 50% of this range, right? But the problem with you asking about a long right now, especially a leverage long, is look at our structure, right? Forget about the bullishness and how good, because it does look good and Ethereum to the moon and all of that shit. But just look at the structure for a minute, right? We had a smaller bear flag that broke out, but all it did is fractal into a larger one, right? So now we've broken out of that bearish channel and we're retesting it, but we haven't got back above the range yet, right? This is the way that things break down. I'm not saying that it's gonna happen, but what I'm saying is this is the way that things break down. They come up, they retest, and then they break the lows, right? Those are usually the confirmations that we wait for breakdowns. So I would feel
So
more comfortable getting into a long position after we get above that range. If you can get back inside and hold it as support, then I would feel a little bit more comfortable that this was just a deviation, right? Because look at what happened. If we slide this range across and we take the lessons from what we just learned over here, right? When there's a range and you get a deviation, you get a matching deviation above. Deviation, matching deviation above. So if we're making a new smaller range here and we got a deviation above, then the chances of this just being a deviation are pretty big, right? There is a good chance that we stay in here and go. But this is your last sort of, right? Even if we just take away, forget about the pattern at all and just look at the uptrend.
yeah,
Right?
like we made some lower lows.
Yeah, like that's the uptrend that Ethereum was on. It broke it, and it has yet to reclaim it. So longing right now, you'd be longing into resistance at high leverage.
Yeah, right. Because you thought yesterday that 3 days we are going down or
Yeah.
consolidating and 1 day up.
Yeah, it looks like we got a 1 day down and then a 1 day sideways from the looks of it. I was hoping for a nice relief rally, right? Something that came up, you know, back halfway to the dip maybe, and then fell apart after. But we didn't really get that on Bitcoin. We came down and then we held our ground. We got above resistance, but then we've just gone sideways. And tomorrow's
That's great info,
FOMC too.
Dbloc.
So yeah, what happened?
So
So
maybe
that's
the
great
sideways,
information. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
so maybe the sideways information is confirmation to that we're going upward.
Yeah, I mean, sideways is better than breaking support, right? That's definitely
Yeah.
a check mark in the bullish camp. But we haven't confirmed anything yet. And tomorrow's FOMC, right? Which means you're gonna get high volatility. You can expect 2-3% up, 2-3% down, and that could be within 15 minutes. So opening a high leverage position that has your liquidations really close right before FOMC, I would just be careful. If it's just for the
Yeah,
night
right.
and you're not going to go to sleep on the trade, tight stops, cool. But going into tomorrow, be careful with your leverage trades. And tomorrow is a day to deleverage and de-risk. Unless you're used to volatility. If you're used to volatility, then tomorrow's going to be fun. But if you're not, you're going to get chopped up. Or if your leverage is too high, you're going to get chopped up.
Okay. I think
After
my
FOMC, you can go crazy again. I'm not here to kill anybody's fun, I'm just trying to be the, don't kill the messenger. I'm just trying to warn you guys
Stop
that,
being a fun sponge.
yeah, I'm just trying to warn you guys that trading tomorrow, the difficulty's up, right? You're trading on extreme difficulty.
I see. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah. It's not that your
what time?
it's not that your thesis is wrong, is that your risk management is a little bit off for the day that we're going into tomorrow. That's all. The risk management thing.
Is it in the morning?
The morning we get unemployment, and then we gotta sit in those numbers all day until 2:30 when we get the press conference. So it's like a little double whammy depending on what the numbers come in the morning. They'll use any excuse to whip price around tomorrow though, so
You think we'll come under 100K
no, I don't think they'll do all that. I don't think they'll do all that.
with a
But
wick?
I mean, a couple of excuse me, a couple of liquidity sweeps in each direction are almost guaranteed, in my opinion.
Oh, that's cool. It'll come under 100. I don't care.
Block, what'd you do before
They wanted
crypto?
to.
I've always bought low and sold high in some way or another.
No, I mean, career-wise, like what kind of work did you do?
I had a couple businesses. Like I said, I've always been like an entrepreneur.
Nice.
I opened up a business with my friends that we were upfitting HUD homes, like internet ready, built-in Ethernet. It wasn't really difficult to do, but there was some really good government contracts for it at the time.
Sure.
And then I did a lot of promoting. I was in sneakers for a long time. I made really good money in limited sneakers. Like really good money. That's before COVID though. COVID completely killed that entire industry.
Oh man.
Everybody had all the money in the world to buy the sneaker that they'd always wanted. Right? So sneakers were flying off the shelves. Nike got pissed because they weren't getting a piece of the action, right? Nike sells a sneaker for $120. If you sold it for 5,000 after, they get zero from that, right? So they went crazy and they said, you know what? All right, cool. You guys got all these limited sneakers you've been hoarding. They started re-releasing limited sneakers in large amounts and just diluting it, and they just killed the whole shit.
Flooded the market.
Yeah, they just killed the whole shit, bro. Shame.
Corporate greed at its best.
Mm-hmm. But I'll be real with you. I really wasn't doing a lot. Like by the time when I started trading crypto, I had a couple of businesses that went under. I had some money that I've told the story before, but I was 6 figures in debt to people that you don't owe money to, and I was out of choices. It had to work. Like there was no, it had to work. And then I got wrecked my first bull market, which made things even worse, right? Because I still got the first original problem. And now I've lost every opportunity to sort of fix that original problem by coming into some shit I had no idea what I was doing, just going crazy, right?
Right.
And then it was like, well, does it break me or do I get mad at it? And I got mad at it, bro. And I started hearing stories and meeting people that knew exactly when to get out, played things perfectly, knew how to tell when tops were coming in. And I was like, nah, there's no way in hell that this man that breathes and bleeds just like me can figure this shit out, and I'm not gonna wrap my head around it. Not with so much on the line.
Yeah.
And that motivation
Oh.
obviously helped, right? That fuel definitely helped. It was one of those
When
sink
you're
or
on the hot
swim
seat, your
things.
focus.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're on the hot seat, your focus narrows a lot more clearly.
Mm-hmm.
More narrow.
And then once I saw how quickly I turned, what I thought was going to be a lifetime problem for me into the past, like that was it, Not a lot of
That's great.
options for people that come from where I come from, for the most part, unless you really are just an extraordinary individual. You know what I mean?
What part of the country are you from?
And I'm from New York City originally, from Brooklyn.
Oh, gotcha.
But
Heard you mention the projects a couple times, so you had a tough spot.
yeah,
Sure.
Brooklyn was tough. Brooklyn was a tough place to grow up. I mean, we didn't know when we were there, right? Just regular. But yeah, as far as access to any sort of financial anything, I mean, by the time I was old enough to have a credit card, my credit was wrecked. You grew up in the projects, chances are your parents gonna need to use your credit for some shit before you're
All the
even old enough.
bullshit and everything else. Yeah.
But anyways, seeing how fast you could turn that around, and that's just what sold me, bro, because it's like what else can you do that with? Nothing, bro. There's really nothing else. That it's just up to you and how hard you work, right? How hard you're willing to work, how many hours you're willing to put into it to learn this shit.
Right.
That's the only thing stopping you from succeeding. Literally, nobody can tell you that you can't press the button at a certain time, or there's no boss sort of gatekeeping you from getting any higher or any of that bullshit. You don't have to kiss anybody's ass, which was always a big problem with me. I was not a good worker. I'll be honest. I was a horrible worker.
Not good with authority.
Nah, bro. Misspent youth. You know how that goes.
Yep. That's cool. I'm glad it worked out for you.
Yeah. I'm always gonna land on my feet. If there's one thing. But because of that, like I do have a soft spot for new people, because I know there's a lot of people that come in here and they won't say it, they won't admit it, but there's something in their life that made them make this decision, and for a lot of them, it has to work.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I got wrecked early. I really didn't start until January 1st of this year, and got caught up. Realized that, the whole meme coin stuff and the market was horrible, and the guys I'm following and watching, of course, they're pros. They're sniping 2 or 3 soul within 10-15 seconds, boom, they're in and out, and just didn't have the skill set, didn't have the knowledge and everything else, and just got absolutely freaking wrecked for about a good 20-25 grand. And then just change gears and taught me some tough lessons, but trying to turn it back around now.
Yeah. Oh, I did a lot of stupid shit to deal with that stress, bro. A lot of habits that I had to break that I picked up just specifically to deal with the stress of being underwater that much. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I dealt with it in the healthiest way possible. You know what I mean? I was young too.
You still in the New York area?
Nah, I'm living in Miami now. Down here taking care of moving grandma and me taking care of her.
Gotcha.
Are you still hitting
You feel
that
it for me.
toothpick, bro?
Oh, it was my can.
Your ADD is killing me right now.
It's a one-man band.
Let me get something else here. Sharpie there.
It's just extra loud.
I'll do graffiti. I'll tag my can.
I'm about ready to turn it in for the night. Think it's not financial advice, it's just kind of knocking stuff around here. I think a long on BTC up to 106 will be safe overnight, or
I mean, if this pattern holds together, yeah, it's really gonna come more down to where your stop loss is, not where your take profit is.
yeah, I've got it pretty shallow. I said it just about 10 minutes ago. I'm at 104,650 for the stop loss and 106 for the.
Nah, you're setting it right at support.
I actually put it at 105,850.
If I go to sleep in this trade, my my stop loss will be underneath my W invalidation. Reason being, if I get stopped out, I mean, if that pattern breaks, I don't want to be in it anyways. But I'm in spot, right? So that's one of what I was saying about one of the luxuries, right? Like you can take a drawdown like that and not worry about it. But yeah, just keep if you're going to sleep, keep your stop shallow, right? If it hits, it hits. It's better than not having one. I think we're still going up here though. Personally, I just think we're retesting our 50. We gotta wait for UK to come in and see how they react.
All right, I'm gonna shut her down. Have a good night, gentlemen.
Take it easy.
Good morning. Ciao.
Yeah, man, I've had that same mentality, man. Thinking knowing that you could always come back from anything and go down to nothing and still come back.
Oh, some of the happiest times I spent in my life, I didn't have shit. You kidding me? It was me and my boys, couple bucks in our pockets, if that. You know, like I didn't really come from money, so like that to me isn't gonna, you know. And what's amazing now is like I'll be honest with you, knock on wood. I'm not trying to make the universe prove this or nothing, but with the skills and the tools that I've developed, like you can take me back to zero, and I'm not gonna be there long. Right? You can't take what
feel like that.
Yeah, you can't take what I know.
But it doesn't involve this though.
Yeah, Ruben, I 1000% use leverage in the beginning. Which honestly, and I'll be real with you, right? This is why I'm so heavy about it. I told you I got wrecked my first bull market. Had I just bought Bitcoin and done nothing, I would have been able to pay my debt off at the end of that first bull market. But I was so desperate to pay the debt off that I traded leverage, screwed up the first bull market, and had to wait more years and more interest just to do it right the second time around. So that was an expensive lesson, both in time and money.
Dbloc, how long have you been trading?
12 years, 13 years, 14 years. I was trading Forex before I got serious and crypto, and I was trading options for a while. Just dabbling, not seriously trading. Seriously trading, feeling like I have a grasp on what I'm doing at a high level, I'd say about 10 years. And I'm still learning shit every cycle, but you know what I mean? The difference between buying and selling and then actually trading, where you're trading with a focus.
Yeah, of course, with all your statistics and
Yeah.
like analysis.
Yeah. I don't know what I was doing
Like
for
this
the
is the
first
real
couple years,
paper.
but it wasn't trading. I was gambling. You know, I was pressing buttons with no edge.
Like myself now, because I'm on my first month. But I get used to know you, one good guy from Bulgaria. Imagine from Bulgaria, you have a 5,000 subscribers. Like, from where it can tell me your account and your name and say, logging in, he's the best, like, he'll teach you everything. So, yeah, I'm very glad of that.
Give me 1 second.
Yo, D.
Muted?
Yeah, I'm back. My bad. You were saying something when I left? Something about subscribers? I only heard half of it. I was doing something.
No, like we was talking about, like in the first of your years you were a gambler, and now I am identifying as a gambler because every time I go to trade, I'm saying those casino words like I'm gonna bet on this, I'm gonna bet on this. So yeah, I'm glad that one friend of mine from in Bulgaria had told me your account, and you were like not very popular with these 5,000k subscribers.
Yeah.
But imagine how you can tell it like in another part of world that you're existing and
Hey,
that
dude.
Nah, it's super cool.
yeah. So it's super cool that I found you, and I feel like here, like in my family, like you know. So thank you.
Appreciate it, bro. Welcome. Give me 1 second.
All right. I sent you some artwork in the message. I want to see if you can read it. I'm sure you can.
Asia's last act inside of its session was to get that mean reversion. Such a good session. Nah, this isn't UK. This was Asia's last candle here.
I
Remember?
love how you put another a UK line again. UK must hold to remain bullish.
Remember, Asia's gonna seek balance. Right? It trended up for most of the session and then retraced back to its 0.5 on the last candle. Like,
Yeah, as you see, like you said, we're gonna test that 50, and
mm-hmm.
we're testing that 50. So is there anything? Always we got back to the EMAs and up to the EMAs, back to digit and then up or down.
Yep, it's reverting to the mean, the yin and the yang of it.
Yeah, right. And can I ask you how you actually relocate the supports and the resistance, like the line which is mindful line which we make of the zones that the price can't break out?
Yeah, it's either from a pattern or from a pivot point, right? A point that price can't get past, right? Like you have these candles right here couldn't come underneath this line, and then hold on, right? These small candles right here couldn't break this level, and then once price did break, they couldn't break back over it, and then once it did break back over it, it couldn't break back under it, right? That's support and resistance.
Yeah, so now we see support, resistance, and again support.
Yeah. So now you know that you can assume when price comes down to this level, it'll hold. If it breaks, then you're seeing something different, right? This is how ranges are created. But your horizontal support and resistances are based off of price points in the order book, or supply or demand. Think of it like that, right? There's a certain amount of supply and there's a certain amount of demand here. If the demand remains when price comes down to this level, it'll hold support and move. There's supply here. Every time price comes up to this supply, if they can't buy all the Bitcoin in the supply, then price will roll over. If there's enough push, or if there's enough money to buy or to absorb all of that Bitcoin in the supply, then it'll keep moving.
Right. And how you know where to get these triangles on like the Asian session? Or you just make the Asia session like visible?
It's from the high, yeah, just to make it visible. It's just the lowest candle on the Asian session to the highest candle on the Asian session gives you the range, just so people can see it.
Yeah, the right perspective.
Yeah.
Wait, I will draw it in my chart too.
Yeah, and this is the middle of the range here.
You were on 10 minutes, okay. In what time can you again ask? Which is the Asian session? What time start?
8:30 Eastern to 2:30 in the morning. Give me 1 second, I'll be back. Let's track this momentum on the 5-minute. We should be breaking the 50 with the 13, yeah. Alright, so 13 breaks. And we should sweep these liquidations. UK session starts at 3:30.
Sweepy sweep. Man. They're gonna undo their whole little Asia range.
Just seeking balance. Breaking the bottom of the Asian range also breaks the support resistance.
Phooey. Let's see. It's a lot of red liquidations. Golly, it's saturated. They don't look too fearful.
bit dramatic.
Wait, what just happened?
Where's my lighter?
I was busy buying a dip here in spot.
Nah, UK hasn't come in yet. This is the dead gap zone between. Remember I told you whales like to play in the dead gap zone because it's on algos. But we can't hold UK responsible here yet.
Can I ask what invalidation means? But just a second, I need to open my notes so I can type it there. Mr. Dbloc?
I mean, typically invalidation usually just means like whatever like pattern you were looking at to play out is invalidated by like a line that breaks, like a support or resistance that breaks down, so that it invalidates that, I believe, but I don't know if I'm explaining it right.
Uh-huh. So with this W invalidation, he meant to tell that we are win invalidation, or?
No, it means that like if we come below that line, then that W pattern um didn't play out. But
Oh,
I think
like
it
a
has to,
W pattern.
yeah, but I think it has to close below that line. I don't know the time frame. Like I don't know if it has to be like an hourly below that line, an hourly candle, or what time frame that is. But basically, like if we lose that line, then the W pattern um, most likely is maybe not going to play out. Like it sort of invalidates that W pattern for the time being.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much.
What's good, Joe? Doing a quick news run. Don't like the way the liquidity's loading up underneath us here.
I'm now watching the live on YouTube because I think I have missed some information from you. So yeah, I'm like parallel now on Discord and there.
I got you, Nicholas. I'll send you an invite to the free section. Yes, sir. There you go. Yeah, we're in UK now, so remember, UK's job is to stay above ages 50. If they get above ages 50 and hold support, they'll trend up for their entire session. But I don't like the way this liquidity is loading up underneath us, so we can't have a rejection. Market maker wants this, he's going to have to give us a green vector through these EMAs, like now.
You know, maybe that liquidity is for POW. Maybe that's gonna
Yeah,
be
it's
POW's
people
turn.
just, it's a lot of hedging going on, but they're starting to come into Asia zone. I don't like it. What it means is if we reject off of here, if we don't get a green vector and we reject off of here, the reason I say green vector is because we're going to need market maker support here. But if we reject on any come down, this is like, you know, it's almost like imagine, well, obviously they see it, but imagine turning around and seeing all that behind you, like, oh, hey guys, I didn't see you right there. You guys looking for my attention? Yeah, UK will, after it settles this, right? If it holds this in, pops up, it'll tend to go for one direction, meaning that UK session will close higher than it opened. Oh, blue vector, almost there. Come on, baby.
So now if we go
you
green
wanted to.
vector, that means that we upgraded support level.
The chances are higher, yes, that you're gonna hold ages 50%.
Yeah, I just asking by
Bing.
mechanically.
Last time that happened, bro, somebody said Dbloc switched to his market maker PC. I'm like, I'm never gonna beat the allocations. All right, we're good. There should be no lag on the stream now. Okay, UK. I hear you, but I'm gonna need you to prove it. That's fine. If it comes down and fills it, it's fine. It's just another chance to hold support there. But what it shows us is that market maker is sprinkling a little blessing on an up move here. What's important is that retail follows through. You know how this works, right? There's no liquidations. Market maker's not going to pay for the ride all the way to the liquidations. So he starts the party, sends out the invitations, and then stands by the door and waits to see if the people come. If they don't, if nobody comes in to buy, then yeah, they'll consume that whole vector.
Oh, so their work is like test the retail mentally?
Yeah, because
And if they...
yeah, so imagine like they're liquidity providers. They need to get back up to these ranges to get to some of the liquidity that they provided back here. But if they make $1 billion by coming up here and it costs them $1 billion to get it up there, then you haven't made anything, right? But if you could spend $250 million, yeah, if you can break a support or break a resistance and get retail to jump in, then, you know, it's a cheaper ride. I always try to do a cost benefit analysis, right? What's cheaper? What move is the cheapest? That's why I don't like when we stack up like this on liquidations. Because this move from 1046 to 1039 is almost free for market maker. That's a absolutely free move. So here it takes a little bit of work. Now we test, right? Does UK feel like buying?
The S&P is actually green. It's,
yeah, I think it might be good. I think it might be good. I think we might be let me see a little something here. Remember volatility today, that means both up and down. What I'm hoping for is let's get as high as we can, right? That sounded crazy. Let's get price as high as we can. And then when we get that volatility from FOMC, its lows don't take us out. You know what I mean? Just come up and swing, come back, maybe clear these vectors. But I don't want the first volatility swing of the day to be down. If that makes any sense.
Only thing is, most of these stocks opened up with a gap up. Like Nvidia opened up with a gap up, Apple opened up with a gap up, Tesla opened up with a gap up.
Just like it's kind of like what we're talking about here, right? Now we have to, now that we've gapped up, even on legacy, you've got to see, you need some continuation, or else we know what happens, right? Like they'll just fill those gaps. When US comes in. Yeah, I'm always a little bit worried about sentiment. I'm kind of proud of how little overreaction we saw to all the war stuff. I mean, people were still freaked out, but they didn't seem to freak out with their portfolios too much, right? Like you could hear the panic, but nobody really sold the entire bag. Nobody ran away running. It's just like, oh shit, you know, this could get crazy. At least here in the group. On Twitter is a completely different story. People were gone.
You know, part of what I think also helped with this drop is the strength of Bitcoin. Like it, I mean, it was going down for sure, and there was, you know, there were some levels where like, you know, it could just knife, but it did hold up pretty well.
Market makers saw retail interest here, and the tick volume is increasing. So we should get another green vector. We might not get it. There's only 33 seconds, but we still got good volume. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I had just turned. Blue vector means 150% of the last 10 candles. 150% the tick volume of the last 10 candles. The green vector is 200% of the last 10 candles. So it hasn't turned green yet, but it's close to turning green, right? We've already got 150%. You just needed the volume to increase a little bit. But it didn't, right? We changed. So it shows the failure to turn this green. It shows a little bit of weakness. Still waiting on retail to do their thing here.
Take a look at the Sui candle. Sui just knifed. That was just like a high leverage player or something like that. But that was crazy.
I took a look at it. Wow, this is the flattest retail candle I've ever, like, we're a minute into this 5-minute candle already. There we go. Come on. This is the part of the trade where everybody wants Bitcoin to keep going up, but nobody wants to buy the next Bitcoin. Yeah, let me look at Sui. Hold on. Retail stepping in here again.
It was just like a 2.5% 1 minute candle down.
No, that's significant. Yeah, that's something I would want to see. Oh boy.
And that was just the liquidity, and it's just
On Binance, man, I wouldn't imagine much I wouldn't imagine liquidity issues on Binance. That was a liquidity
like
sweep, is what that was. Let me see what was down
wait,
there.
did I make a new low?
Yeah, that took out the lows.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Oh, what? What was in the long? Let me check.
Oh, so there is more liquidations above, so below.
It might have just been a sweep. Hold on, let me turn on the dead bodies here and see.
I'm good. I'm good. It didn't take out the war low. The war
Yep,
low is
that's exactly
280.
what it was. Liquidity sweep came down, took these guys out.
Oh, that's dirty, bro.
Yeah.
I'm on Blowfin, and it didn't take my longs out.
Look at this shit.
That's just on Binance. Yeah.
Yeah, you probably weren't flying that close to the sun though. Where's your liquidation at?
No, I have a stop right below 279, but it only went to 283 on Blowfin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I went to 267 here. We'll see. It might be the start of a drop for Sui, but it could just be that they swept those lows to then come back and take these out. Right, sweep bottom, sweep top. Expect a lot of volatility like that today. FOMC day.
Sui is now on bottom, right?
What?
That's Sui. It's right on bottom.
Yeah. I mean, well, not bottom, but it's definitely got as close to a retracement as you're gonna find on Sui. Sui tends to just go up and to the right. I bought Sui at 40 cents and at 70 cents. So it feels expensive to me here, but now you just have to watch momentum, Yash. If your EMAs are curled up and you're getting buy pressure, you know how it works. That vector can be left for, 3 hours from now if it has to be. Let me go on Twitter real quick and see if there's any Sui news that we're not catching real quick. People
Hey
just,
guys,
yeah.
pre-market stocks are soaring up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy day. FOMC, baby, never a dull moment.
Well,
267 is crazy.
yeah, we know what's going to happen with FMOC.
Yeah.
If they could make it 101% chance that it's not going to happen, That's
Yep. Yeah, Dbloc, my bad. So is that the golden? Did it sweep right to the golden pocket? Is that what? 272.
Let me see. Let me pull it up.
Is that a golden pocket?
The reason that I don't like it is because we're on a really big imbalance here. Like the speed of that candle, right? And then look at the gap that we have in the VPVR. Like it's a sketchy time to be losing this support right here. I mean, I would love to pick up some SUI at 230, but it's a little scary. I've been worried about this gap for a while.
selling gold, selling oil.
Is war
Dbloc,
over or something? Is there a peace deal I didn't hear about?
It's gonna come. It's gonna come. They have no choice. Trump said, "Get out of Tehran." And basically, this war has upset any trade deals he's been making. So, got to take a breather. Probably, let's see, today is Wednesday. I would say probably mid next week, there'll be some sort of deal made. But the market is ripping.
Let's
That's why I
go.
sat on the sidelines yesterday.
Ride it till the wheels fall off.
Yep, there you go.
excuse me, Dbloc.
Yes,
Is
sir.
it a problem for you to make alerts or just tell us that no, that when you make an entry?
I make a lot of entries during the days. I mean, if I'm online when I'm on, I'm pretty open about what I'm getting into and out of, but I don't want to get into the habit of turning it into some sort of signals group.
Yeah, right.
Because
Sorry.
no, you don't have to apologize. That's fine. I know a lot of different Discords do it. My whole thing is I rather sort of teach you to see your own entries by showing you where I find mine. Because when it's time for me to get out of a position, you know, if I'm on the toilet or something and I see something I don't like, I'm gonna get out of that position. And I don't want to feel responsible for not coming back on the thing and leaving. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like to be responsible for people's money like that. But I will take a look at whatever you're looking at. And yeah, if I'm online, you'll know what I'm trading.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, that's SUI sell up starting to pick up back. Oh, what's going on?
I added them the other day, Powell. Did it work? The subtitles? Let's see, is it still going down?
Yeah, no, it was. It's at the bottom of the candle on Bybit now. On that wick, it made a new low on Bybit, but it helped SUI. It didn't go
It's in
on
Wick
Binance.
Discovery. Yeah. Listen, this is the mother of all stopping volume candles. So the same rule applies to this as other stopping volume candles, right? You don't want to close a body underneath it. If you close a body underneath it, it means you're going into wick discovery. And this is one hell of a wick to be trying to discover. Problem is that there's nothing, right? There's no volume on the VPVR to stop you. Let me get rid of these old liquidations because those are already gone. I don't want to confuse anybody. That's the sweep. The first sweep. All right. That's what we're looking at now.
It's just crazy for it to do it when Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter
today.
right now trying to see if there's any news, if I'm missing anything, because it is strange to see SUI counter trade.
Yeah, I double checked. I didn't see it. Maybe it was just maybe they saw there was a big player with a high leverage position. They
take
just
somebody
took
out.
them out.
Now they're dealing with the fear that it caused. Well, we don't want to break this bearish channel, right? This whole time we've still managed to hold. I mean, this bullish channel, we still managed to hold this this bull flag here, right? For the most part. breaking that was always an issue because it brings you down into this vector and this big volume gap. This is make or break here. Worst case scenario, if it does pop down to clear that entire vector, you're talking about almost 20%. Almost 20% to the bottom of the vector and about 14% to the next area of support. But we are at support now, right? And support is support till it's not. So this is the type of shit that if you try to jump in front of it, it can screw you up. You know what I mean? Try to get too slick here and get in front of that drop, and then it just pops.
Yep. I added to my spot bag out here. Yeah. Oh.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, Bitcoin's not showing any signs that it should be freaking out. Do you? Just yeah, anyways. It's a link to the free section, Mateos. If you decide to join us and unlock the full Discord, it's just a one-time $50 fee. There's a channel in the Discord to get your Cypher family role if you decide to join us for good. Welcome now. Really have a problem with all this liquidity underneath us, man. I don't like it. Don't like it.
Yeah, all the way down to 102.
103.8 is where the hot shit sort of runs out. We can still hold this 50. I'm not saying we're going there. I just don't like how it's stacking up. That's going to get taken at some point. That I can almost promise you. Probably in today's volatility at some point. I'm expecting some sort of whipsaw. Something like sweep. Or the, either way. But heavy leverage positions on FOMC day have never ended up well. Probably a whole lot of hedging going on right now too, I would imagine, because this shit just looks kind of thick. Yeah. If we inverse the chart, right? You'd have a low, a higher low. We'd be looking at a W formation. We'd be getting excited for the fact that we had a long tail doji, even if it didn't turn a no stopping volume candle structure wise. right? We would assume that if it got over the 50, it would complete the pattern. If it didn't get over the 50, it would fail and take out the lows. So if we invert it, we gotta keep that same energy, right? If it holds this 50, it can pop up and take out the highs. But if it doesn't hold this 50, chances are it's gonna come down and complete this M pattern, which will take us through these liquidations. Right? That's how you hedge your bias when you're doing TA. Right? So if this M pattern bothers you, if you look at this and you're like, that's not an M pattern, but you invert the scale and this W pattern excites you, then you've got to check your bias. Right? You've got a bias that's affecting how you're looking at the charts. To me, it holds the same both ways. If this 50 doesn't hold, we'll take out these lows. If this 50 holds, we'll take out these highs. Right? When I flip the chart, I see the same thing in both directions. That way I know I'm not biased. I know I'm seeing what I'm really seeing here. One thing that leads me to think that it would hold and continue is the fact that UK doesn't tend to switch directions often during a session once it's started, once they've made a move. But you can't hang your hat on that. That make any sense?
Yeah. So the other sessions have the identity. So ones are going up, second are not breaking the structure.
Yeah. We'll have to assume, like I said, support is support until it's not. So we have to assume that this is going to hold and just react to it not holding if it does. Go to the 1 minute chart. UK's job is to hold this cluster of EMAs. Now it will come back, get a full recovery of these vectors.
With recovery, you mean that we are going to test those vectors again?
Yeah, like you'll come
Sure.
down, I'm sorry, you'll come down and you'll fill the gap. Right, this entire range right here is full of market maker orders. People wanted to
Okay.
go long here. He set short orders to cover the liquidity that he provided to the bulls that wanted to go long. As price comes back down through that range, he recovers the liquidity that he provided and then he'll provide it to somebody else and they'll just rinse and repeat, right? That's how they make their money back. Even this move up, right? If you look at right here, people wanted to go short, right? So market makers set longs. Here, people wanted to go short, market makers set longs. Here, people wanted to go short, market makers set longs to cover the liquidity all the way down. Price comes up, boop, 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 boop. Market maker pays himself on all this liquidity and sets new short trades. As retail sells off, comes through those orders, and market maker gets filled, gets all his money back. If market maker starts the party and retail does not want to continue, they will always get their money back. Right? They don't tend to leave money on the table for too long unless things have gone parabolic.
Okay, that makes sense. Market makers only income is that when they're liquidating someone and they get those money from the liquidations?
And they get paid as a service from exchanges. Right? They provide liquidity to exchanges, and for that they receive a fee.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Wait, I need to write it in my notes.
It's really just a business at the end of the day, right? The liquidity provider for the market, so that when you get up at whatever time in the morning, 4:13 in the morning, and decide you want to sell or buy a Bitcoin, there's somebody there to match that order. I learned a lot of it in Forex, high def, and then just adapted it to crypto. But it's not something I came up with. Like, tick volume means something. We didn't used to understand what it meant. Right? The old guys used to call it the invisible hand of the market or the composite man. But we know that to be liquidity provider now. Yeah, I think Sui's gonna explore that wick. The type of information that back in the day, or not even back in the day, even like 5 years ago, if people knew about it, they didn't talk about it. Like, and I think there's a lot of traders now, a lot of guys that give TA that understand it but don't teach it or put it behind a paywall. Yeah, I'll check ETH in a second. Hold on, I'm rolling something up. The old glaucoma. When bud wasn't legal and it was only medicinal and people had to make up rare diseases just to excuse their pot smoking. Nah, it's this restless leg syndrome. Yeah, like nothing helps my restless leg syndrome except for this joint. Yeah, Ruben. I've definitely got invalidations that I need to see. Right. That's why on the macro chart, why I've been stressing this macro chart so much. Right. One of the first moments that I'll know that there's something to worry about is when we break one of these two metrics. Right. I believe in the 4-year cycle, but I'm not here to give any money back or to lead anybody astray. So I'll be paying attention the second that any sort of structure starts to change. But two main things, right? No weekly candles below 104.15, 104.415. We don't close any weekly candles underneath there. We don't close any daily candles underneath 102.4. Either one of those things leads to a deeper correction down to mid 90s and opens the door for somebody to take advantage and try to push price lower. Time is on our side. Structure's on our side. So far, everything looks decent. Yeah, if this plays out the way that I expect, we'll look back at this range as the double top or the triple bottom on the daily on the 50 EMA, and everybody was still nervous. You know, we've had one tap, two taps, three taps. This is the fourth tap of the 50 EMA that we've held so far. And the only thing we've had inside of our danger zone has been wicks. Right? Every daily candle so far is closed over. We'll see what happens with today's candle, but that'll be one of the things I'm looking for. If it closes inside of the range, it's not the end of the you know, nothing, it doesn't matter. Closing under the range is fun. You don't want to leave any weekly candles in here. But you can come down inside of it with the daily. We just don't want to close down underneath 102.45. Yeah. And then we'll play it by ear. Yeah, Sui's still moving on this wick discovery trajectory here. Gonna accelerate because it's moving through the volume gap. This next move will be quick. Excuse me.
Whoa, and that is very, very quick.
Next
Yeah.
week, just front running all the alts are starting tonight.
VPVR is completely empty. There's nothing to catch price right now until we get down to 270. So it'll be a pretty quick drop down to the bottom of that wick. Nah, I don't see any news, Yoel. I think somebody might have got taken out and it spooked the market or something, but I'm still looking though. I'm still refreshing over here.
I don't think it's the news. I think Sui just is front running a drop on the
Yeah, but the
over
volume is unusually large. What, on Bitcoin? If Bitcoin starts to go down now too, it's not gonna help Sui out much. Yeah, it broke the 50, gave it up. So remember we said if it breaks the 50 and we were looking at it inverse, we would be expecting it to break out. So we gotta wrap our head around the ideas that if it comes down to 104.6 and doesn't hold, it's probably gonna take all this liquidity underneath. Welcome to FOMC Day, ladies and gentlemen. US isn't even open yet. So that pile of liquidity right there was the concern, right? As it was building up, starting to worry me. I don't think anything will change, but there'll be no cuts. What I'm gonna be listening for is any talks on ending QT officially.
Farcoin just made a new low. Farcoin is nightmare.
A little
It's
aggressive, but I
interesting because dominance isn't really going crazy or anything for alts to be spazzing out. I mean, it's going up, but nah, the market's closed, yo, out on Thursday. Opens back up on Friday. Yeah, what it means to me is not enough liquidity to counter momentum, right? So whatever direction we go into Thursday on, like whatever direction we take on Wednesday, I would expect to sort of coast on Thursday.
The wall, all these alts are trying to bleed out. 1 billion USDT was just minted. And then like 10 minutes ago, there's a bunch of other transfers of like 80 million. But they just minted 1 billion USDT.
Like the safety. There we go, dominance. Yeah. How twitchy dominance is right now. Look at this candle. It's a 5-minute candle, by the way. It's moving like that. He's trying to high def. He's trying to convince him. Right? Same as when you have it inverted. Right? When we had that green candle and he was trying to see. Same sort of deal. If they jump in, continue. If not, retrace a little bit, pay himself. I'm glad, bro. I'm glad you understand it. It should take some of
Maybe
the
we are
stress
going to
off.
get those liquidations out.
Yeah, that's it. There's just that's where I would go. I always try to put myself in the market making shoes and sit in the desk. I would go for those liquidations, no question. Way easier, way cheaper to let price come down through these liquidations than to fight back above this cluster of EMAs and get through this gap just to get to some. No, no, no. I'm gonna go get this. One of you guys keeps stealing my lighter. Yeah, there would be a 1 day. I mean, I believe CME's closed on Thursday. There would be a 1 day gap. They could have a half day. I gotta check. Sometimes they do half days on holidays. Nah, they're closed all day. Wait.
Bro, the strength on hype is crazy, man. It
They
barely
close. It's
budged.
a half day. They close at noon.
Oh, it's a half day on Thursday?
They close at noon and open up at 5. That's for CME though. Legacy's closed. High def. You see how the short party didn't work, and they popped up and took those liquidate. Or they popped up and took the vectors. Paid himself. Crazy because it's not even pay
Can
himself.
you
It's
repeat,
just
please?
let retail pay him. What happened?
Can you repeat that we're going up just to get the retailers?
No, this vector gap dropped, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then market maker let off the gas to see if retail had the desire to sell, but nobody sold off. So they came back up, and now he's paid for that vector.
Mm-hmm.
It
Right.
still come back
So
down. It doesn't. All it means is that there wasn't any. There wasn't enough sellers at the bottom there.
yeah, so we can go up.
Be nice to start. This would be the right side of what could be our higher low fractal, right? If we are gonna do that here, and then getting above 1052 invalidates this M pattern. So you would need to get, price would need to close above here, and then we could invalidate the bearishness from that pattern. Don't usually see this type of choppiness from UK unless it's a day like today. FOMC brings you that whiplash sort of price action in all 3 sessions.
Hype is just insane, man. It's just going higher.
Yeah, bro. Not gonna lie, that was one of my better calls like 3 months ago or something. All that free advertisement that they got. You know what I mean? From the whales, all the whales being chased and the whale wars they had, and when and all these tarants. High def, what I like to do is to trade toward market maker targets, right? So when we come down into a dip and I'm looking for that stopping volume candle, what I'm aiming for are the vectors that are unrecovered above me. So as market maker pays himself, I'm also paying myself, right? I trade with the market maker instead of against them.
So as we see this week candle, we don't have enough buyers too, right?
Weekly candle was a doji. Yeah, it's a indecision candle.
No week. No weekly. Like week. Those candle.
Oh, week. No, I mean weak to the downside, yeah. But what you want to see, these big, like this stopping volume candle, is what you want to see when you're looking for positions. Right? If I could draw a perfect W pattern, I would draw a stopping volume candle on the right side of it. Because what it means is there was volume coming down, big volume, 200% of the volume of the last 10 candles, and then it comes to an immediate stop, comes all the way down and brings itself right back up. High volume, very small candle, big wick, bullish engulfing candle after, right? That's a setup for a continuation. What you do to invalidate it is you don't want to open a body of a candle underneath that body. So underneath the body of your stopping volume candle right here, you don't want to close the body of another candle. If you can keep that solid, then you should push up.
Farcoin might have just made a new, like the low for the day, maybe. Even if it comes back on pile, it was like it got down to 105.
Yeah, market maker came back for the pink candle. You see it here. Took out a big portion of it.
Yo, this account I follow, look on chain, said Tether just minted another 1 billion. The last 2 times Tether minted USDT, BTC pumped.
Yeah,
The first time it was an all-time high.
what you
and
assume is that people are bringing fresh money in. Right, when you exchange USD for USDT, they have to mint USDT. So when the minting goes up, that means people bringing in fiat is going up. Mm. 17% of people in our poll of 314 votes, 17% of people said today is not going to be volatile. I really hope that those 17% are not in high leverage position.
But you know what's crazy? We did just go through a pretty volatile period coming in. It is gonna be volatile for sure, but like maybe it won't be that extreme because we just got whipsawed like since the whole war thing, like all Thursday, Friday.
I've
Weekend
never
was back
seen
to
them take
back.
advantage. I've never seen them not take advantage of a FOMC. Yeah, I mean you're right. I mean, we've already been volatile all week, but they like to sweep.
That's why it's weird that this, like you were saying, like the UK doing this, like it feels like they're doing this move now ahead of how, like some of these alts, like Sparkcoin was holding its lows, and that just randomly out of nowhere just made a new low. Sui has been one of the strongest coins, randomly out of nowhere just made a new low.
Yeah, the alts, you got people are getting out of the way, right? So if you're going into a volatile day and you kind of want to stay out of the way of it, you're gonna cash out and go into stables. If we look at what UK is doing right now, like from the time that it came in, it's just been ranging. It'd be interesting to see if we literally just range and UK just pauses until FOMC, right? Like they don't want to make a move. Sort of just sit still. I still don't understand why they wouldn't go after these liquidations. It's going to be too irresistible to come down and grab those liquidations. In my opinion, if we don't pump and invalidate this M pattern, they're going to come grab that. But if we go sideways, they're just going to roll over. Def, what you want to do is be in position when market maker decides to add liquidity in the direction that you're already going. Right? So you find the setup, you get in a setup, you're long. 3 candles into your long, you see market makers start printing green vectors. Right? Then that green vector stops and you see that little doji candle at the top where they're testing retail. And you see that shit turn red. Then it's time to pay yourself so that when price comes down to pay the market maker, you can let somebody else pay him, right? Like you don't have to be the one to pay him. So you don't want to trade into the green vectors. You already want to be in position when you see those green vectors, or you want to short into the green vectors, right? So red vectors down, followed by that candle where they try to let retail figure it out. You know, a stopping volume candle is something you trade up into. Galactic, did you type Bitcoin balls into Google? You did, didn't you? You're like, Google, what's that Bitcoin ball thing? No, you wouldn't want to do that, right? Because remember, you want to trade into the vectors, so you wouldn't short once the pink vector got filled. You'd short if you saw a rejection off of the, off of the EMAs. Now, if you had left green vectors on the way up, then yeah, right? You would have had purple vector down, green vector up, and then you got to the end of this and you started getting resistance, then you would trade into that vector. But there's nothing here for market maker to go get right now. So what you're doing is you're looking for motivation. If he comes through this vector again, if he comes through these EMAs again and gives you another green vector, then you know his intention is still to go up. That's what I look for, personally. Green vectors through the 50. Green vectors through the 50. I might be giving y'all too much sauce tonight. Just promise me when I turn y'all into amazing traders, you still come back and kick it just for fun, even when you don't need me no more. And a yacht would be nice. Yeah, Ruben, your lower time frame vectors are gonna fill faster. So they're like more reactive. Sleepy, what's the word, gang? All right, let's draw this pattern out correctly. This is top.
Yeah, my chart is going to be liquidated.
Bottom, bottom, bottom. And our invalidation point would be closing above that wick there at 105.2. I appreciate you, Sheen. You're here now, bro. I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, Ruben. So if you go into a high time frame vector, right? Even not a high time frame, even something like a 5 minute. And you just circle the vector, right? Or just draw a box around your vector. And then come down onto the 1 minute. Right, so you can dissect all the candles that went into that vector. Right, so when you're looking at it, you're like, okay, this is one 5 minute vector, but there's there's 4 1 minute candles that are vector and one that's not. So chances are this entire vector needs to be filled. But sometimes all of that volume comes in at the end, right? So maybe you only have 2 green vectors and then these are just regular candles. And then price will come down and just fill half of that vector. Because that original candle you were looking at on a larger time frame didn't turn into a vector until maybe 20 minutes into the vector, 30 minutes into the vector. You get what I mean? So if you ever see a candle and it comes and you're like, damn, is this candle fully recovered? Like it comes down and it takes half of a vector and it pops back up and you're like, is that all they're going to take? You can do this, go look at the vector and then say, okay, you know what I mean? There's still some more down there. They're probably going to come back and get it. Or nah, they filled all the, they took all the hot spots. So they're probably not going to keep going.
And is there a chance now to be like food, but fully? Do we fool this blue vector down there?
Yeah. Yeah, if we lose this 50, then that's what
So
I would be
we
targeting. Right, let's imagine if this was long. If we were flipped over and this was long, I'd be looking to go long into these vector recoveries. Right, if I was going to go long in this position, this is what I'd be targeting. I'd say, okay, we've got a vector there, we've got a vector there, we've got a vector there, and we've got a vector there. Right, so
Yeah,
this would
so they
probably be
need
like
liquidity.
target 1, and that would be like my target 2. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to ride the train with I know market maker wants to pay himself, right? That's not a question. And I know that 9 times out of 10 he gets his money back. So if I know he needs to make it up to these points to pay himself, and I see what I need to see in candle structure to tell me they're making the attempt, then it's a high probability trade. I only flipped it because for some reason it's easier for people to understand on the way up than the way down. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Flipping the chart
Yeah,
just seems to work sometimes a little better. Ian, I appreciate that, bro. I know how important it is. Just trying to make it a little less less spooky. I don't know, man. Some of these YouTubers, they really try to overcome. And I'm not saying it sounds simple, because I know if you're new, none of this shit sounds simple, but I promise you it is. Like, you can pick it up. These guys selling you these $1,000 courses and shit, they overcomplicate it just so that when you buy the course, it looks like there's a bunch of shit in there, right? So you don't feel like you got robbed. Yeah, I mean, if you go back and you look, even on the 1 minute, right? And remember, if you're taking trades on the 1 minute with vectors, they're going to be short trades because you're on the 1 minute. But yeah, stack of green vectors starts to top out, short the recovery. Stack of green vectors starts to top out, short the recovery. Green vector, short the recovery. Green vector, tops out, short the recovery. Green vector, as we speak, short the recovery. This works a lot better when there's low volume, right? We don't have a lot of volume right now. So market maker is responsible for providing liquidity for the majority of the trades right now.
Yeah, and they're more predictable.
Yeah, I love it. It's the best time to trade. When it gets crazy and parabolic and everything goes up, you just put your seatbelt on, bro, and kick your feet up and ride it, you know?
Like yesterday in this time, yeah.
Once you train yourself, you'll get used to getting excited when you start to see red vectors. You're bullish and you want price to go up, and you start to see big red vectors and you start to get excited, and people are like, why are you excited? That's like a big, bright, nasty red candle. And you're like, yeah, I know, right? About to catch this falling knife. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too, Ian. I need to watch somebody do it. Like, I'm more hands-on.
Yeah, like you're the one with more knowledge and more like role model.
You know, sometimes people can tell you things, but like being able to be over somebody's shoulder and watch them do it in real time, for me, I'm a better learner like that, for sure.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. UK looks like they're holding flat until FOMC. They're acting like They're acting like they're scared to pick a direction here. My only advice when you, for new people that are getting into TA is try to stay teachable for as long as possible. Like, I know that sounds weird, but you're going to start to do well, right? Either because you start figuring it out or because, you know, the bull market starts taking off. And so you're going to start to do well and you're going to start to see success. Don't let yourself get to the point where you think you got it figured out. I'm still figuring this shit out, but I still learn new things every bull market and bear market, I promise. I've seen a lot of people come in, figure out the couple things that they need to be able to make some money, but then stop learning, right? Like they become unteachable. And that's not good for longevity. Like you want to stay teachable as long as possible. As long as there's somebody willing to teach. Somebody comes in here with more experience than me, willing to teach, I'm going to shut the hell up and I'll be right with y'all listening. So one of the reasons that I do want to get big is because the ability to bring in some people, you know what I mean? To bring in guests and shit like that would be amazing. That would be like a huge value. Get to the point where we can sit Michael Saylor in here and pick his brain. You know, or Raul Paul or some of these guys that already do tons of podcasts, but you know, you gotta have a certain amount of viewers before before they'll even mess with you.
Yeah, but I can smell that you do all those things for the appreciation and for the good energy, like you're getting back.
Yeah.
And mostly for the lessons that you learned us. And you know, one day that you made good people with which these lessons you give. With that we are feeding our families maybe or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm appreciating it because it's a lot value like that.
It's definitely
it's
definitely rewarding.
Well, yeah, because our $100 from us to these English words to your subscription,
yeah,
will not make it better. Like, for example, you made $100,000 per month, so it will not decide your future. Our $100 for your subscription.
no. It's mostly just to keep all the damn hackers out. Apparently, I found out if you make people pay hackers, they leave you alone. They're like, okay, I'm more than happy to try to scam you guys, but I'm not paying $50. But you know, it also does a job of bringing in people that are serious. And I know $50 to some people is a lot, but to some people it's not, right? So like, if you're not willing to put $50 into your education, then you're probably not going to listen. You're probably not going to stick around. And I love to help, don't get me wrong. You know how many people I've poured hours and hours and hours into, and then they just like don't listen and disappear, go away. You know what I mean? Like there's people that aren't serious. There's only so much time.
Yeah, because they seen it like a comfort zone, like a usual thing that they will only have. But the times is going and is running, so things are changing very quickly. So there is not many time to waste time on not learning things.
Yeah.
Hey, Dbloc, you said something about you know, watching and seeing things done and they're so true to that. With what I do for a living, it's see one, do one, teach one. In this case, it's more like see 100, do 100, that you can teach
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But I'm also seeing, I've been doing this for 18 months, and I've paid a pretty decent amount as far as tuition goes, as far as that goes. And there's so many different ways to skin this cat. There's a lot of people that they are successful, and they're not doing it exactly your way.
Yeah.
But I think in just like what I do in the real world, it's like there's a lot of ways to skin that cat. And, I'm trying to figure out, what tools I want to use to skin my cats. And
Exactly.
I found your the stuff that you're teaching and how you're doing it is some of the bigger tools that I found to skin cats, to be honest. And I appreciate it. It's very, very helpful. The insights, especially with the vector candles and stuff like that. I find it amazing, and I'm turning it around and winning a couple trades, but I don't want to get a big head. I'm a listener and a lurker.
No, that's good, but it builds that confidence. It's that little feeling of like you see a chart now and you have a little bit more confidence in what you see when you look at the chart, right? Like not what somebody else is telling you, and not like that's why I don't want to sit here and give signals and all that. Like I much rather get you guys used to what I look at and what I think at, as a good entry or good exits and all that. That's the reward. The reward is the first time that you don't have to come on the Discord. You open your charts. You're in a rush with the kids. You look at the chart real quick. You're like, oh shit, this is a perfect place to take profit. Take profit. Go have fun. Don't think about it. Don't stress. And then you come back and you say, oh shit, I did that. Like I didn't need anybody. I did that.
Yeah, and you explained your DCA strategy to me the other day, and that helped me to be a little more relaxed yesterday during what was going on, because I was making some money, and then I knew that if it come down to a certain level, I might make a little bit more, or might have to go get another one.
Bro,
but
it's
I'm
the
okay.
best. It's the best. Everybody around you freaking out, and you're like, if it goes up, I make money. If it goes down, great. I'm not done buying. This is perfect.
Yeah, I'm also the one that had all these issues with my taxes. I'm sure there's plenty of them to do, but I finally went to. I had $68 billion worth of capital gains. It's like something's wrong here. So yeah,
You looked around the house real quick and were like, well, no, I'm pretty sure something's wrong here.
exactly. Yeah, so
I'm glad you got that figured out, bro. What a heart attack.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, yeah, that's not right. But yeah, so it worked out pretty well after all. But lessons learned as you go along. I want this shit to hedge my bet when I retire, because I'm hopefully going to do it in the next few years. I'd love to, but I don't want to put my retirement money in this shit.
No.
I want to get there. I want to get there on my own. Now with that.
For retirement, I think it's amazing. Like my mom's going into retirement, and the fact that she can roll over some of her 401k into some IBIT, and you know what I mean, the fact that she can get some exposure to some microstrategy, just some stuff that like is gonna take the money that would have dwindled for the rest of her years that she's here, and actually put her in a position where when she passes, she might actually have more money than she retired with. Which isn't a situation that a lot of Americans are in, right? You're hoping that you don't outlive the money that's coming in. For most people, that's sort of when they retire, what it's like.
Yep, my I says, well, if you live until 90, you'll have X amount of money, which is close to where we're at right now. I'm like, well, if I've got that much money when I'm 90, I have done something wrong.
Craziness. This price action though.
Yeah, it's sleeping too much. But at least I hope to get down to the 104,800 just to get my profit on all short.
Yeah.
For 6 days, I'm trading only on it.
JC, you
And
got
I'm
some
not.
clicking coming through your mic, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, my trading view just glitched out. I'm just gonna move him to open mic until he gets back.
So what's the line for UK must hold to remain bullish?
50% of the Asian session. So typically how it works, it might be a little bit different today because of FOMC. It looks like we're just going to range here. But typically the way it works is that Asia sets a range and you've got the top of Asian range, 50% of Asian range, and the bottom of Asian range. We watch when UK comes in because UK by nature tends to just pick one direction, right, early during their session, and then they go in that direction for the entire session. So what we do is we watch how they react to UK's 50. Right? If they can't hold it and it falls out, then they're probably going to take out the lows, Asian lows, and beat, right? They'll go down for their session. If they manage to get above and hold, then they'll go up for their entire session. Except here, they got above, couldn't hold, got below, couldn't hold, got above, couldn't hold. So we're getting a bunch of, if we're going to be real, what we're probably looking at is a range that does this until US opens. People might not be too willing to throw their chips in. I just don't see how they don't go for the free money. Right, there's free money down here.
Seems like quite a bit.
Yeah, and it would cost benefit analysis wise, it wouldn't take them anything to get it. Momentum is low, volume is low. Only thing holding up price is market maker. Right, look at the last couple times that prices stopped. Right, vector candle right here, vector candle. Every time it's come down, it's been market maker that stopped it. So just let go. Just let go of the brakes. Let price naturally come down. Clear all these. Pay him. And then we can get like a nice stopping volume candle reaction or something. Whip up. I'm hoping actually now at this point, just because it's late, that we do come down because I'd like to set a quick order in. Make some quick money on some volatility before bedtime. Already 5:30 though. I'm tripping. I'm sitting here talking about opening trades. Y'all gotta stop me sometimes. For real.
Yeah, I'll be at work and I'm in the middle of something and I can't do anything. I'm at the mercy of just not looking. I'm better off not looking because I can't do anything even if it was going my way, great. If it wasn't going my way, great. I have to have shit set up because if I don't, I mean, I'm not saying put money in it. I'm just saying if I'm going to get out, I need to be able to have a stop loss because man, I can't do anything with it. I just can't.
Have you tried trading higher time frames just during the week?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing is trading.
Yeah. That way, that way you don't have to be so laser focused.
But when you get, FOMC and this is, I don't know how.
Nah, I'll be honest with you. For 90% of the people listening, you're better off sitting on the sidelines today. If you're new, if you're not used to the volatility, if you're used to the volatility, you're getting up early today, getting that caffeine in you, and you're getting ready to play the game. But it can get really choppy. Like you're playing a game and somebody increased the difficulty on you. Right? We're playing on increased difficulty today. What's going on, Sam?
Yep, we're going down just to get those liquidations. I can sense it because I'm a new era child and I can sense those moves.
The crystals underneath your desk are vibrating. Yeah, I mean, honestly, guys, 9 times out of 10, err on the side of greed. Right? If you have a decision one way or the other, I tend to err on the side of greed. Right? If people are going to be greedy here, what's going to happen? Market makers going to be greedy here, what's going to happen?
I'm short from 108.
Nice, nice, very nice. Oh, so you were kind of clenched up, kind of tight over the last 24 hours, huh?
Just taking a little profit here and there, but I don't want to take it all.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Runner, you know?
I hear you. You move your stop down any? Just to lock in some of the gains in case something crazy was to happen?
Yeah, I found that the take profits on something like this where I can expect a volatile move, I might be able to get more out of it if I'm there to take profits in real time. Other than that, my
Yeah,
stop
yeah.
loss.
Manual's always better for sure.
Yeah, I've learned that lesson. Instead of taking it all at once and then watching it, retrace, twice as far down, like or ups. Shit. But yeah, taking some here and there. And at strategic places too. So if it gets there, then I know it's probably going to go in that direction further.
Yes, sir.
So I'm taking it to maximum places. I'm getting better at this.
Sam with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, Sam. Top of the morning, brother.
Yeah, this could be a moment where dominance goes down, like Bitcoin goes down and alts hold. Maybe, just to get that lick.
Your mouth to God's ears, bro. Because what I don't want is what it looks like it's doing, which is consolidating at resistance.
Looks like it's about to come down. Think?
Had so many attempts to get
Oh,
above
yeah.
this level. But I'll show you what I'm kind of worried about, right? Because even though dominance doesn't run on typical patterns, it does respect ranges. Problem is we've had a deviation out of the bottom of this range. And from what I've told you about ranges that typically if you get a deviation and you come back into the range and you hold support, you can expect a deviation out of the top side of the range, which would mean dominance at 65.
Oh, yeah, maybe just a spike.
Yeah, just the equal amount out of the range as you came out of the bottom. What sucks is that that's still gonna hurt the alts. If that happens, that's gonna hurt the alts.
Can you pull a volume on that? The volume area, and is that like 70% up, 70% down?
What do you mean? There's no volume on Dom. But you can pull a range though. You can pull you can pull a range.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
See
about.
how it's kind of trapped underneath value area high.
And can you pretty much rely on that range for your high and your low?
Yeah, except for deviations above and below.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's because that's kind of what I've been using versus using that whole fixed range.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the high and the low are at 70%.
Yeah, I mean, I like to use both, right? I'll kind of be surgical with it if I have to, but throwing on your VPVR to see your major gaps is still important. I mean, you could take the entire range, right? Nothing stops you from just taking.
Do you see it's going down to 97? Salem and BTC?
Give me a second. I'll switch back to Bitcoin.
Oh, thanks. That solidifies some stuff for me there. 'Cause I like that.
Take a look at Sui Diva. Like as Bitcoin's been coming down, it's been trying to hold.
Has it taken back its entire wick yet?
Nah, got down
Interesting.
to
That's
at least on
impressive.
futures.
I would have expected it to
275.
take the whole wick by now with Bitcoin looking like that. Oh no, it's trying, but
I feel
it's
like that was
putting a
like
bear flag still on lower time frames. That's about to play out right now. That is a bear flag. That has broken out.
Yep. Dbloc, I have a question. So, for example, is it okay if I ask a question or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I've been DCAing, right? And I've been like my dry powder, like I've been putting a lot at this range that we've been in, like the 101K, and then now at about 103 something, 104, and I started buying the alts that I like. So my what's in my head is I don't want to like be smarter than the market
Mm-hmm.
and try to swing trade it in these like zones, and I just want to keep buying that dip. Is that a viable and smart way of moving forward for now
I mean,
until
it's
we have
safe, yeah, until we see dominance do what
until
we
we
need
have
it to do.
okay. So if like for example like
Just keep your DCAs. You know, the problem with DCAs is some people tend to DCA too heavy. You know what I mean? And then you run out of.
that's
You don't want to run out of DCAs, so you want to space it
yeah.
out.
So because like my thoughts also is that I don't need to sell if we have like if we stick to the thesis and if the thesis is right,
Yeah.
then we keep moving up in price. I can just DCA upwards. But
Mm-hmm.
if the price moves down from the range that we're in, which we've already like agreed that it has to maintain that 104 or something like that.
Yeah.
If it breaks that, I can again sell off of my positions, right?
Yep.
And then
That's what
just
I'm doing.
reposition.
Because right
Okay.
underneath that range is that vector
Perfect.
gap
All right.
down
If
to
that's
like
the case,
mid
then that
90s.
means like what I have in mind is right. Okay.
Yeah, that vector gap underneath. If we do close those dailies or those weekly down there, is that vector gap? It takes us to like mid 90s. So
Okay.
that's
All right.
enough
Yeah,
of a dip
That's
for me to take the risk on repositioning. Yeah.
all right. All right. Yeah. Same. I don't want because like I don't want to reposition. Like the bag is a little big, and like if I reposition and then I'm gonna have to pay for fees. It's like if I gain 1%, it just like eats up the 1%. You know what I mean?
Bro, listen.
I don't want to
Every
be paying
single
that gain.
high has been. Every single low has been higher. You know.
Okay.
So
Yeah, that's what we've
until
been
that
seeing. So
changes, until that trend breaks, I'm treating
yeah.
every low as the higher low that is the last higher low
That,
in that range, you know?
okay. Okay. See, that's what I had. That's what I had in mind. I just wanted to verify because like I have like a group of like friends who trade also. They were like, oh wow, like they were like Ghost, like check out the range. Like you could just like swing trade. I said, why swing trade it? If we are in this range, just buy the dips and wait for it to break
Why are
out
you
of the
picking up
range.
peanuts right before the main show? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
don't do that. Don't get caught slipping trying to like
Yeah. I don't want to sell into like a high, and that was the high that actually stages the next leg. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. That's nuts. Because right now I just want to have like
you
as
know
much.
we're in one tweet territory in either direction, so it's like you're really gonna take those type of risks. If we're wrong and hits our
Nah.
stop loss, cool, rinse and repeat. But
I can't.
If you're wrong in the other direction and you get left behind, you're gonna be sick looking at those green
I think
candles.
that's also the beauty of the spot. Like even if, like, for example, we park at 104 and it just fakes us out and it actually wants to go below, like even if it goes below, like on my alts, considering where I bought, like if you properly bought those dips,
yeah,
like I'd lose probably 0.5%, 0.2%, which is okay, considering that the next area the price is going to be is way beyond. Like it will provide me more tokens when I buy in.
Yeah,
it won't matter. So yeah, okay. Thanks, man.
yeah.
That added a little confidence in my thoughts.
High
It's getting
def.
pretty volatile.
No, you're good. I'm listening. High def, you're talking about the vectors, so there's always vectors left behind. Look at the weekly. Right. This vector got taken 50%. That's good. This vector got taken. This vector right here got left behind. 32, 30, right? Small vector left behind. Most of these vectors got taken. Everything from here on out has been taken. But let's go back to like the old bull market, right? I told you market maker loses control. And when market maker loses control, shit like this happens. Right? Vector left behind, vector left behind, vector left behind, all the way up. But look at what happens during the bear market. See how we come down and clear everything. We left one little vector behind. But for the most part, everything that was left behind during that parabolic run gets paid for during the bear market. So this vector here might be that one that gets left behind in the next bear market. But any vectors that we leave going up now into these ranges will just get taken on the way back. That's on bigger time frames. So we had a nasty sweep, man. So we had a nasty liquidity sweep. And it's not showing too much strength right now.